Grey Eagle and His Five Brothers by Cornelius Matthews. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Grey Eagle and His Five Brothers. There were 6 falcons living in a nest, 5 of whom were still too young to fly, when it so happened that both the parent birds were shot in one day. The younger brood waited anxiously for their return, but night came, and they were left without parents and without food. Grey Eagle, the eldest, and the only one whose feathers had become stout enough to enable him to leave the nest, took his place as the head of the family, and assumed the duty of stifling their cries and providing the little household with food, in which he was very successful. But, after a short time had passed, by an unlucky mischance, while out on a foraging excursion, he got one of his wings broken. This was the more to be regretted, as the season had arrived when they were soon to go to a southern country to pass the winter, and the children were only waiting to become a little stronger and more expert on the wing to set out on the journey. Finding that their elder brother did not return, they resolved to go in search of him. After beating up and down the country for the better part of a whole day, they at last found him, sorely wounded and unable to fly, lodged in the upper branches of a sycamore tree. "Brothers," said Grey Eagle, as soon as they were gathered around, and questioned him as to the extent of his injuries, "an accident has befallen me, but let this not prevent your going to a warmer climate. Winter is rapidly approaching, and you cannot remain here. It is better that I alone should die than for you all to suffer on my account." "No, no," they replied with one voice, "we will not forsake you. We will share your sufferings. We will abandon our journey, and take care of you as you did of us before we were able to take care of ourselves. If the chill climate kills you, it shall kill us. Do you think we can so soon forget your brotherly care, which is equal to father's, and even a mother's kindness? Whether you live or die, we shall live or die with you." They sought out a hollow tree to winter in, and contrived to carry their wounded nestmate thither. And before the rigor of the season had set in, they had, by diligence and economy, stored up food enough to carry them through the winter months. To make the provisions they had laid in last the better, it was agreed among them that 2 of their number should go south, leaving the other 3 to watch over, feed, and protect their wounded brother. The travellers set forth, sorry to leave home, but resolved that the first promise of spring should bring them back again. At the close of day, the 3 brothers who remained, mounting to the very peak of the tree, and bearing Grey Eagle in their arms, watched them as they vanished away southward, till their forms blended in with the air and were wholly lost to sight. The next business was to set the household in order, and this, with the judicious direction of Grey Eagle, who was propped up on a snug fork, with soft cushions of dry moss, they speedily accomplished. One of the sisters, for there were 2 of these, took upon herself the charge of nursing Grey Eagle, preparing his food, bringing him water, and changing his pillow when he grew tired of one position. She also looked to it that the house itself was kept in a tidy condition, and that the pantry was supplied with food. The second brother was assigned the duty of physician, and he was to prescribe such herbs and other medicines as the state of the health of Grey Eagle seemed to require. As the second brother had no other invalid on his visiting list, he devoted the time not given to the cure of his patient to the killing of game wherewith to stock the housekeeper's larder, so that, whenever he did, he was always busy in the line of professional duty, killing or curing. On his hunting excursions, Dr. Falcon carried with him his younger brother, who, being a foolish young fellow and inexperienced in the ways of the world, was not thought safe to trust alone. In due time, what with good nursing and good feeding and good air, Grey Eagle recovered from his wound, and he repaid the kindness of his brothers by giving them such advice and instruction in the art of hunting as his age and experience qualified him to impart. As spring advanced, they began to look about for the means of replenishing their storehouse, whose supplies were running low, and they were all quite successful in their quest except the youngest, whose name was Peepeye, or the pigeon hawk, and who had of late begun to set up for himself, being small and foolish and feather-headed, flying hither and yonder without any set purpose. It so happened that Peepeye always came home, so to phrase it, with an empty game bag, and his pinions terribly rumpled. At last Grey Eagle spoke to him, and demanded the cause of his ill luck. "It is not my smallness, nor weakness of body," Peepeye answered, "that prevents my bringing home provender as well as my brothers. I am all the time on the wing, hither and thither. I kill ducks and other birds every time I go out, but just as I get to the woods, on my way home, I am met by a large Ko-ko-ho, who robs me of my prey, and," added Peepeye with great energy, "it is my settled opinion that the villain lies in wait for the very purpose of doing so." "I have no doubt you are right, brother Peepeye," rejoined Gray Owl. "I know this pirate. His name is White Owl, and now that I feel my strength fully recovered, I will go out with you tomorrow and help you look after this greedy bushranger." The next day they went forth in company, and arrived at a fine freshwater lake. Gray Eagle seated himself hard by, while Peepeye started out and soon pounced upon a duck. "Well done," thought his brother, who saw his success. But just as little Peepeye was getting to land with his prize, up sailed a large white owl from a tree where he, too, had been watching, and laid claim to it. He was on the point of wresting it from Peepeye, when Gray Eagle, calling out to the intruder to desist, rushed up, and, fixing his talons in both sides of the owl, without further introduction or ceremony, flew away with him. The little pigeon hawk followed closely, with the duck under his wing, rejoiced and happy to think that he had something to carry home at last. He was naturally much vexed with the owl, and had no sooner delivered over the duck to his sister, the housekeeper, than he flew in the owl's face, and, venting an abundance of reproachful terms, would, in his passion, have torn the very eyes out of White Owl's head. "Softly, Peepeye," said Gray Eagle, stepping in between them. "Don't be in such a huff, my little brother, nor exhibit so revengeful a temper. Do you not know that we are to forgive our enemies? White Owl, you may go, but let this be a lesson to you, not to play the tyrant over those who may chance to be weaker than yourself." So, after adding to this much more good advice, and telling him what kind of herbs would cure his wounds, Gray Eagle dismissed White Owl, and the 4 brothers and sisters sat down to supper. The next day, betimes in the morning, before the household had fairly rubbed the cobwebs out of the corners of their eyes, there came a knock at the front door, which was a gray branch that lay down before the hollow of the tree in which they lodged, and being called to come in, who should make their appearance but the 2 nestmates, who had just returned from the south, where they had been wintering. There was great rejoicing over their return, and now that they were all happily reunited, each one soon chose a mate, and began to keep house in the woods for himself. Spring had now revisited the north. The cold winds had all blown themselves away. The ice had melted. The streams were open, and smiled as they looked at the blue skies once more, and the forests, far and wide in their green mantle, echoed every cheerful sound. But it is in vain that spring returns, and that the heart of nature is opened in bounty, if we are not thankful to the Master of Life, who has preserved us through the winter. Nor does that man answer the end for which he was made who does not show a kind and charitable feeling to all who are in want or sickness, especially to his blood relations. The love and harmony of Gray Eagle and his brothers continued. They never forgot each other. Every week, on the 4th afternoon of the week, for that was the time when they had found their wounded elder brother, they had a meeting in the hollow of the old sycamore tree, when they talked over family matters and advised with each other, as brothers should, about their affairs. End of Gray Eagle and His 5 Brothers, by Cornelius Matthews. Read by David Lawrence, July 2010, in Brampton, Ontario.
Of 5 Little Pigs, from My First Picture Book, by Joseph Martin Kronheim. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The History of 5 Little Pigs. The Little Pig Who Went to Market. There was once a family of 5 little pigs, and Mrs. Pig, their mother, loved them all very dearly. Some of these little pigs were very good, and took a great deal of trouble to please her. The eldest pig was so active and useful that he was called Mr. Pig. One day he went to market with his cart full of vegetables, but Rusty, the donkey, began to show his bad temper before he had gone very far on the road. All the coaxing and whipping would not make him move. So Mr. Pig took him out of the shafts, and, being very strong, drew the cart to market himself. When he got there, all the other pigs began to laugh, but they did not laugh so loudly when Mr. Pig told them all his struggles on the road. Mr. Pig lost no time in selling his vegetables, and very soon after Rusty came trotting into the marketplace, and as he now seemed willing to take his place in the cart, Mr. Pig started for home without delay. When he got there, he told Mrs. Pig his story, and she called him her best and most worthy son. The Little Pig Who Stayed at Home. This little pig very much wanted to go with his brother, but as he was so mischievous that he could not be trusted far away, his mother made him stay at home, and told him to keep a good fire while she went out to the miller's to buy some flour. But as soon as he was alone, instead of learning his lessons, he began to tease the poor cat. Then he got the bellows and cut the leather with a knife so as to see where the wind came from, and when he could not find this out, he began to cry. After this, he broke all his brother's toys. He forced the drumstick through the drum. He tore off the tail from the kite, and then pulled off the horse's head. And then he went to the cupboard and ate the jam. When Mrs. Pig came home, she sat down by the fire, and, being very tired, she soon fell asleep. No sooner had she done so than this bad little pig got a long handkerchief and tied her in her chair, but soon she awoke and found out all the mischief that he had been doing. She saw at once the damage that he had done to his brother's playthings, so she quickly brought out her thickest and heaviest birch, and gave this naughty little pig such a beating as he did not forget for a long time. The Little Pig Who Had Roast Beef. This little pig was a very good and careful fellow. He gave his mother scarcely any trouble, and always took a pleasure in doing all she bade him. Here you see him sitting down with clean hands and face to some nice roast beef, while his brother, the idle pig, who is standing on a stool in the corner with the dunce's cap on, has none. He sat down and quietly learned his lesson, and asked his mother to hear him repeat it, and this he did so well that Mrs. Pig stroked him on the ears and forehead, and called him a good little pig. After this he asked her to allow him to help her make tea. He brought everything she wanted, and lifted off the kettle from the fire without spilling a drop either on his toes or the carpet. By and by he went out, after asking his mother's leave, to play with his hoop. He had not gone far when he saw an old blind pig, who, with his hat in his hand, was crying at the loss of his dog. So he put his hand in his pocket and found a halfpenny which he gave to the poor old pig. It was for such thoughtful conduct as this that his mother often gave this little pig roast beef. We now come to the little pig who had none. The Little Pig Who Had None. This was a most obstinate and wilful little pig. His mother had set him to learn his lesson, but no sooner had she gone out into the garden than he tore his book into pieces. When his mother came back, he ran off into the streets to play with other idle little pigs like himself. After this, he quarreled with one of the pigs and got a sound thrashing. Being afraid to go home, he stayed out till it was quite dark and caught a severe cold. So he was taken home and put to bed and had to take a lot of nasty physic. The little pig who cried wee, wee, all the way home. This little pig went fishing. Now, he had been told not to go into Farmer Grumpy's grounds, who did not allow anyone to fish in his part of the river. But in spite of what he had been told, this foolish little pig went there. He soon caught a very large fish, and while he was trying to carry it home, Farmer Grumpy came running along with his great whip. He quickly dropped the fish, but the farmer caught him, and as he laid his whip over his back for some time, the little pig ran off crying, wee, 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 all the way home. End of The History of 5 Little Pigs, from my first picture book by Joseph Martin Kronheim. Read by Denny Sayers.
Chapter 5. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book of Matthew, Chapter 5. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain, and when he was set down, his disciples came unto him. And opening his mouth, he taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they shall possess the land. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice, for they shall have their fill. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the clean of heart, they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they that suffer persecution for justice' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when they shall revile you, and persecute you, and speak all that is evil against you untruly for my sake. Be glad and rejoice, for your reward is very great in heaven, for so they persecuted the prophets that were before you. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt lose its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is good for nothing any more but to be cast out, and to be trodden on by men. You are the light of the world. A city seated on a mountain cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but upon a candlestick, that it may shine to all that are in the house. So let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Do not think that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For amen I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall not pass of the law, till all be fulfilled. He therefore that shall break one of these least commandments, and shall so teach men, shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But he that shall do and teach, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, that unless your justice abound more than that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. You have heard that it was said to them of old, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca, shall be in danger of the council. And whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hell fire. If therefore thou offer thy gift at the altar, and there thou remember that thy brother hath anything against thee, leave there thy offering before the altar, and go first to be reconciled to thy brother, and then, coming, thou shalt offer thy gift. Be at agreement with thy adversary betimes, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest perhaps the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Amen, I say to thee, thou shalt not go out from thence till thou repay the last farthing. You have heard that it was said to them of old, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall look on a woman to lust after her, hath already committed adultery with her in his heart. And if thy right eye scandalize thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. For it is expedient for thee that one of thy members should perish, rather than thy whole body be cast into hell. And if thy right hand scandalize thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee. For it is expedient for thee that one of thy members should perish, rather than that thy whole body go into hell. And it hath been said, Whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a bill of divorce. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, excepting the cause of fornication, maketh her commit adultery. And he that shall marry her that is put away, committeth adultery. Again you have heard that it was said to them of old, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but thou shalt perform thy oaths to the Lord. But I say unto you not to swear at all, neither by heaven, for it is the throne of God, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your speech be yea, yea, no, no, and that which is over and above these is of evil. You have heard that it hath been said, An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you not to resist evil, but if one strike thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also the other. And if a man will contend with thee in judgment, and take away thy coat, let go thy cloak also unto him. And whosoever will force thee 1 mile, go with him the other 2. Give to him that asketh of thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not away. You have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thy enemy. But I say unto you, Love your enemies, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that persecute and calumniate you, that you may be the children of your Father who is in heaven, who maketh his sun to rise upon the good and bad, and reigneth upon the just and the unjust. For if you love them that love you, what reward shall you have? Do not even the publicans this? And if you salute your brethren only, what do you more? Do not also the heathens this? Be you therefore perfect, as also your heavenly Father is perfect. End of Book of Matthew, Chapter 5. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
By Edward Rowland Sill. Read by Daryl Hamlin. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 5 mites of monads dwelt in a round drop that twinkled on a leaf by a pool in the sun. To the naked eye they lived invisible, specks for a world of whom the empty shell of a mustard seed had been a hollow sky. One was a meditative monad called a sage, and, shrinking all his mind within, he thought, Tradition, handed down for hours and hours, tells that our globe, this quivering crystal world, is slowly dying. What if, seconds hence, when I am very old, yon shimmering doom comes drawing down and down till all things end? Then, with a wizened smirk, he proudly felt no other mote of God had ever gained such giant grasp of universal truth. One was a transcendental monad, thin and long and slim of mind, and thus he mused, O vast unfathomable monad souls, made in the image, a hoarse frog croaks from the pool. Hark! 'Twas some god, voicing his glorious thought in thunder music. Yea, we hear their voice, and we may guess their minds from ours, their work. Some taste they have like ours, some tendency to wriggle about and munch a trace of scum. He floated up on a pinpoint bubble of gas that burst, pricked by the air, and he was gone. One was a barren-minded monad called a positivist, and he knew positively There was no other world beyond this certain drop. Prove me another. Let the dreamers dream of their faint gleams and noises from without, and higher and lower. Life is life enough. Then swaggering half a hair's breadth hungrily, he seized upon an atom of bug, and fed. One was a tattered monad, called a poet, and with a shrill voice ecstatic thus he sang, "O little female monad's lips! O little female monad's eyes! Ah, the little female monad!" The last was the strong-minded monadess, who dashed amid the infusoria, danced high and low, and wildly spun and dove, till the dizzy others held their breath to see. But while they lived their wondrous little lives, Ionian moments had gone wheeling by. The burning drop had shrunk with fearful speed, a glistening film. 'Twas gone, the leaf was dry. The little ghost of an inaudible squeak was lost to the frog that goggled from his stone, who, at the huge slow tread of a thoughtful ox coming to drink, stirred sideways fatly, plunged, launched backward twice, and all the pool was still. End of 5 Lives by Edward Rowland Still.
To The 5 Senses of Man by Julius Bernstein. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 5 Senses of Man. Introduction. In the animal kingdom, a number of organs have been developed which possess the property of making each organism acquainted with occurrences in the outer world, and which are therefore called the sensory organs. They are found in their highest perfection in man, whose mental power surpasses in the same degree that of the rest of organized beings. Every sensory organ may be shown to be anatomically connected with the nervous system by means of nerve trunks and nerve fibers. Touch, sight, hearing, smell, and taste are inconceivable without the presence of a nervous system, even if the sensory organs were in their present full development. An eye, of which the optic nerve has been destroyed, can present to us no picture of the outer world. An ear, of which the auditory nerve has been severed, conducts no sound to us. An arm, of which the nerve is injured, can feel nothing. Such an eye may have all the appearance of a sound one, it may receive the rays of light and form an image of objects on its background, and nevertheless no sensation can be produced, for the connection with the brain, the center of the nervous system, is wanting. The case is the same with the deaf ear and with the arm devoid of feeling. The sensory organs are, therefore, only instruments of the mind, which has its seat in the brain, and by means of nerves makes use of these instruments to obtain information of external objects. The forces which operate in the outer world, namely light, heat, sound, motion, and chemical affinity, produce in the sensory organs an irritation of the sensory nerves connected with them, and these convey the irritation which is there received throughout their entire length to the brain. Each organ of sense has its own specific irritation by which it is excited. The terminations of the optic nerve in the eye can only be excited by light waves, not by sound waves, and the latter can only excite the terminations of the auditory nerve in the ear. For the tactile nerves of the skin, mechanical pressure and heat are specific excitements. For the nerves of taste and smell, some chemical substance is necessary. The sensation itself evidently first takes place in the brain. The sensation of light does not take place in the eye, where there is only an impression of light upon the expanded surface of the optic nerve. The sensation of light cannot, however, take place in the optic nerve itself, for it merely conveys the fact of the existence of the irritation to the brain. The sensation of light, a process to us most obscure, begins rather in the brain, which is irritated by the excited nerve, and since we can follow the optic nerve up to its origin in the brain, We therefore conclude that this process occurs in the central organ of the optic nerve. The eye, therefore, is nothing more than an optical instrument which receives the light, and the optic nerve nothing more than an apparatus for conveying the intelligence of an irritation to the brain. It has been observed in operations that if the optic nerve is either torn, crushed, or even severed, at the moment when it is broken, a strong flash of light is observed by the patient. This light is not real, for it is only perceived by the person under operation. The sensation of light arises merely from the mechanical irritation of the optic nerve, and from the extension of the irritation to the nerve center, where it awakens the process of the sensation of light, just as if the excitement had proceeded from the eye. In such cases the sensation of light occurs without any external objective light, and always takes place if the optic nerve is irritated in any way whatever by those influences which have an irritating effect on other nerves, such as electricity, heat, and chemical action. Objective light, that is to say, the light waves of the ether, takes no part in this action. It may therefore be accepted as a fact that in ordinary vision no trace of the light which enters the eye finds its way to the brain, but only a process of irritation peculiar to the nerve, and which can be produced in the nerve trunk by pressure, electricity, heat, and chemical action, just as well as in the eye by light. In whatever way the irritation may have been caused, the process in the optic nerve is always the same, and the action on the nerve center always produces the sensation of light. It must be exactly the same with the other sensory organs and their nerves. A sound does not extend beyond the end of the auditory nerve, and none of it is conveyed to the brain by the auditory nerve. The nerve, which is excited at its termination, communicates its condition to the brain, and causes in the center of the auditory nerve the sensation of sound. The sensation of sound, therefore, can take place without a sound wave reaching the ear, if only the auditory nerve is in any way excited, whether it be by pressure, rupture, electricity, etc. Thus, the irritation which in the center of the auditory nerve causes the sensation of sound always takes place in the nerve. It is clear that these ideas must be extended to the other sensory organs of taste, smell, and touch. All sensory nerves are only intended to communicate the fact of an excitement of the nerve from the terminations of the nerves to their center in the brain, the sensorium. This irritation of the nerve is by no means similar to the first irritation. It is neither light nor sound, nor is it pressure nor warmth, nor a current of liquid which can be tasted, nor of a gas which can be smelt. It is rather a process of a peculiar kind, about which we may conclude that in all the nerves of the body the irritation is one and the same, since, in the muscular as well as in the sensory nerves, it exhibits the same phenomena and obeys the same laws. The nerve, again, can no more appropriate a trace of the excitement than possess a trace of sensation. If we have at any place divided a sensitive nerve, we can excite the divided part as strongly as we please, but all sensation is gone. The central nerve trunk, however, is sensitive throughout. Sensation can only take place in the sensorium. The excited condition of the sensorium is the material fact which corresponds to a sensation, and it is unnecessary that the sensory nerve concerned should have caused the irritation, for in dreams we have distinct sensations which are not caused by the specific excitement of the nerves, but only by the action of some internal excitement within the sensorium. Abnormal excitements also, which occur in the case of lunatics, or abnormal states of the blood in febrile diseases, cause subjective perceptions, which are called phantoms and hallucinations. From these remarks it is clear that we really have no sensations of objects of the external world themselves, but only of the changes which occur in the sensorium. How is it then that we, nevertheless, transfer our inward sensations to the outer world, that we consider as external to ourselves all that we see, hear, or feel? This fact, which to the healthy human mind seems so simple and natural, requires consideration. The above question can be answered shortly as follows. From our very birth we learn by experience how to explain the sensations of our senses, and by 1,000 experiments which we make with eye, ear, and limbs in everyday life, arrive at the conclusion that the object of sensations, that is, their ultimate cause, is external to ourselves. The newly born child, of course, experiences sensations. The light which enters its eye acts indisputably on its brain, for the pupil contracts under the influence of the light, and this cannot occur without the cooperation of the center of the optic nerve in the brain. The sensation is, however, only an internal one, like the feeling of satiety or of hunger. It is, of course, not yet recognized as proceeding from external objects. We observe, indeed, that a child gradually begins by moving eye and head to fix the object, namely, to bring the eye into such a position that the image of the object may fall upon the point of most distinct vision in the center of the retina. Yet, in this stage of development, the transference of what is seen to the outer world has not yet taken place. The fixing of the eye upon objects does not take place suddenly, but is gradually developed from a spasmodic attempt to move the eye, which, perhaps, is caused by the irritative effect of the light, and if during this motion the point of distinct vision chances to fall upon an object which attracts attention by its brightness, color, or motion, then by a repetition of this process the child will gradually learn by experiment to repeat the required motion at will. The use of the sense of touch is contemporaneous with the use of vision. The sensation of touch also is not recognized at first as proceeding from external objects, but is perhaps only perceived as an inward sensation and as a check to movement. Now the hand, the most important organ of touch, is one of the objects which are seen at once, and since it has the property of great mobility in space, the eye will very soon see the hand moving and touching, and many sensations caused by it will be simultaneously perceived. When the hand touches an object, the eye sees not only the object, but the hand itself also, and when the hand is in motion we perceive simultaneously the inward sensation of movement of the muscles, that is, the existence of the sensation of touch, and by means of our sense of sight, the visible motion of the hand and the object. The simultaneous occurrence of the sensations of touch and sight gradually leads to the impression that an object perceived by both senses is external to ourselves. To this step of knowledge there belongs, of course, a logical conclusion, the existence of which remains a problem of mental life, but which is carried out unconsciously, and certainly only formed by degrees. It consists in this, that if the two sensations of touch and sight always take place simultaneously, they must have one and the same cause, and, therefore, that the object which is seen and touched must be one and the same. Still, one such logical conclusion is not sufficient to enable us to recognize objects as external to ourselves. A second follows, which certainly may appear very scientific, but is not so, since it is formed unconsciously. The two simultaneous sensations of touch and sight are two sensations of dissimilar quality, which have their nervous centers in different parts of the brain. If the cause of the sensations be found within the organs which perceive them, then it must be present at the same time in those of touch and sight, which are both different in constitution. That is to say, it must be a double one. However, according to the first logical conclusion, the cause is single, not double, therefore it is not an internal, but an external cause. The simultaneous action of the sensations of touch and sight is in fact for the human mind an important source of knowledge in the external world. Yet we must not on this account conclude that touch alone, without the assistance of sight, as in the case of persons born blind, cannot lead to knowledge. It is probable that the sense of touch alone might enable us to distinguish our own body and external objects sooner than vision. For the act of touching our body with our hand calls forth a double sensation of touch, one through the hand and the other through the part of the skin touched. Touching an external object causes only a single sensation of touch through the tactile organ. Upon this physiological basis, an idea of the external world might be formed, although it would be difficult to analyze such a mental act so as to arrive at a simple logical conclusion. If once the idea is formed that the object touched belongs to the external world, the education of the sense of sight will take place rapidly. The simultaneous and coincident sensations of sight and touch, the simultaneous perception of the motion by the eye and the sensation of it by the hand, the commencement of the sensation of touch as soon as the eye sees that the object is moved by the hand, all lead to the conviction that the cause of both sensations must be one and the same, and that if the sensation of touch is recognized as external to ourselves, this must also be the case with the sensation of sight. The sensations of the senses must be distinguished from other kinds of sensations to which the body is subject, which are termed common sensations. With them may be classed especially the sensation of pain, which is spread almost over the entire body. The characteristic distinction between these common sensations and the sensations of the senses is, that by the latter we gain knowledge of the occurrences and objects which belong to the external world, and that we refer the sensations which they produce to external objects, whilst by the former we only feel conditions of our own body. The limit between the sensations of touch and pain may be illustrated by the following example given by Ernst Heinrich Weber. If we place the edge of a sharp knife on the skin, we feel the edge by means of our sense of touch. We perceive a sensation and refer it to the object which has caused it. But as soon as we cut the skin with the knife, we feel pain, a feeling which we no longer refer to the cutting knife, but which we feel within ourselves, and which communicates to us the fact of a change of condition in our own body. By the sensation of pain we are neither able to recognize the object which caused it, nor its nature. The sensations of the senses, therefore, appear to be of a higher kind than the common sensations. The general sensibility of the body is indeed the general ground from which the sensation of the senses also spring, but they are distinguished from it by a more complete perfection, since they are produced by the action of the forces of the external world upon delicately constructed organs on the surface of the body, and the mind is thereby brought into immediate communication with the external world. End of introduction to The Five Senses of Man by Julius Bernstein. Read by Avai in July 2010.
Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fate, in the guise of Mrs. Emery dropping a milk can on the platform under his open window, awakened Murray that morning. Had not Mrs. Emery dropped that can, he would have slumbered peacefully until his usual hour for rising, a late one, be it admitted, for of all the boarders at Sweetbriar Cottage, Murray was the most irregular in his habits. "When a young man," Mrs. Emery was wont to remark sagely, and a trifle severely, "prowls about that pond half of the night, a-chasing of things what he calls moonlight effects, it ain't to be wondered at that he's sleepy in the morning, and it ain't the convenientest thing, nother, in no ways, to keep the breakfast table set till the farm folks are thinking of dinner. But them artist men are not like other people. Say what you will, an allowance has to be made for them, and I must say that I likes 'em real well and approves of 'em every other way." If Mr. Murray had slept late that morning, well, he shudders yet over that "if." But aforesaid fate saw to it that he woke when the hour of destiny and the milk can struck, and having awakened, he found he could not go to sleep again. It suddenly occurred to him that he had never seen a sunrise on the pond. Doubtless it would be very lovely down there in those dewy meadows at such a primitive hour. He decided to get up and see what the world looked like in the young daylight. He scowled at a letter lying on his dressing table and thrust it into his pocket that it might be out of sight. He had written it the night before, and the writing of it was going to cost him several things, a prospective million among others. So it is hardly to be wondered at if the sight of it did not reconcile him to the joys of early rising. "Dear life and heart!" exclaimed Mrs. Emery, pausing in the act of scalding a milk can, when Murray emerged from a side door. "What on earth is the matter, Mr. Murray? You ain't sick now, surely? I told you them pond fogs was poison after night. If you've gone and got—" "Nothing is the matter, dear lady," interrupted Murray. "And I haven't gone and got anything except an acute attack of early rising, which is not in the least likely to become chronic. But at what hour of the night did you get up, you wonderful woman? Or rather, do you ever go to bed at all? Here is the sun only beginning to rise, and positively yes, you have all your cows milked." Mrs. Emery purred with delight. "Folks as has 14 cows to milk has to rise betimes," she answered with proud humility. "Laws, I don't complain. I've lots of help with the milking. How Mrs. Palmer manages, I really cannot comprehend, or rather, how she has managed. I suppose she'll be all right now since her niece came last night. I saw her posting to the pond pasture not 10 minutes ago. She'll have to milk all them 7 cows herself. But dear life and heart, here I be palavering away and not a bite of breakfast ready for you." "I don't want any breakfast until the regular time for it," assured Murray. "I'm going down to the pond to see the sunrise." "Now don't you go and get caught in the mash," anxiously called Mrs. Emery, as she never failed to do when she saw him starting for the pond. Nobody ever had got caught in the marsh, but Mrs. Emery lived in a chronic state of fear lest someone should. "And if you once get stuck in that black mud, you'd be sucked right down and never seen or heard tell of again till the day of judgment, like Adam Palmer's cow," she was wont to warn her boarders. Murray sought his favorite spot for pond dreaming, a bloomy corner of the pasture that ran down into the blue water, with a dump of leafy maples on the left. He was very glad he had risen early. A miracle was being worked before his very eyes. The world was in a flush and tremor of maiden loveliness, instinct with all the marvelous fleeting charm of girlhood and spring and young morning. Overhead, the sky was a vast high-sprung arch of unstained crystal. Down over the sand dunes where the pond ran out into the sea was a great arc of primrose smitten through with auroral crimsonings. Beneath it the pond waters shimmered with 100 fairy hues, but just before him they were clear as a flawless mirror. The fields around him glistened with dews, and a little wandering wind, blowing lightly from some bourne in the hills, strayed down over the slopes, bringing with it an unimaginable odor and freshness, and fluttered over the pond, leaving a little path of dancing silver ripples across the mirror glory of the water. Birds were singing in the beech woods over on Orchard Knob Farm, answering to each other from shore to shore until the very air was tremulous with the elfin music of this wonderful midsummer dawn. "I will get up at sunrise every morning of my life hereafter," exclaimed Murray rapturously, not meaning a syllable of it, but devoutly believing he did. Just as the fiery disk of the sun peered over the sand dunes, Murray heard music that was not of the birds. It was a girl's voice singing beyond the maples to his left, a clear, sweet voice, blithely trilling out the old-fashioned song, 5 o'clock in the morning. Mrs. Palmer's niece! Murray sprang to his feet and tiptoed cautiously through the maples. He had heard so much from Mrs. Palmer about her niece that he felt reasonably well acquainted with her. Moreover, Mrs. Palmer had assured him that Molly was a very pretty girl. Now a pretty girl milking cows at sunrise in the meadows sounded well. Mrs. Palmer had not overrated her niece's beauty. Murray said so to himself with a little whistle of amazement as he leaned unseen on the pasture fence and looked at the girl who was milking a placid Jersey less than 10 yards away from him. Murray's artistic instinct responded to the whole scene with a thrill of satisfaction. He could see only her profile, but that was perfect, and the coloring of the oval cheek and the beautiful curve of the chin were something to adore. Her hair, ruffled into lovable little ringlets by the morning wind, was coiled in glistening chestnut masses high in her bare head, and her arms, bare to the elbow, were as white as marble. Presently she began to sing again, and this time Murray joined in. She half rose from her milking stool and cast a startled glance at the maples. Then she dropped back again and began to milk determinedly, but Murray could have sworn that he saw a demure smile hovering about her lips. That and the revelation of her full face decided him. He sprang over the fence and sauntered across the intervening space of lush clover blossoms. "Good morning," he said coolly. He had forgotten her other name, and it did not matter. At 5 o'clock in the morning people who met in dewy clover fields might disregard the conventionalities. "Isn't it rather a large contract for you to be milking 7 cows all alone? May I help you?" Molly looked up at him over her shoulder. She had glorious gray eyes. Her face was serene and undisturbed. "Can you milk?" she asked. "Unlikely as it may seem, I can," said Murray. "I've never confessed it to Mrs. Emery, because I was afraid she would inveigle me into milking her 14 cows. but I don't mind helping you. I learned to milk when I was a shaver on my vacations at a grandfatherly farm. May I have that extra pail?" Murray captured a milking stool and rounded up another Jersey. Before sitting down he seemed struck with an idea. "My name is Arnold Murray. I board at Sweetbriar Cottage, next farm to Orchard Knob. That makes us near neighbors." "I suppose it does," said Molly. Murray mentally decided that her voice was the sweetest he had ever heard. He was glad he arranged his cow at such an angle that he could study her profile. It was amazing that Mrs. Palmer's niece should have such a profile. It looked as if centuries of fine breeding were responsible for it. "What a morning!" he said enthusiastically. "It harks back to the days when Earth was young. They must have had just such mornings as this in Eden." "Do you always get up so early?" asked Molly practically. "Always," said Murray without a blush. Then, "But no, that is a fib, and I cannot tell fibs to you. The truth is your tribute. I never get up early. It was fate that roused me and brought me here this morning. The morning is a miracle, and I might suppose you were born of the sunrise, if Mrs. Palmer hadn't told me all about you." "What did she tell you about me?" asked Molly, changing cows. Murray discovered that she was tall, and that the big blue print apron shrouded a singularly graceful figure. "She said you were the best-looking girl in Bruce County. I've seen very few of the girls in Bruce County, but I know she is right." "That compliment is not nearly so pretty as the sunrise one," said Molly reflectively. "Mrs. Palmer has told me things about you," she added. "Curiosity knows no gender," hinted Murray. "She said you were good-looking and lazy and different from other people." "All compliments," said Murray in a gratified tone. "Lazy?" "Certainly. Laziness is a virtue in these strenuous days. I was not born with it, but I have painstakingly acquired it, and I am proud of my success. I have time to enjoy life." "I think that I like you," said Molly. "You have the merit of being able to enter into a situation," he assured her. When the last Jersey was milked, they carried the pails down to the spring where the creamers were sunk, and strained the milk into them. Murray washed the pails, and Molly wiped them and set them in a gleaming row on the shelf under a big maple. "Thank you," she said. "You are not going yet," said Murray resolutely. "The time I saved you in milking 3 cows belongs to me. We'll spend it in the walk along the pond shore. I'll show you a path I've discovered under the beeches. It is just wide enough for 2. Come." He took her hand and drew her through the copse into a green lane, where the ferns grew thickly on either side and the pond water splashed dreamily below them. He kept her hand in his as they went down the path, and she did not try to withdraw it. About them was the great pure silence of the morning, faintly threaded with caressing sounds, croon of birds, gurgle of waters, sough of the wind. The spirit of youth and love hovered over them, and they spoke no word. When they finally came out on a little green nook swimming in early sunshine and arched over by maples, with the wide shimmer of the pond before it and the gold dust of blossoms over the grass, the girl drew a long breath of delight. "It is a morning left over from Eden, isn't it?" said Murray. "Yes," said Molly softly. Murray bent toward her. "You are Eve," he said. "You are the only woman in the world, for me. Adam must have told Eve just what he thought about her the first time he saw her. There were no conventionalities in Eden, and people could not have taken long to make up their minds. We're in Eden just now. One can say what he thinks in Eden without being ridiculous. You are divinely fair, Eve. Your eyes are of stars of the morning. Your cheek has the flush it stole from the sunrise. Your lips are redder than the roses of paradise. And I love you, Eve." Molly lowered her eyes, and the long fringe of her lashes lay in a burnished semicircle on her cheek. "I think," she said slowly, "that it must have been very delightful in Eden. But we're not really there, you know. We're only playing that we are. And it is time for me to go back. I must get the breakfast. That sounds too prosaic for paradise." Murray bent still closer. "Before we remember that we are only playing at paradise, will you kiss me, dear Eve?" "You are very audacious," said Molly coldly. "We are in Eden yet," he urged. "That makes all the difference." "Well," said Molly, and Murray kissed her. They had passed back over the fern path and were in the pasture before either spoke again. Then Murray said, "We have left Eden behind, but we can always return there when we will. And although we were only playing at paradise, I was not playing at love. I meant all I said, Molly." "Have you meant it often?" asked Molly significantly. "I never meant it, or even played at it before," he answered. "I did at one time contemplate the possibility of playing at it, but that was long ago as last night. I'm glad to the core of my soul that I decided against it before I met you, dear Eve. I have the letter of decision in my coat pocket this moment. I mean to mail it this afternoon." "Curiosity knows no gender," quoted Molly. "Then, to satisfy your curiosity, I must bore you with some personal history. My parents died when I was a little chap, and my uncle brought me up. He has been immensely good to me, but he is a bit of a tyrant. Recently he picked out a wife for me, the daughter of an old sweetheart of his. I've never even seen her, but she has arrived in town on a visit to some relatives there. Uncle Dick wrote to me to return home at once and pay my court to the lady. I protested. He wrote again, a letter, short and the reverse of sweet. If I refused to do my best to win Miss Mannering, he would disown me, never speak to me again, cut me off with a quarter. Uncle always means what he says. That is one of our family traits, you understand. I spent some miserable, undecided days. It was not the threat of disinheritance that worried me, although when you have been brought up to regard yourself as a prospective millionaire, it's rather difficult to adjust your vision to a pauper focus. But it was the thought of alienating Uncle Dick. I loved the dear, determined old chap like a father, but last night my guardian angel was with me, and I decided to remain my own man. So I wrote to Uncle Dick, respectfully but firmly declining to become a candidate for Miss Mannering's hand. "But you've never seen her," said Molly. "She may be almost charming." "If she be not fair to me, what care I how fair she be?" quoted Murray. "As you say, she may be almost charming, but she is not Eve. She is merely one of a million other women, as far as I'm concerned. Don't let's talk of her. Let us talk only of ourselves. There is nothing else that is half so interesting." "And will your uncle really cast you off?" asked Molly. "Not a doubt of it." "What will you do?" "Work, dear Eve. My carefully acquired laziness must be thrown to the winds, and I shall work. That is the rule outside of Eden. Don't worry, I've painted pictures that have actually been sold. I'll make a living for us somehow." "Us?" "Of course. You are engaged to me." "I am not," said Molly indignantly. "Molly, Molly, after that kiss! Fie, fie!" "You are very absurd," said Molly, "but your absurdity has been amusing. I have, yes, positively, I have enjoyed your Eden comedy, but now you must not come any further with me. My aunt might not approve. Here is my path to Orchard Knob farmhouse. There, I presume, is yours to Sweetbriar Cottage. Good morning." "I'm coming over to see you this afternoon," said Murray coolly, "but you needn't be afraid. I will not tell tales out of Eden. I will be a hypocrite and pretend to Mrs. Palmer that we have never met before, but you and I will know and remember. Now, you may go. I reserve to myself the privilege of standing here and watching you out of sight." That afternoon Murray strolled over to Orchard Knob, going into the kitchen without knocking, as was the habit in that free and easy world. Mrs. Palmer was lying on the lounge with a pungent handkerchief bound around her head, but keeping a vigilant eye on a very pretty, very plump, brown-eyed girl who was stirring a kettleful of cherry preserve on the range. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Palmer," said Murray, wondering where Molly was. "I'm sorry to see that you look something like an invalid." "I have a raging, ramping headache," said Mrs. Palmer solemnly. "I had it all night, and I'm good for nothing. Molly, you better take them cherries off. Mr. Murray, this is my niece, Molly Booth." "What?" said Murray explosively. "Miss Molly Booth," repeated Mrs. Palmer in a louder tone. Murray regained outward self-control and bowed to the blushing Molly. "And what about Eve?" he thought helplessly. What was she? Did I dream her? Was she a phantom of delight? No, no, phantoms don't milk cows. She was flesh and blood. No chilly nymph exhaling from the mist of the marsh could have given a kiss like that. "Molly has come to stay the rest of the summer with me," said Mrs. Palmer. "I hope to goodness my tribulations with hired girls is over at last. They have made a wreck of me." Murray rapidly reflected. This development, he decided, released him from his promise to tell no tales. "I met a young lady down in the pond pasture this morning," he said deliberately. "I talked with her for a few minutes. I supposed her to be your niece. Who was she?" "Oh, that was Miss Mannering," said Mrs. Palmer. "What?" said Murray again. "Mannering. Dora Mannering?" said Mrs. Palmer loudly, wondering if Mr. Murray were losing his hearing. "She came here last night just to see me. I haven't seen her since she was a child of 12. I used to be her nurse before I was married. I was that proud to think she thought it worth her while to look me up. And mind you, this morning when she found me crippled with a headache and not able to do a hand's turn, that girl, Mr. Murray, went and milked 7 cows. "Only 4, murmured Murray, but Mrs. Palmer did not hear him. "For me. Couldn't prevent her. She said she had learned to milk for one summer when she was in the country, and she did it. Then she got breakfast for the men. Molly didn't come till the 10 o'clock train. Miss Mannering is as capable as if she had been riz on the farm." "Where is she now?" demanded Murray. "Oh, she's gone." "What?" "Gone!" shouted Mrs. Palmer. "Gone. She left on the train Molly come on. Gracious me, has the man gone crazy? He hasn't seemed like himself at all this afternoon." Murray had bolted madly out of the house and was striding down the lane. Blind fool, unspeakable idiot that he had been! To take her for Mrs. Palmer's niece, that peerless creature with the calm acceptance of any situation, which marked the woman of the world with the fine appreciation and quickness of repartee that spoke of generations of culture. To imagine that she could be Molly Booth! He had been blind, besottedly blind, and now he had lost her. She would never forgive him, she had gone without a word or sign. As he reached the last curve of the lane where it looped about the apple trees, a plump figure came flying down the orchard slope. "Mr. Murray, Mr. Murray!" Molly Booth called breathlessly. "Will you please come here just a minute?" Murray crossed over to the paling rather grumpily. He did not want to talk with Molly Booth just then. Confound it, what did the girl want? Why was she looking so mysterious? Molly produced a little square gray envelope from some feminine hiding place and handed it over the paling. "She give me this at the station, Miss Mannering did," she gasped, "and asked me to give it to you without letting Aunt Emily Jane see. I couldn't get a chanst when you was in, but as soon as you went, I slipped out by the porch door and followed you. You went so fast I near died trying to head you off." "You dear little soul," said Murray, suddenly radiant. "It is too bad you have had to put yourself so out of breath on my account, but I am immensely obliged to you. The next time your young man wants a trusty private messenger, just refer him to me." "Get away with you," giggled Molly. "I must get back 'fore Aunt Emily Jane gets wind I'm gone. I hope there's good news in your girl's letter. My, but don't you look flat when Aunt said she'd went." Murray beamed at her idiotically, when she had vanished among the trees. He opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Murray," it ran, "your unblushing audacity of the morning deserves some punishment. I hereby punish you by prompt departure from Orchard Knob. Yet I do not dislike audacity. It sometimes, in some places, in some people. It is only from a sense of duty that I punish it in this case. And it was really pleasant in Eden. If you do not mail that letter, and if you still persist in your very absurd interpretation of the meaning of Eve's kiss, we may meet again in town. Until then, I remain, very sincerely yours, Dora Lynn Mannering." Murray kissed the gray letter and put it tenderly away in his pocket. Then he took his letter to his uncle and tore it into tiny fragments. Finally, he looked at his watch. "If I hurry, I can catch the afternoon train to town," he said. End of At 5 o'clock in the Morning by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by Tim Ferreira.
Mother of Five by Bret Harte. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. She was a mother, and a rather exemplary one, of 5 children, although her own age was barely 9. 2 of these children were twins, and she generally alluded to them as Mr. Amplach's children, referring to an exceedingly respectable gentleman in the next settlement who, I have reason to believe, had never set eyes on her or them. The twins were quite naturally alike, having been in a previous state of existence 2 ninepins, and were still somewhat vague and inchoate below their low shoulders in their long clothes, but were also firm and globular about the head, and there were not wanting those who professed to see in this an unmistakable resemblance to their reputed father. The other children were dolls of various ages, sex, and condition, but the twins may be said to have been distinctly her own conception. Yet such was her admirable and impartial maternity that she never made any difference between them. The Amplach's children was a description rather than a distinction. She was herself the motherless child of Robert Folks, a hard-working but somewhat improvident teamster on the express route between Big Bend and Reno. His daily avocation, when she was not actually with him in the wagon, led to an occasional dispersion of herself and her progeny along the road and at wayside stations between those places. But the family was generally collected together by rough but kindly hands already familiar with the handling of her children. I have a very vivid recollection of Jim Carter trampling into a saloon, after a 5-mile walk through a snowdrift, with an Amplach twin in his pocket. "Something ought to be done," he growled, "to make Meary a little more careful of them Amplach children. I picked one up outer the snow a mile beyond Big Bend." "God bless my soul," said a casual passenger, looking up hastily. "I didn't know Mr. Amplach was married." Jim winked diabolically at us over his glass. "No more did I," he responded gloomily, but you can't tell anything about the ways of them respectable, psalm-singing jaybirds." Having thus disposed of Amplach's character, later on, when he was alone with Mary, or Miri, as she chose to pronounce it, the rascal worked upon her feelings with an account of the infant Amplach's sufferings in the snowdrift, and its agonized whisperings for "Miri, Miri," until real tears stood in Mary's blue eyes. "Let this be a lesson to you," he concluded, drawing the ninepin dexterously from his pocket, "for it took nigh a quart of the best 40-rod whiskey to bring that child to." Not only did Mary firmly believe him, but for weeks afterwards Julian Amplach, this unhappy twin, was kept in a somnolent attitude in the cart, and was believed to have contracted dissipated habits from the effects of this heroic treatment. Her numerous family was achieved in only 2 years, and succeeded her first child, which was brought from Sacramento at considerable expense by a Mr. William Dodd, also a teamster, on her 7th birthday. This, by one of those rare inventions known only to a child's vocabulary, she at once called Misery, probably a combination of Missy, as she thought herself was formerly termed by strangers, and Missouri, her native state. It was an excessively large doll at first, Mr. Dodd wishing to get the worth of his money, but time, and perhaps an excess of maternal care, remedied the defect, and it lost flesh and certain unemployed parts of its limbs very rapidly. It was further reduced in bulk by falling under the wagon and having the whole train pass over it, but singularly enough its greatest attenuation was in the head and shoulders, the complexion peeling off as a solid layer, followed by the disappearance of distinct strata of its extraordinary composition. This continued until the head and shoulders were much too small for even its reduced frame, and all the devices of childish millinery, a shawl secured with tacks and well hammered in, and a hat which tilted backward and forward and never appeared at the same angle, failed to restore symmetry. Until one dreadful morning, after an imprudent bath, the whole upper structure disappeared, leaving 2 hideous iron prongs standing erect from the spinal column. Even an imaginative child like Mary could not accept this sort of thing as a head. Later in the day, Jack Roper, the blacksmith at the crossing, was concerned at the plaintive appearance before his forge of a little girl clad in a bright blue pinafore of the same colour as her eyes, carrying her monstrous offspring in her arms. Jack recognized her and instantly divined the situation. "You haven't," he suggested kindly, "got another head at home? Something left over?" Mary shook her head sadly. Even her prolific maternity was not equal to the creation of children in detail. "Nor anything like a head?" he persisted sympathetically. Mary's loving eyes filled with tears. "No, nuffin'." "You couldn't," he continued thoughtfully, "use her the other side up? We might get a fine pair of legs outer them irons," he added, touching the 2 prongs with artistic suggestion. "Now look here." He was about to tilt the doll over when a small cry of feminine distress and a swift movement of a matronly little arm arrested the evident indiscretion. "I see," he said gravely. "Well, you come here tomorrow, and we'll fix up something to work her." Jack was thoughtful the rest of the day, more than usually impatient with certain stubborn mules to be shod, and even knocked off work an hour earlier to walk to Big Bend and a rival shop. But at the next morning, when the trustful and anxious mother appeared at the forge, she uttered a scream of delight. Jack had neatly joined a hollow iron globe, taken from the newel post of some old iron staircase railing, to the 2 prongs, and covered it with a coat of red fireproof paint. It was true that its complexion was rather high, and that it was inclined to be top-heavy, and that in the long run the other dolls suffered considerably by enforced association with this unyielding and implacable head and shoulders, but this did not diminish Mary's joy over her restored firstborn. Even its utter absence of features was no defect in a family where features were as evanescent as in hers, and the most ordinary student of evolution could see that the Amplach ninepins were in legitimate succession to the globular-headed Misery. For a time I think that Mary even preferred her to the others. Howbeit it was a pretty sight to see her, on a summer afternoon, sitting upon a wayside stump, her other children dutifully ranged around her, and the hard, unfeeling head of Misery pressed deep down into her loving little heart as she swayed from side to side, crooning her plaintive lullaby. Small wonder that the bees took up the song and droned a slumberous accompaniment, or that high above her head the enormous pines, stirred through their depths by the soft Sierran air, or heaven knows what, let slip flickering lights and shadows to play over that cast-iron face, until the child, looking down upon it with the quick transforming power of love, thought that it smiled. The two remaining members of the family were less distinctive. Gloriana, pronounced as two words, Glory Anna, being the work of her father, who also named it, was simply a cylindrical roll of canvas wagon covering, girt so as to define a neck and waist, with a rudely inked face, altogether a weak, pitiable, manlike invention; and Johnny dear, alleged to be the representative of John Doremus, a young storekeeper who occasionally supplied Mary with gratuitous sweets. Mary never admitted this, and as we were all gentlemen along that road, we were blind to the suggestion. Johnny dear was originally a small plaster phrenological cast of a head and bust, begged from some shop window in the county town, with a body clearly constructed by Mary herself. It was an ominous fact that it was always dressed as a boy, and was distinctly the most human-looking of all her progeny. Indeed, in spite of the faculties that were legibly printed all over its smooth, white, hairless head, it was appallingly lifelike. Left sometimes by Mary astride of the branch of a wayside tree, horsemen had been known to dismount hurriedly and examine it, returning with a mystified smile, and it was on record that Yuba Bill had once pulled up the Pioneer coach at the request of curious and imploring passengers, and then grimly installed Johnny dear beside him on the box seat, publicly delivering him to Mary at Big Bend, and to her wide-eyed confusion and the first blush we had ever seen on her round, chubby, sunburnt cheeks. It may seem strange that with her great popularity and her well-known maternal instincts, she had not been kept fully supplied with proper and more conventional dolls, but it was soon recognized that she did not care for them, left their waxen faces, rolling eyes, and abundant hair in ditches, or stripped them to help clothe the more extravagant creatures of her fancy. So it came that Johnny dear's strictly classical profile looked out from under a girl's fashionable straw sailor hat, to the utter obliteration of his prominent intellectual faculties. The Amplach twins wore bonnets on their ninepins heads, and even an attempt was made to fit a flaxen scalp on the iron-headed Misery. But her dolls were always a creation of her own, her affection for them increasing with the demand upon her imagination. This may seem somewhat inconsistent with her habit of occasionally abandoning them in the woods or in the ditches. But she had an unbounded confidence in the kindly maternity of nature, and trusted her children to the breast of the Great Mother as freely as she did herself in her own motherlessness. And this confidence was rarely betrayed. Rats, mice, snails, wild cats, panther, and bear never touched her lost waifs. Even the elements were kindly. An Amplach twin buried under a snowdrift in high altitudes reappeared smilingly in the spring in all its wooden and painted integrity. We were all pantheists then, and believed this implicitly. It was only when exposed to the milder forces of civilization that Mary had anything to fear. Yet even then, when Patsy O'Connor's domestic goat had once tried to sample the lost Misery, he had retreated with the loss of 3 front teeth, and Thompson's mule came out of an encounter with that iron-headed prodigy with a sprained hind leg and a cut and swollen pastern. But these were the simple Arcadian days of the road between Big Bend and Reno, and progress and prosperity, alas, brought changes in their wake. It was already whispered that Mary ought to be going to school, and Mr. Amplach, still happily oblivious of the liberties taken with his name, as trustee of the public school at Duckville, had intimated that Mary's bohemian wanderings were a scandal to the county. She was growing up in ignorance, a dreadful ignorance of everything but the chivalry, the deep tenderness, the delicacy and unselfishness of the rude men around her, and obliviousness of faith in anything but the immeasurable bounty of nature toward her and her children. Of course, there was a fierce discussion between the boys of the road and the few married families of the settlement on this point, but, of course, progress and snivelization, as the boys chose to call it, triumphed. The projection of a railroad settled it. Robert Folks, promoted to a foremanship of a division of the line, was made to understand that his daughter must be educated. But the terrible question of Mary's family remained. No school would open its doors to that heterogeneous collection, and Mary's little heart would have broken over the rude dispersal or heroic burning of her children. The ingenuity of Jack Roper suggested a compromise. She was allowed to select one to take to school with her, the others were adopted by certain of her friends, and she was to be permitted to visit them every Saturday afternoon. The selection was a cruel trial, so cruel that, knowing her undoubted preference for her firstborn, Misery, we would not have interfered for worlds, but in her unexpected choice of Johnny Dear, the most unworldly of us knew that it was the first glimmering of feminine tact, her first submission to the world of propriety that she was now entering. Johnny Dear was undoubtedly the most presentable. Even more, there was an educational suggestion in its prominent, mapped-out phrenological organs. The adopted fathers were loyal to their trust. Indeed, for years afterward the blacksmith kept the iron-headed Misery on a rude shelf, like a shrine, near his bunk. Nobody but himself and Mary ever knew the secret, stolen, and thrilling interviews that took place during the first days of their separation. Certain facts, however, transpired concerning Mary's equal faithfulness to another of her children. It is said that one Saturday afternoon, when the road manager of the new line was seated in his office at Reno in private business discussion with two directors, a gentle tap was heard at the door. It was opened to an eager little face, a pair of blue eyes, and a blue pinafore. To the astonishment of the directors, a change came over the face of the manager. Taking the child gently by the hand, he walked to his desk, on which the papers of the new line were scattered, and drew open a drawer from which he took out a large ninepin extraordinarily dressed as a doll. The astonishment of the two gentlemen was increased at the following quaint colloquy between the manager and the child. "She's doing remarkably well in spite of the trying weather, but I have had to keep her very quiet," said the manager, regarding the ninepin critically. "Yes," said Mary quickly, "it's just the same with Johnny Dear. His cough is frightful at nights, but Misery's all right. I've just been to see her." "There's a good deal of scarlet fever around," continued the manager with quiet concern, "and we can't be too careful, but I shall take her for a little run down the line tomorrow." The eyes of Mary sparkled and overflowed like blue water. Then there was a kiss, a little laugh, a shy glance at the two curious strangers, the blue pinafore fluttered away, and the colloquy ended. She was equally attentive in her care of the others, but the rag baby Glory Anna, who had found a home in Jim Carter's cabin at the Ridge, living too far for daily visits, was brought down regularly on Saturday afternoon to Mary's house by Jim, tucked in asleep in his saddle-bags, or riding gallantly before him on the horn of his saddle. On Sunday there was a dress parade of all the dolls, which kept Mary in heart for the next week's desolation. But there came one Saturday and Sunday when Mary did not appear, and it was known along the road that she had been called to San Francisco to meet an aunt who had just arrived from the States. It was a vacant Sunday to the boys, a very hollow, unsanctified Sunday, somehow, without that little figure. But the next Sunday, and the next, were still worse, and then it was known that the dreadful aunt was making much of Mary, and was sending her to a grand school, a convent at Santa Clara, where it was rumoured girls were turned out so accomplished that their own parents did not know them. But we knew that it was impossible to our Mary, and a letter which came from her at the end of the month, and before the convent had closed upon the blue pinafore, satisfied us, and was balm to our anxious hearts. It was characteristic of Mary. It was addressed to nobody in particular, and would, but for the prudence of the aunt, have been entrusted to the post office open and undirected. It was but a single sheet, handed to us without a word by her father, but as we passed it from hand to hand, we understood it as if we had heard our lost playfellow's voice.
"There's more houses in 'Frisco than you can shake a stick at, and women's till you can't rest, but mules and jackasses ain't got no show, nor blacksmiths' shops, which is not to be seen nowhere. Rabbits and squirrels, also bears and panthers, is unknown and unforgotten on account of the streets and Sunday schools. Jim Roper, you orter be very good to Misery on account of my not being here, and not hearten your heart to her because she is top-heavy, which is untrue and simply an impshient lie, like you allus make. I have a canary bird what sings delightful, but isn't a yellowhammer such as I know, as you'd think. Dear Mr. Montgomery, don't keep Gula and Umplac too much shut up in office drawers. It isn't good for his lungs and chest. But don't you ink his head nuther. You're as bad as the rest. Johnny dear, you must be very kind to your adopted father, and you, Glory Anna, must love your kind Jimmy Carter very much for taking you hossback so often. I has been buggy riding with an officer who has killed Injuns real. I am coming back soon with great affection, so look out and mind." But it was 3 years before she returned, and this was her last and only letter. The adopted fathers of her children were faithful, however, and when the new line was opened, and it was understood that she was to be present with her father at the ceremony, they came, with a common understanding, to the station to meet their old playmate. They were ranged along the platform, poor Jack Roper a little overweighted with a bundle he was carrying on his left arm, and then a young girl in the freshness of her teens and the spotless purity of a muslin frock that, although brief in skirt, was perfect in fit, faultlessly booted and gloved, tripped from the train, and offered a delicate hand in turn to each of her old friends. Nothing could be prettier than the smile on the cheeks that were no longer sunburnt. Nothing could be clearer than the blue eyes lifted frankly to theirs. And yet, as she gracefully turned away with her father, the faces of the 4 adopted parents were found to be as red and embarrassed as her own on the day that Yuba Bill drove up publicly with Johnny dear on the box seat. "You weren't such a fool," said Jack Montgomery to Roper, "as to bring Misery here with you." "I was," said Roper with a constrained laugh. "And you?" He had just caught sight of the head of a 9-pin peeping from the manager's pocket. The man laughed, and then the 4 turned silently away. Mary had indeed come back to them, but not the mother of 5. That's the end of Mother of 5 by Bret Harte.
Von Hans Christian Andersen. Diese Aufnahme ist zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Aufgenommen von Elli. 5 in einer Schote von Hans Christian Andersen. 5 Erbsen saßen der Reihe nach in einer Schote. Sie waren grün und die Schote war grün und deshalb glaubten sie, dass die ganze Welt grün wäre, und das war völlig richtig. Die Sonne schien und erwärmte von außen die Schote. Der Regen machte sie rein und durchsichtig. Es war in ihr warm und schön, hell des Tages und finster des Nachts, wie es sein musste, und die Erbsen wurden, wie sie so dasaßen, immer größer und nachdenklicher, denn mit etwas mussten sie sich doch beschäftigen. Sollen wir hier immer sitzen bleiben? Sagten sie, wenn wir von dem langen Sitzen nur nicht hart werden. Es kommt uns fast so vor, als ob es auch da draußen noch etwas gibt. Eine Ahnung sagt uns das. Und Wochen vergingen. Die Erbsen wurden gelb und die Schote wurde gelb. Die ganze Welt wird gelb, sagten sie, und das durften sie wohl behaupten. Da empfanden sie einen Ruck in der Schote. Sie wurde abgerissen, kam in Menschenhände und wurde mit mehreren anderen gefüllten Schoten in eine Rocktasche gesteckt. Nun werden wir bald geöffnet werden, sagten sie. Ich möchte nur wissen, wer es von uns am weitesten bringen wird, sagte die kleinste Erbse. Geschehe, was da wolle, sagte die größte. Krach, da platzte die Schote, und alle 5 Erbsen rollten in den hellen Sonnenschein hinaus. Sie lagen in einer Kinderhand. Ein kleiner Knabe hielt sie fest und sagte, die Erbsen wären gerade recht für seine Knallbüchse, und sogleich schoss er eine weg. Nun fliege ich in die weite Welt, halt mich, wenn du kannst, und dann war sie fort. Ich, sagte die zweite, fliege gerade in die Sonne hinein. Das ist eine richtige Erbsenschote und sehr passend für mich. Weg war sie. Wir schlafen, wohin wir kommen, sagen die beiden anderen. Aber wir werden schon noch vorwärts rollen. Und damit rollten sie erst auf die Erde, ehe sie in die Knallbüchse kamen, aber hinein kamen sie. Wir bringen es am weitesten. Geschehe, was da wolle, sagte die letzte und wurde in die Höhe geschossen. Sie flog gegen das Brett unter dem Giebelstubenfenster, gerade in eine Ritze, die mit Moos und lockerer Erde ausgefüllt war, und das Moos schloss sich wärmend um sie. Da lag sie verborgen, aber nicht vergessen von Gott. Geschehe, was da wolle, sagte sie. Die kleine Giebelstube wurde von einer armen Frau bewohnt, die am Tag ausging, um allerlei schwere Arbeiten zu verrichten, denn Kräfte hatte sie und fleißig war sie, aber gleichwohl blieb sie arm. Zu Hause in der kleinen Stube lag währenddessen ihre halberwachsene einzige Tochter. Sie war zart und fein. Ein ganzes Jahr hatte sie zu Bett gelegen und schien weder leben noch sterben zu können. Sie geht zu ihrer kleinen Schwester, sagte die Frau. Ich hatte nur 2 Kinder, aber da teilte der liebe Gott mit mir und nahm das eine zu sich. Nun möchte ich wohl gern das andere behalten, das mir noch übrig geblieben ist. Aber er will sie wohl nicht getrennt lassen, und sie geht zu ihrer kleinen Schwester hinauf. Aber das kranke Mädchen starb nicht. Geduldig und still lag es den ganzen Tag da, während die Mutter auf Verdienst abwesend war. Es war Frühling und noch früh am Morgen. Gerade als die Mutter auf ihre Arbeit gehen wollte, schien die Sonne gar freundlich zum kleinen Fenster hinein auf den Fußboden, und das kranke Mädchen richtete seinen Blick auf die unterste Scheibe. Was ist doch das für Grünes dort neben der Scheibe? Es bewegt sich im Winde. Die Mutter trat an das Fenster und öffnete es halb. I, sagte sie, das ist wahrhaftig eine junge Erbse, die mit ihren grünen Blättchen hervorgesprossen ist. Wie ist sie hier in die Spalte hinaufgekommen? Da hast du ja einen kleinen Garten, an dessen Anblick du dich weiden kannst. Das Bett der Kranken wurde näher an das Fenster gerückt, von wo sie die hervorsprossende Erbse erblicken konnte, und die Mutter ging auf Arbeit aus. Mutter, ich glaube, ich erhole mich wieder, sagte am Abend das kleine Mädchen. Die Sonne hat heute so warm zu mir hereingeschienen. Die kleine Erbse gedeiht vortrefflich, und ich will auch gedeihen und mich im Sonnenscheine wieder erholen. Oh, dass es so geschehen möchte, sagte die Mutter, doch glaubte sie nicht an die Möglichkeit. Allein neben das grüne Pflänzlein, welches ihrem Kinde so große Lebensgedanken eingeflößt hatte, steckte sie einen kleinen Stock, damit der Wind ihm nicht schaden könnte, und so gedieh und wuchs es lustig. Es setzt sogar Blüten an, sagte die Mutter, und nun begann sie auch zu hoffen, dass ihr Kind sich wieder erholen könne, denn es hatte sich des Morgens selbst im Bett aufgerichtet und mit strahlenden Augen seinen kleinen Erbsengarten, den die eine einzige Erbse bildete, betrachtet. In der nächsten Woche war die Kranke zum ersten Male über eine Stunde auf. Draußen vorm Fenster war eine große weißrote Erbsenblüte völlig aufgebrochen. Das Mädchen küsste die feinen Blätter ganz leise. Dieser Tag war ein Festtag für sie. Der liebe Gott hat sie selbst gepflanzt und dann gedeihen lassen, um dir, mein teures Kind, und mir damit Hoffnung und Freude zu geben, sagte die frohe Mutter und lächelte der Blume zu wie einem guten, gottgesandten Engel. Aber nun die anderen Erbsen, ja die, welche in die weite Welt hinausflog, halt mich, wenn du kannst, fiel in die Dachrinne und geriet in einen Taubenkropf, wo sie lag wie Jonas in dem Walfischbauch. Die beiden Faulen brachten es gerade ebenso weit. Sie wurden ebenfalls von Tauben aufgepickt, und das heißt wenigstens einen soliden Nutzen schaffen. Aber die vierte, welche sich bis in die Sonne emporschwingen wollte, die fiel in den Rinnstein und lag Tage und Wochen darin, in dem schmutzigen Wasser, wo sie entsetzlich aufschwoll. Ich werde prächtig dick, sagte die Erbse, ich werde noch platzen, und weiter, glaube ich, kann es keine Erbse bringen, oder hat es je gebracht. Ich bin die ausgezeichnetste von den 5 aus derselben Schote. Und der Rinnstein gab dieser Ansicht seinen Beifall. Aber am Dachfenster stand das Mädchen mit leuchtenden Augen und mit Gesundheit auf den Wangen und faltete ihre Hände über der Erbsenblüte und dankte Gott für dieselbe. Ende von Fünf in einer Schote von Hans Christian Andersen.
Invisible 5 by Eleanor H. Porter. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the ages of 54 and 50, respectively, Mr. and Mrs. Wentworth found themselves possessed of a roomy, old-fashioned farmhouse near a thriving city, together with large holdings of lands, mortgages, and bank stock. At the same time they awoke to an unpleasant realization that many of their fellow creatures were not so fortunate. "James," began Mrs. Wentworth with some hesitation, one June day, "I've been thinking, with all our rambling rooms and great big yards, and we with never a chick nor a child to enjoy them, I've been thinking, that is, I went by the orphan asylum in town yesterday and saw the poor little mites playing in that miserable brick oven they call a yard, and, well, don't you think we ought to have one, or maybe two, of them down here for a week or two, just to show them what summer really is?" The man's face beamed. "My dear, it's the very thing. We'll take two. They'll be company for each other. Only," he looked doubtfully at the stout little woman opposite, "the worst of it will come on you, Mary. Of course Hannah can manage the work part, I suppose, but the noise— Well, we'll ask for quiet ones," he finished, with an air that indicated an entirely satisfactory solution of the problem. Life at Meadowbrook was a thing of peaceful mornings and long, drowsy afternoons, a thing of spotless order and methodical routine. In a long, childless marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Wentworth's days had come to be ordered with a precision that admitted of no frivolous deviations, and noise and confusion in the household machinery were the unforgivable offences. It was into this placid existence that Mr. and Mrs. Wentworth proposed to introduce two children from the orphan asylum. Before the week was out a note was sent to the matron of the institution, and the prospective host and hostess were making their plans with unwonted excitement. "We'll rise at 6 and breakfast at 7, began Mrs. Wentworth. "And they must be in bed by 8 o'clock, supplemented her husband. "I didn't say whether to send boys or girls, and I forgot to say anything about their being quiet. But if they're boys, you can teach them gardening, James, and if they're girls, they can sew with me a good deal." "Yes. I really don't know what we shall do to entertain them. Perhaps they might like to read," suggested Mr. Wentworth, looking with some doubt at his big bookcases filled with heavy, calf-bound volumes. "Of course, and they can walk in the garden and sit on the piazza," murmured Mrs. Wentworth happily. In the orphan asylum that same evening there was even greater excitement. Mrs. Wentworth's handwriting was not of the clearest, and her request for two children had been read as 10, and since the asylum, which was only a small branch of a much larger institution, had recently been depleted until it contained but 5 children, the matron was sorely perplexed to know just how to fill so generous an order. It ended in her writing an apologetic note to Mrs. Wentworth, and dispatching it the next morning by the hand of the eldest girl, Tilly, who was placed at the head of 4 other jubilant children, brushed, scrubbed, and admonished into a state of immaculate primness. At 9:30 o'clock, the driver of the big carryall set 5 squirming children on to their feet before the front door at Meadowbrook, and rang the bell. "Here you are," he called gaily, as Hannah opened the door. "I've washed my hands of 'em. Now they're yours." And he drove briskly out of the yard. Hannah neither moved nor spoke. She simply stared. "Here's a note," began Tilly, advancing shyly, "for Miss Wentworth." Mechanically Hannah took the note, and, scarcely realizing what she was doing, threw open the door of the parlour, that parlour which was sacred to funerals, weddings, and the minister's calls. The children filed in slowly, and deposited themselves with some skill on the slippery haircloth chairs and sofa. Hannah, still dazed, went upstairs to her mistress. "From the asylum, ma'am," she said faintly, holding out the note. Mrs. Wentworth's eyes shone. "Oh, the children! Where are they, Hannah?" "In the parlour, ma'am." "The parlour? Why, Hannah, the parlour is no place for those two children." Mrs. Wentworth started towards the door. Hannah coughed and uptilted her chin. "They ain't two, ma'am. There's as much as half a dozen of 'em." "What?" "There is, ma'am." "Why, Hannah, what—" The lady tore open the note with shaking fingers and read: "My dear madam, you very generously asked for 10 children, but I hope you will pardon me for sending only 5. That is all we have with us now, owing to several recent adoptions from our ranks. You know we are never very large, being only a branch of the Hollingsworth Asylum. The children were so crazy, though, at the idea of a trip to the country, that I am sure each child will have fun enough, and make noise enough also, I fear, for 2. So in the end you may think you've got your 10 children after all. You must be fond of children to be willing to give so many a 2 weeks' vacation. But you don't know what a lot of good you are doing. If you could have seen the children when I read them your note, you would have been well repaid for all your trouble. I wish there were more like you in this world. Respectfully yours, Amanda Higgins." "Hannah," faltered Mrs. Wentworth, dropping into her chair, "they didn't read my note right. They've actually sent us the whole asylum." "Well, it looks like it, downstairs," returned Hannah grimly. "Sure enough, they are downstairs, and I must go to them," murmured Mrs. Wentworth, rising irresolutely to her feet. I'll go down. I'll have to send all but 2 home, of course," she finished as she left the room. Downstairs she confronted 5 pairs of eyes, shining out at her from the gloom. "Good morning, children," she began, trying to steady her voice. "There is, Well," she stopped helplessly, and a small girl slid to the floor from her perch on the sofa and looked longingly toward the hall. "Please, ma'am, there's a kitty out there. May I get it?" she asked timidly. "Please, have you got a dog, too?" piped up a boy's voice. "And chicken and little pigs? They said you had," interposed a brown-eyed girl from the corner. "And there's hammocks and swings, maybe," broke in Tilly. "And please, ma'am, mayn't we go outdoors and begin right away? 2 weeks is an awful short time, you know, for all we want to do," she finished earnestly. 4 pairs of feet came down to the floor with a thump, and 8 small boots danced a tattoo of impatience on the parlour carpet. The small girl was already out in the hall, and on her knees to the cat. "Why, yes, that is, you see, there was a mistake. Mrs. Wentworth stopped suddenly, for as soon as the "yes" had left her lips, the children had fled like sheep. She stepped to the front door and looked out. A boy was turning somersaults on the grass. 3 girls had started a game of tag. Watching all this with eager eyes was a boy of 8, 1 foot tightly bound into an iron brace. It was on this child that Mrs. Wentworth's eyes lingered the longest. "Poor little fellow! Well, he shall be one of the 2, she murmured, as she hurried out to Hannah. "When they going, ma'am?" began Hannah, with an assurance born of long service. I haven't told them. I waited for Mr. Wentworth," confessed her mistress hastily. Then with some dignity, "They can just as well have today outdoors, anyway." It was nearly noon when Mr. Wentworth drove into the yard, gave his horse into the care of Bill, the man of all work, and hurried into the house. "Mary! Mary! Where are you?" he called sharply. Never before had James Wentworth broken the serene calm of his home with a voice like that. "Yes, dear, I'm here, in the dining room." Mrs. Wentworth's cheeks were flushed, her hair was disordered, and her neck bow was untied. But she was smiling happily as she hovered over a large table laden with good things and set for 6. "You can sit down with them, James," she exclaimed. "I'm going to help Hannah serve them." "Mary, what in the world does this mean? The yard is overrun with screaming children. Have they sent us the whole asylum?" he demanded. Mrs. Wentworth laughed hysterically. "That's exactly what they have done, dear. They took my 2 for a 10, and they did the best they could to supply my wants." "Well, but why don't you send them home? We can't. Yes, yes, I know, dear, interrupted the woman hastily, the happy look gone from her eyes. After dinner I am, that is, you may send all but two home. I thought I'd let them play a while. Humph! ejaculated the man. Send them home? I should think so, he muttered, as his wife went to call the children to dinner. What a wonderful meal that was, and how the good things did vanish down those 5 hungry throats. The man at the head of the table looked on in dumb amazement, and he was still speechless when, after dinner, 5 children set upon him and dragged him out to see the bird's nest behind the barn. "And we found the pigs and the chickens, mister, just as they said we would," piped up Tommy eagerly, as they hurried along. "And a teeny little baby cow, too," panted the smaller girl, "and I fed 'em." "Well, I guess you couldn't have fed him if I hadn't held him with the rope," crowed Bobby. "Or if I hadn't scared him with my stick," cut in Tilly. "I guess you ain't the only pebble on the beach, Bobby Mack." "Good heavens!" groaned Mr. Wentworth under his breath. "And I have got to keep 2 of these little hoodlums for a whole fortnight? Children," he said aloud, after the bird's nest had been duly admired. Suppose we go and, read." Into the house trooped the 5 chattering boys and girls in the wake of an anxious, perplexed man. Some minutes later the children sat in a stiff row along the wall, while the man, facing them, read aloud from a ponderous calf-bound volume on the fundamental causes of the Great Rebellion. For some time Mr. Wentworth read without pausing to look up, his sonorous voice filling the room, and his mind wholly given to the subject in hand. Then he raised his eyes, and almost dropped the book in his hand. Tommy, the cripple, sat alone. "Why, what—" stammered Mr. Wentworth. "They've gone out ter the barn, mister," explained Tommy, cheerfully pointing to the empty chairs. "Oh," murmured Mr. Wentworth faintly, as he placed the book on the shelf. I think we won't read any more." "Come on, then, let's go to the barn," cried Tommy, and to the barn they went. There were no fundamental causes of the Great Rebellion in the barn, but there were fundamental causes of lots of other things, and Mr. Wentworth found that now his words were listened to with more eagerness, and before he knew it he was almost as excited as were the children themselves. They were really a very intelligent lot of youngsters, he told himself, and the prospect of having 2 of them for guests did not look so formidable after all. From the barn they went to the garden, from the garden to the pond, from the pond back to the yard. Then they all sat down under the apple trees while Mr. Wentworth built them a miniature boat. In days long gone by James Wentworth had loved the sea, and boat-making had been one of his boyhood joys. At 4 o'clock Mrs. Wentworth called from the house. "James, will you come here a minute, please?" A slow red stole over the man's face as he rose to his feet. The red was a deep crimson by the time he faced his wife. "How are you going to send them home, dear?" she asked. He shook his head. "But it's 4 o'clock, and we ought to be thinking of it. Which 2 are you going to keep?" I don't know," he acknowledged. For some unapparent reason Mrs. Wentworth's spirits rose, but she assumed an air of severity. "Why, James, haven't you told them?" she demanded. "Mary, I couldn't. I've been trying to all afternoon. You tell them, do," he urged desperately. "I can't, playing with them as I have." "Suppose we keep them all, then?" she hazarded. "Mary!" "Oh, I can manage it. I've been talking with Hannah. I saw how things were going with you." His features relaxed into a shamefaced smile. "And Hannah says her sister can come to help, and we've got beds enough with the cots in the attic." He drew a deep breath. "Then we won't have to tell them!" he exclaimed. "No, we won't have to tell them," she laughed, as she turned back into the house. What a fortnight that was at Meadowbrook! The mornings, no longer peaceful, were full of rollicking games, and the long drowsy afternoons became very much awake with gleeful shouts. The spotless order fled before the bats and balls and books and dolls that Mr. Wentworth brought home from the store, and the methodical routine of the household was shattered to atoms by daily picnics and frequent luncheons of bread and butter. No longer were the days ordered with a precision that admitted of no frivolous deviations, for who could tell in the morning how many bumped heads, cut fingers, Bruised noses and wounded hearts would need sympathetic attention before night. And so it went on until the evening before the 2 weeks were completed. Then, after the children were abed and asleep, the man and his wife talked it over. "Well, this ends tomorrow, I suppose. You must be tired, Mary. It's been a hard time for you, my dear," he began. "Not a bit of it, James," she demurred. "Hannah and Betsy have done all the work, and you've been with the children so much I've not felt their care at all." The man stirred uneasily. "Well, I wanted to relieve you as much as possible," he exclaimed, wondering if she knew how many boats he had built for the boys, and how many jackknives he had broken in the process. "Do you know, I think I shall be actually lonely when they are gone," declared Mrs. Wentworth, without looking up. The man threw a sharp glance at his wife. "So shall I," he said. "James, I've been wondering, couldn't we adopt one of them?" she suggested, trying to make it appear as though the thought had but just entered her head. Again the man gave his wife a swift glance. "Why, we might, I suppose," he returned, hoping that his hesitation would indicate that the idea was quite new to him, instead of having been almost constantly in his thoughts for a week. "We might take two, company for each other, you know." She looked at him out of the corner of her eye. He agreed pleasantly. "The only trouble is the selecting, James." "Yes, that is a drawback," murmured the man, with a vivid recollection of a certain afternoon under the apple trees. "Well, I'll tell you." Mrs. Wentworth leaned forward in sudden animation. "Tomorrow, you pick out the one you want and ask him or her to go into the parlour for a few minutes at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will do the same." "Well, maybe," he began a little doubtfully, "but—" "And if there are two, and you aren't real sure which you want, just ask both of them to go, and we'll settle it together, later," she finished. To this, with some measure of content, her husband agreed. The next morning, at 10 minutes before 9, Mrs. Wentworth began her search. With no hesitation she accosted the little cripple. "Tommy, dear, I want you to go into the parlour for a few minutes. Take your book in there and read, and I'll come very soon, and tell you what I want." Tommy obeyed at once, and Mrs. Wentworth sighed in relief. At that moment Tilly came into the garden. What a dear little woman those 2 weeks of happiness had caused Tilly to become! How much she loved Tommy, and what care she took of him! Really, it was a shame to separate them. They ought to be brought up together. Perhaps Mr. Wentworth wouldn't find any child that he wanted. Anyway, she believed she should send Tilly in, at a venture. A moment later Tilly was following in Tommy's footsteps. On the piazza step sat Bobby, a homely, unattractive Bobby, crying. "Why, my dear," remonstrated Mrs. Wentworth. "Tommy's gone. I can't find him," sobbed the boy. Mrs. Wentworth's back straightened. "Of course," Bobby cried. "No one was so good to him as Tommy was. No one seemed to care for him but Tommy. Poor, homely Bobby. He had a hard row to hoe. But she couldn't take Bobby. Of course not. She had Tommy and Tilly already. Still—" Mrs. Wentworth stooped and whispered a magic word in Bobby's ear, and the boy sprang to his feet and trotted through the hall to the parlour door. "I don't care," muttered Mrs. Wentworth recklessly. "I couldn't bear to leave him alone out here. I can settle it later." Twice she had evaded her husband during the last 15 minutes. Now, at 9 o'clock, the appointed time, they both reached the parlour door. Neither one could meet the other's eyes, and with averted faces they entered the room together. Then both gave a cry of amazement. In the corner, stiff, uncomfortable, and with faces that expressed puzzled anxiety, sat 5 silent children. Mrs. Wentworth was the first to recover presence of mind. "There, dears, it's all right," she began a little hysterically. "You can call it a little game we were playing. You may all run outdoors now." As the last white apron fluttered through the door, she dropped limply into a chair. "James, what in the world are we going to do?" she demanded. "Give it up," said the man, with his hands in his pocket. James Wentworth's vocabulary had grown 20 years younger in the last 2 weeks. "But really, it's serious." "It certainly is." "But what shall we do?" The man took his hands from his pockets and waved them in a manner that would indicate entire irresponsibility. "We might end it as we did 2 weeks ago, and keep the whole lot of them," she proposed merrily. "Well, why don't you?" he asked calmly. "James!" His face grew red with a shamefaced laugh. "Well, there are families with 5 children in them, and I guess we could manage it," he asserted in self-defence. She sat up and looked at him with amazement. "Surely we have money enough, and I don't know how we could spend it better," he continued rapidly. "And with plenty of help for you, there's nothing to hinder turning ourselves into an orphan asylum, if we want to," he added triumphantly. "Oh, James, could we? Do you think?" she cried, her eyes shining with a growing joy. "Tommy and Tilly and all? Oh, we will! And we'll never have to choose any more, will we, James?" she finished fervently. End of The Indivisible Five, by Eleanor H. Porter. Read by Marianne Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois.
Dem Kerker schon vergangen von Luise Otto. Dies ist eine Aufnahme zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. 5 Jahre sind im Kerker schon vergangen. Zum 5. Mal kehrt dein Geburtstag wieder. Ich kam zu dir mit Sehnen und mit Bangen, und tief beschämt senk ich mein Auge nieder. Vor deiner Herrlichkeit in Schmach und Leiden, vor deiner Kraft im Dulden und Entbehren. Du sprichst von Liebe nur, von Seligkeiten, wo andere sich in Schmerz und Zorn verzehren. Ein Gitter fiel, doch eines ist geblieben, uns trennend, die wir ewig doch verbunden, die wir ganz eins im Streben und im Lieben, wie Tat und Wort seit Jahren es bekunden. O lass mich dir die Hand durchs Gitter reichen, du neigst dich nieder, küsst sie süß und heiß, dazu des Blickes holdes Liebeszeichen, kein anderes braucht's, da ich so froh dich weiß. Sieh, deiner Küsse und des Gitters Spuren sind meiner Hand so sichtbar eingeprägt, wie Nägelmale, wie auf Frühlingsfluren ein Quell hervorbricht und drin Wunden schlägt. Von Nägelmalen wissen wir zu sagen, von Quellen, die als helle Tränen flossen, doch auch von Blüten, die wir in uns tragen, die aus den liebesselgen Herzen sprossen. Ende von 5 Jahre sind im Kerker schon vergangen von Luise Otto. Aufgenommen von Julia Niedermeyer.
Branch Line, The Engineer, by Amelia B. Edwards, from Mugby Junction, by Charles Dickens and others. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. His name, sir, was Matthew Price. Mine is Benjamin Hardy. We were born within a few days of each other, bred up in the same village, taught at the same school. I cannot remember the time when we were not close friends. Even as boys we never knew what it was to quarrel. We had not a thought, we had not a possession that was not in common. We would have stood by each other fearlessly to the death. It was such a friendship as one reads about sometimes in books, fast and firm as the great tors upon our native moorlands, true as the sun in the heavens. The name of our village was Chadley, lifted high above the pasture flats which stretched away at our feet like a measureless green lake, and melted into mist on the furthest horizon. It nestled, a tiny stone-built hamlet, in a sheltered hollow, about midway between the plain and the plateau. Above us, rising ridge beyond ridge, slope beyond slope, spread the mountainous moor country, bare and bleak for the most part, with here and there a patch of cultivated field or hardy plantation, and crowned highest of all with masses of huge grey crag, abrupt, isolated, hoary, and older than the deluge. These were the tors, Druid's Tor, King's Tor, Castle Tor, and the like. sacred places, as I have heard in the ancient time, where crownings, burnings, human sacrifices, and all kinds of bloody heathen rites were performed. Bones, too, had been found there, and arrowheads, and ornaments of gold and glass. I had a vague awe of the tors in those boyish days, and would not have gone near them after dark for the heaviest bribe. I have said that we were born in the same village. He was the son of a small farmer named William Price, and the eldest of a family of 7. I was the only child of Ephraim Hardy, the Chadley blacksmith, a well-known man in those parts, whose memory is not forgotten to this day. Just so far as a farmer is supposed to be a bigger man than a blacksmith, Matt's father might be said to have a better standing than mine. But William Price, with his small holding and his 7 boys, was in fact as poor as many a day labourer. Whilst the blacksmith, well-to-do, bustling, popular, and open-handed, was a person of some importance in the place. All this, however, had nothing to do with Matt and myself. It never occurred to either of us that his jacket was out at elbows, or that our mutual funds came altogether from my pocket. It was enough for us that we sat on the same school bench, conned our tasks from the same primer, fought each other's battles, screened each other's faults, fished, nutted, played truant, robbed orchards and birds' nests together, and spent every half-hour, authorized or stolen, in each other's society. It was a happy time, but it could not go on for ever. My father, being prosperous, resolved to put me forward in the world. I must know more and do better than himself. The forge was not good enough, the little world of Chadley not wide enough for me. Thus it happened that I was still swinging the satchel when Matt was whistling at the plough, and that at last, when my future course was shaped out, we were separated, as it then seemed to us, for life. For blacksmith's son as I was, furnace and forge in some form or other pleased me best, and I chose to be a working engineer. So my father by and by apprenticed me to a Birmingham ironmaster, and having bidden farewell to Matt and Chadley and the grey old tors, in the shadow of which I had spent all the days of my life, I turned my face northward and went over into the Black Country. I'm not going to dwell on this part of my story, how I worked out the term of my apprenticeship, how, when I had served my full time and become a skilled workman, I took Matt from the plough and brought him over to the Black Country, sharing with him lodging, wages, experience, all in short that I had to give, how he, naturally quick to learn and brimful of quiet energy, worked his way up a step at a time, and came by and by to be a first hand in his own department. How, during all these years of change and trial and effort, the old boyish affection never wavered or weakened, but went on, growing with our growth and strengthening with our strength, are facts which I need do no more than outline in this place. About this time, it will be remembered that I speak of the days when Matt and I were on the bright side of 30. It happened that our firm contracted to supply 6 first-class locomotives to run on the new line, then in process of construction, between Turin and Genoa. It was the first Italian order we had taken. We had had dealings with France, Holland, Belgium, Germany, but never with Italy. The connection, therefore, was new and valuable, all the more valuable because our Transalpine neighbours had but lately begun to lay down the iron roads, and would be safe to need more of our good English work as they went on. So the Birmingham firms set themselves to the contract with a will, lengthened our working hours, increased our wages, took on fresh hands, and determined, if energy and promptitude could do it, to place themselves at the head of the Italian labour market and stay there. They deserved and achieved success. The 6 locomotives were not only turned out to time, but were shipped, dispatched, and delivered with a promptitude that fairly amazed our Piedmontese consignee. I was not a little proud, you may be sure, when I found myself appointed to superintend the transport of the engines. Being allowed a couple of assistants, I contrived that Matt should be one of them. And thus we enjoyed together the first great holiday of our lives. It was a wonderful change for 2 Birmingham operatives fresh from the Black Country. The fairy city with its crescent background of Alps, the port crowded with strange shipping, the marvellous blue sky and bluer sea, the painted houses on the quays, the quaint cathedral faced with black and white marble, the street of jewellers like an Arabian Nights bazaar, the street of palaces with its Moorish courtyards, its fountains and orange trees, the women veiled like brides, the galley slaves chained 2 and 2, the processions of priests and friars, the everlasting clangour of bells, the babble of a strange tongue, the singular lightness and brightness of the climate, made altogether such a combination of wonders that we wandered about the first day in a kind of bewildered dream, like children at a fair. Before that week was ended, being tempted by the beauty of the place and the liberality of the pay, we had agreed to take service with the Turin and Genoa Railway Company, and to turn our backs upon Birmingham for ever. Then began a new life, a life so active and healthy, so steeped in fresh air and sunshine, that we sometimes marvelled how we could have endured the gloom of the Black Country. We were constantly up and down the line, now at Genoa, now at Turin, taking trial trips with the locomotives, and placing our old experiences at the service of our new employers. In the meanwhile we made Genoa our headquarters, and hired a couple of rooms over a small shop in a by-street sloping down to the quays. Such a busy little street, so steep and winding that no vehicles could pass through it, and so narrow that the sky looked like a mere strip of deep blue ribbon overhead. Every house in it, however, was a shop, where the goods encroached on the footway, or were piled about the door, or hung like tapestry from the balconies, and all day long, from dawn to dusk, an incessant stream of passers-by poured up and down between the port and the upper quarter of the city. Our landlady was the widow of a silver worker, and lived by the sale of filigree ornaments, cheap jewellery, combs, fans, and toys in ivory and jet. She had an only daughter named Gianetta, who served in the shop, and was simply the most beautiful woman I ever beheld. Looking back across this weary chasm of years, and bringing her image before me, as I can and do, with all the vividness of life, I am unable even now to detect a flaw in her beauty. I do not attempt to describe her. I do not believe there is a poet living who could find the words to do it. But I once saw a picture that was somewhat like her, not half so lovely, but still like her. And for aught I know, that picture is still hanging where I last looked at it, upon the walls of the Louvre. It represented a woman with brown eyes and golden hair, looking over her shoulder into a circular mirror held by a bearded man in the background. In this man, as I then understood, the artist had painted his own portrait. In her, the portrait of the woman he loved. No picture that I ever saw was half so beautiful, and yet it was not worthy to be named in the same breath with Janetta Cornelia. You may be certain the widow's shop did not want for customers. All Genoa knew how fair a face was to be seen behind that dingy little counter, and Janetta, flirt as she was, had more lovers than she cared to remember, even by name. Gentle and simple, rich and poor, from the red-capped sailor buying his earrings or his amulet, to the nobleman carelessly purchasing half the filigrees in the window, she treated them all alike, encouraged them, laughed at them, led them on, and turned them off at her pleasure. She had no more heart than a marble statue, as Mat and I discovered by and by, to our bitter cost. I cannot tell to this day how it came about, or what first led me to suspect how things were going with us both, but long before the waning of that autumn a coldness had sprung up between my friend and myself. It was nothing that could have been put into words. It was nothing that either of us could have explained or justified to save his life. We lodged together, ate together, worked together exactly as before. We even took our long evening's walk together when the day's labour was ended. And except perhaps that we were more silent than of old, no mere looker-on could have detected a shadow of change. Yet there it was, silent and subtle, widening the gulf between us every day. It was not his fault. He was too true and gentle-hearted to have willingly brought about such a state of things between us. Neither do I believe, fiery as my nature is, that it was mine. It was all hers, hers from first to last, the sin and the shame and the sorrow. If she had shown a fair and open preference for either of us, no real harm could have come of it. I would have put any constraint upon myself, and, heaven knows, have borne any suffering to see Mat really happy. I know that he would have done the same, and more if he could, for me. But Janetta cared not one sou for either. She never meant to choose between us. It gratified her vanity to divide us. It amused her to play with us. It would pass my power to tell how, by 1,000 imperceptible shades of coquetry, by the lingering of a glance, the substitution of a word, the flitting of a smile, she contrived to turn our heads and torture our hearts and lead us on to love her. She deceived us both. She buoyed us both up with hope. She maddened us with jealousy. She crushed us with despair. For my part, when I seemed to wake to a sudden sense of the ruin that was about our path, and I saw how the truest friendship that ever bound two lives together was drifting on to wreck and ruin, I asked myself whether any woman in the world was worth what Mat had been to me and I to him. But this was not often. I was readier to shut my eyes upon the truth than to face it, and so lived on wilfully in a dream. Thus the autumn passed away, and winter came, the strange, treacherous Genoese winter, green with olive and ilex, brilliant with sunshine, and bitter with storm. Still rivals at heart and friends on the surface, Mat and I lingered on in our lodging in the Vicolo Balba. Still Janetta held us with her fatal wiles and her still more fatal beauty. At length there came a day when I felt I could bear the horrible misery and suspense of it no longer. The sun I vowed should not go down before I knew my sentence. She must choose between us. She must either take me or let me go. I was reckless. I was desperate. I was determined to know the worst or the best. If the worst, I would at once turn my back upon Genoa, upon her, upon all the pursuits and purposes of my past life, and begin the world anew. This I told her passionately and sternly, standing before her in the little parlour at the back of the shop, one bleak December morning. "If it's Matt whom you care for most," I said, "tell me so in one word, and I will never trouble you again. He is better worth your love. I am jealous and exacting. He is as trusting and unselfish as a woman. Speak, Janetta. Am I to bid you good-bye for ever and ever? Or am I to write home to my mother in England, bidding her pray to God to bless the woman who has promised to be my wife?" "You plead your friend's cause well," she replied haughtily. "Matteo ought to be grateful. This is more than he ever did for you." "Give me my answer, for pity's sake," I exclaimed, "and let me go." "You are free to go or stay, Signor Inglese," she replied. "I am not your jailer." "Do you bid me leave you?" "Beata Madre, not I." "Will you marry me if I stay?" She laughed aloud, such a merry, mocking, musical laugh, like a chime of silver bells. "You ask too much," she said. "Only what you have led me to hope these 5 or 6 months past." "That is just what Matteo says. How tiresome you both are!" "Oh, Janetta," I said passionately, "be serious for one moment. I am a rough fellow, it is true, not half good enough or clever enough for you, but I love you with my whole heart, and an emperor could do no more." "I am glad of it," she replied. "I do not want you to love me less." "Then you cannot wish to make me wretched. Will you promise me?" "I promise nothing," said she, with another burst of laughter, "except that I will not marry Matteo." Except that she would not marry Matteo. Only that. Not a word of hope for myself. Nothing but my friend's condemnation. I might get comfort and selfish triumph and some sort of base assurance out of that if I could. And so, to my shame, I did. I grasped at the vain encouragement, and, fool that I was, let her put me off again unanswered. From that day I gave up all effort at self-control, and let myself drift blindly on to destruction. At length things became so bad between Matt and myself that it seemed as if an open rupture must be at hand. We avoided each other, scarcely exchanged a dozen sentences in a day, and fell away from all our old familiar habits. At this time, I shudder to remember it, there were moments when I felt that I hated him. Thus, with the trouble deepening and widening between us day by day, another month or 5 weeks went by, and February came, and with February the Carnival. They said in Genoa that it was a particularly dull Carnival, and so it must have been, for save a flag or two hung out in some of the principal streets, and a sort of festa look about the women, there were no special indications of the season. It was, I think, the second day when, having been on the line all the morning, I returned to Genoa at dusk, and to my surprise found Mat Price on the platform. He came up to me and laid his hand on my arm. "You are in late," he said. "I have been waiting for you 3/4 of an hour. Shall we dine together today?" Impulsive as I am, this evidence of returning goodwill at once called up my better feelings. "With all my heart, Mat," I replied. "Shall we go to Gozzoli's?" "No, no," he said hurriedly. "Some quieter place. Some place where we can talk. I have something to say to you." I noticed now that he looked pale and agitated, and an uneasy sense of apprehension stole upon me. We decided on the Pescatore, a little out of the way trattoria, down near the Molo Vecchio. There, in a dingy salon frequented chiefly by seamen and redolent of tobacco, we ordered our simple dinner. Mat scarcely swallowed a morsel, but calling presently for a bottle of Sicilian wine, drank eagerly. "Well, Mat," I said, as the last dish was placed on the table, "what news have you?" "Bad. I guessed that from your face. Bad for you, bad for me. Gianetta." "What of Gianetta?" He passed his hand nervously across his lips. "Gianetta is false, worse than false," he said in a hoarse voice. "She values an honest man's heart just as she values a flower for her hair, wears it for a day, then throws it aside for ever. She has cruelly wronged us both." "In what way? Good heavens, speak out!" "In the worst way that a woman can wrong those who love her. She has sold herself to the Marchese Loredano." The blood rushed to my head and face in a burning torrent. I could scarcely see, and dared not trust myself to speak. "I saw her going towards the cathedral," he went on hurriedly. "It was about 3 hours ago. I thought she might be going to confession, so I hung back and followed her at a distance. When she got inside, however, she went straight to the back of the pulpit, where this man was waiting for her. You remember him, an old man who used to haunt the shop a month or two back. Well, seeing how deep in conversation they were, and how they stood close under the pulpit with their backs towards the church, I fell into a passion of anger and went straight up the aisle, intending to say or do something, I scarcely knew what, but at all events to draw her arm through mine and take her home. When I came within a few feet, however, and found only a big pillar between myself and them, I paused. They could not see me, nor I them, but I could hear their voices distinctly, and I listened." "Well, and you heard?" "The terms of a shameful bargain. Beauty on the one side, gold on the other, so many 1,000 francs a year, a villa near Naples. Ha! It makes me sick to repeat it." And with a shudder he poured out another glass of wine and drank it at a draught. "After that," he said presently, "I made no effort to bring her away. The whole thing was so cold-blooded, so deliberate, so shameful, that I felt I had only to wipe her out of my memory and leave her to her fate. I stole out of the cathedral and walked about here by the sea for ever so long, trying to get my thoughts straight. Then I remembered you, Ben, and the recollection of how this wanton had come between us and broken up our lives drove me wild. So I went up to the station and waited for you. I felt you ought to know it all. and I thought perhaps that we might go back to England together." "The Marchese Loredano!" It was all that I could say, all that I could think. As Matt had just said of himself, I felt like one stunned. "There is one other thing I may as well tell you," he added reluctantly, "if only to show you how false a woman can be. We were to have been married next month." "We? Who? What do you mean?" "I mean that we were to have been married, Janetta and I." A sudden storm of rage, of scorn, of incredulity swept over me at this, and seemed to carry my senses away. "You?" I cried. "Janetta marry you? I don't believe it." "I wish I had not believed it," he replied, looking up as if puzzled by my vehemence. "But she promised me, and I thought when she promised it she meant it." "She told me weeks ago that she would never be your wife." His colour rose, his brow darkened. When his answer came, it was as calm as the last. "Indeed," he said. "Then it is only one baseness more. She told me that she had refused you, and that was why we kept our engagement secret." "Tell the truth, Matt Price," I said, well nigh beside myself with suspicion. "Confess that every word of this is false. Confess that Janetta will not listen to you, and that you are afraid I may succeed where you have failed, as perhaps I shall, after all." "Are you mad?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean?" "That I believe it's just a trick to get me away to England, that I don't credit a syllable of your story. You're a liar, and I hate you." He rose, and laying one hand on the back of his chair, looked me sternly in the face. "If you were not Benjamin Hardy," he said deliberately, "I would thrash you within an inch of your life." The words had no sooner passed his lips than I sprang at him. I have never been able distinctly to remember what followed. A curse, a blow, a struggle, a moment of blind fury, a cry, a confusion of tongues, a circle of strange faces. Then I see Matt lying back in the arms of a bystander, myself trembling and bewildered, the knife dropping from my grasp, blood upon the floor, blood upon my hands, blood upon his shirt. And then I hear those dreadful words, "Oh, Ben, you have murdered me." He did not die, at least not there and then. He was carried to the nearest hospital, and lay for some weeks between life and death. His case, they said, was difficult and dangerous. The knife had gone in just below the collarbone and pierced down into the lungs. He was not allowed to speak or turn, scarcely to breathe with freedom. He might not even lift his head to drink. I sat by him day and night all through that sorrowful time. I gave up my situation on the railway. I quitted my lodging in the Vicolo Balba. I tried to forget that such a woman as Janetta Cornelia had ever drawn breath. I lived only for Matt, and he tried to live more, I believe, for my sake than his own. Thus, in the bitter, silent hours of pain and penitence, when no hand but mine approached his lips or smoothed his pillow, the old friendship came back with even more than its old trust and faithfulness. He forgave me fully and freely, and I would thankfully have given my life for him. At length there came one bright spring morning, when, dismissed as convalescent, he tottered out through the hospital gates, leaning on my arm and feeble as an infant. He was not cured, neither, as I then learned to my horror and anguish, was it possible that he ever could be cured. He might live with care for some years, but the lungs were injured beyond hope of remedy, and a strong or healthy man he could never be again. These, spoken aside to me, were the parting words of the chief physician, who advised me to take him further south without delay. I took him to a little coast town named Rocca, some 30 miles beyond Genoa, a sheltered, lonely place along the Riviera, where the sea was even bluer than the sky, and the cliffs were green with strange tropical plants, cacti and aloes and Egyptian palms. Here we lodged in the house of a small tradesman, and Matt, to use his own words, set to work at getting well in good earnest. But, alas, it was a work which no earnestness could forward. Day after day he went down to the beach and sat for hours drinking the sea air and watching the sails that came and went in the offing. By and by he could go no further than the garden of the house in which we lived. A little later, and he spent his days on a couch beside the open window, waiting patiently for the end. Aye, for the end. It had come to that. He was fading fast, waning with the waning summer, and conscious that the reaper was at hand. His whole aim now was to soften the agony of my remorse and prepare me for what must shortly come. I would not live longer if I could, he said, lying on his couch one summer evening and looking up to the stars. If I had my choice at this moment, I would ask to go. I should like Janetta to know that I forgave her. She shall know it, I said, trembling suddenly from head to foot. He pressed my hand. And you'll write to father? I will. I had drawn a little back that he might not see the tears raining down my cheeks, but he raised himself on his elbow and looked round. Don't fret, Ben, he whispered, laid his head back wearily upon the pillow, and so died. And this was the end of it. This was the end of all that made life life to me. I buried him there, in hearing of the wash of a strange sea on a strange shore. I stayed by the grave till the priest and the bystanders were gone. I saw the earth filled in to the last sod, and the grave-digger stamp it down with his feet. Then, and not till then, I felt that I had lost him forever, the friend I had loved and hated and slain. Then, and not till then, I knew that all rest and joy and hope were over for me. From that moment my heart hardened within me, and my life was filled with loathing. Day and night, land and sea, labour and rest, food and sleep were alike hateful to me. It was the curse of Cain, and that my brother had pardoned me made it lie none the lighter. Peace on earth was for me no more, and goodwill towards men was dead in my heart forever. Remorse softens some natures, but it poisoned mine. I hated all mankind, but above all mankind I hated the woman who had come between us two and ruined both our lives. He had bidden me seek her out and be the messenger of his forgiveness. I had sooner have gone down to the port of Genoa and taken upon me the serge cap and shotted chain of any galley slave at his toil in the public works. But for all that I did my best to obey him. I went back, alone and on foot. I went back, intending to say to her, Gianetta Cornelia, he forgave you, but God never will. But she was gone. The little shop was let to a fresh occupant, and the neighbours only knew that mother and daughter had left the place quite suddenly, and that Gianetta was supposed to be under the protection of the Marchese Loredano. How I made inquiries here and there, how I heard that they had gone to Naples, and how, being restless and reckless of my time, I worked my passage in a French steamer and followed her, how, having found the sumptuous villa that was now hers, I learnt that she had left there some 10 days and gone to Paris, where the Marchese was ambassador for the two Sicilies. How, working my passage back again to Marseille, and thence, in part by the river and in part by the rail, I made my way to Paris. How, day after day, I paced the streets and the parks, watched at the ambassador's gates, followed his carriage, and at last, after weeks of waiting, discovered her address. How, having written to request an interview, her servant spurned me from her door and flung my letter in my face. How, looking up at her windows, I then, instead of forgiving, solemnly cursed her with the bitterest curses my tongue could devise, and how, this done, I shook the dust of Paris from my feet and became a wanderer upon the face of the earth, are facts which I have now no space to tell. The next 6 or 8 years of my life were shifting and unsettled enough. A morose and restless man, I took employment here and there, as opportunity offered, turning my hand to many things, and caring little what I earned, so long as the work was hard and the change incessant. First of all, I engaged myself as chief engineer in one of the French steamers plying between Marseille and Constantinople. At Constantinople I changed to one of the Austrian Lloyd's boats, and worked for some time to and from Alexandria, Jaffa, and those parts. After that I fell in with a party of Mr. Layard's men at Cairo, and so went up the Nile and took a turn at the excavations of the Mound of Nimrud. Then I became a working engineer on the new desert line between Alexandria and Suez, and by I worked my passage out to Bombay and took service as an engine fitter on one of the great Indian railways. I stayed a long time in India. That is to say, I stayed nearly 2 years, which was a long time for me, and I might not even have left so soon, but for the war that was declared just then with Russia. That tempted me, for I loved danger and hardship as other men love safety and ease, and as for my life, I had sooner have parted from it than kept it any day. So I came straight back to England, betook myself to Portsmouth, where my testimonials at once procured me the sort of berth I wanted. I went out to the Crimea in the engine-room of one of Her Majesty's war steamers. I served with the fleet, of course, while the war lasted, and when it was over went wandering off again, rejoicing in my liberty. This time I went to Canada, and after working on a railway then in progress near the American frontier, I presently passed over into the States, journeyed from north to south, crossed the Rocky Mountains, tried a month or two of life in the gold country, and then, being seized with a sudden aching, unaccountable longing to revisit that solitary grave so far away on the Italian coast, I turned my face once more towards Europe. Poor little grave! I found it rank with weeds, the cross half shattered, the inscription half effaced. It was as if no one had loved him or remembered him. I went back to the house in which we had lodged together. The same people were still living there, and made me kindly welcome. I stayed with them for some weeks. I weeded and planted and trimmed the grave with my own hands, and set up a fresh cross in pure white marble. It was the first season of rest that I had known since I laid him there. And when at last I shouldered my knapsack and set forth again to battle with the world, I promised myself that, God willing, I would creep back to Rocca when my days drew near to ending, and be buried by his side. From hence, being perhaps a little less inclined than formerly for very distant parts, and willing to keep within reach of that grave, I went no further than Mantua, where I engaged myself as an engine driver on the line, then not long completed, between that city and Venice. Somehow, although I had been trained to the working engineering, I preferred in these days to earn my bread by driving. I liked the excitement of it, the sense of power, the rush of the air, the roar of the fire, the flitting of the landscape. Above all, I enjoyed to drive a night express. The worse the weather, the better it suited with my sullen temper. For I was as hard and harder than ever. The years had done nothing to soften me. They had only confirmed all that was blackest and bitterest in my heart. I continued pretty faithful to the Mantua line, and had been working on it steadily for more than 7 months, when that which I am now about to relate took place. It was in the month of March. The weather had been unsettled for some days past, and the nights stormy, and at one point along the line, near Ponte di Brenta, the waters had risen and swept away some 70 yards of embankment. Since this accident, the trains had all been obliged to stop at a certain spot between Padua and Ponte di Brenta, and the passengers with their luggage had thence to be transported in all kinds of vehicles by a circuitous country road to the nearest station on the other side of the gap, where another train and engine awaited them. This, of course, caused great confusion and annoyance, put all our timetables wrong, and subjected the public to a large amount of inconvenience. In the meanwhile, an army of navvies was drafted to the spot, and worked day and night to repair the damage. At this time I was driving 2 through trains each day, namely one from Mantua to Venice in the early morning, and a return train from Venice to Mantua in the afternoon, a tolerably full day's work, covering about 190 miles of ground, and occupying between 10 and 11 hours. I was therefore not best pleased when, on the 3rd or 4th day after the accident, I was informed that, in addition to my regular allowance of work, I should that evening be required to drive a special train to Venice. This special train, consisting of an engine, a single carriage, and a brake van, was to leave the Mantua platform at 11. At Padua the passengers were to alight and find post-chaise waiting to convey them to Ponte di Brenta. At Ponte di Brenta another engine, carriage, and brake van were to be in readiness. I was charged to accompany them throughout. "Corpo di Bacco," said the clerk who gave me my orders. "You need not look so black, man. You are certain of a handsome gratuity. Do you know who goes with you? Not I. Not you, indeed. Why, it's the Duca Loredano, the Neapolitan ambassador. Loredano? I stammered. What Loredano? There was the Marchese. Certo! He was the Marchese Loredano some years ago, but he has come into his dukesdom since then. He must be a very old man by this time. Yes, he is old, but what of that? He is as hale and bright and stately as ever. You have seen him before? Yes, I said, turning away. I have seen him years ago. You have heard of his marriage? I shook my head. The clerk chuckled, rubbed his hands, and shrugged his shoulders. An extraordinary affair, he said. Made a tremendous esclandre at the time. He married his mistress, quite a common vulgar girl, a Genoese, very handsome, but not received, of course. Nobody visits her. Married her? I exclaimed. Impossible. True, I assure you. I put my hand to my head. I felt as if I had had a fall or a blow. Does she go tonight? I faltered. Oh dear, yes, goes everywhere with him, never lets him out of her sight. You'll see her, la bella duchessa. With this my informant laughed and rubbed his hands again and went back to his office. The day went by, I scarcely know how, except that my whole soul was in a tumult of rage and bitterness. I returned from my afternoon's work about 7:25, and at 10:30 I was once again at the station. I had examined the engine, given instructions to the forkista or stoker about the fire, seen to the supply of oil, and got all in readiness, when, just as I was about to compare my watch with the clock in the ticket office, a hand was laid upon my arm, and a voice in my ear said, "Are you the engine driver who is going on with this special train?" I had never seen the speaker before. He was a small, dark man, muffled up about the throat, with blue glasses, a large black beard, and his hat drawn low upon his eyes. "You are a poor man, I suppose," he said in a quick, eager whisper, "and like other poor men would not object to be better off. Would you like to earn a couple of 1,000 florins?" "In what way?" "Hush! You are to stop at Padua, are you not, and to go on again at Ponte di Brenta?" I nodded. "Suppose you did nothing of the kind. Suppose instead of turning off the steam you jump off the engine and let the train run on." "Impossible! There are 70 yards of embankment gone, and—" "Basta! I know that. Save yourself and let the train run on. It would be nothing but an accident." I turned hot and cold. I trembled, my heart beat fast, and my breath failed. "Why do you tempt me?" I faltered. "For Italy's sake," he whispered. "For liberty's sake. I know you are no Italian, but for all that you may be a friend. This Loredano is one of his country's bitterest enemies. Stay, here are the 2,000 florins." I thrust his hand back fiercely. "No, no," I said, "no blood money. If I do it neither for Italy nor for money, but for vengeance." "For vengeance?" he repeated. At this moment the signal was given for backing up to the platform. I sprang to my place upon the engine without another word. When I again looked towards the spot where he had been standing, the stranger was gone. I saw them take their places, Duke and Duchess, secretary and priest, valet and maid. I saw the station master bow them into the carriage and stand bareheaded beside the door. I could not distinguish their faces. The platform was too dusk, and the glare from the engine fire too strong. But I recognized her stately figure and the poise of her head. Had I not been told who she was, I should have known her by those traits alone. Then the guard's whistle shrilled out, and the station master made his last bow. I turned the steam on, and we started. My blood was on fire. I no longer trembled or hesitated. I felt as if every nerve was iron, and every pulse instinct with deadly purpose. She was in my power, and I would be revenged. She should die, she for whom I had stained my soul with my friend's blood. She should die in the plenitude of her wealth and her beauty, and no power upon earth should save her. The stations flew past. I put on more steam. I bade the fireman heap in the coke and stir the blazing mass. I would have outstripped the wind had it been possible. Faster and faster, hedges and trees, bridges and stations flashing past, villages no sooner seen than gone, telegraph wires twisting and dipping and twining themselves in one with the awful swiftness of our pace. Faster and faster, till the fireman at my side looks white and scared and refuses to add more fuel to the furnace. Faster and faster, till the wind rushes in our faces and drives the breath back upon our lips. I would have scorned to save myself. I meant to die with the rest. Mad as I was, and I believe from my very soul that I was utterly mad for the time, I felt a passing pang of pity for the old man and his suite. I would have spared the poor fellow at my side too, if I could, but the pace at which we were going made escape impossible. Vicenza was past, a mere confused vision of lights. Bojana flew by. At Padua, but 9 miles distant, our passengers were to alight. I saw the fireman's face turned upon me in remonstrance. I saw his lips move, though I could not hear a word. I saw his expression change suddenly from remonstrance to a deadly terror. And then, merciful heaven, then for the first time, I saw that he and I were no longer alone upon the engine. There was a third man standing on my right hand, as the fireman was standing on my left, a tall, stalwart man with short, curling hair and a flat Scotch cap upon his head. As I fell back in the first shock of surprise, he stepped nearer, took my place at the engine, and turned the steam off. I opened my lips to speak to him. He turned his head slowly and looked me in the face. Matthew Price. I uttered one long, wild cry, flung my arms wildly up above my head, and fell as if I had been smitten with an axe. I am prepared for the objections that may be made to my story. I expect, as a matter of course, to be told that this was an optical illusion, or that I was suffering from pressure on the brain, or even that I laboured under an attack of temporary insanity. I have heard all these arguments before, and if I may be forgiven for saying so, I have no desire to hear them again. My own mind has been made up upon this subject for many a year. All that I can say, all that I know is, that Matthew Price came back from the dead to save my soul and the lives of those whom I, in my guilty rage, would have hurried to destruction. I believe this, as I believe in the mercy of heaven and the forgiveness of repentant sinners. End of number 5, Branch Line, The Engineer, by Amelia B. Edwards. From Mugby Junction, by Charles Dickens and others. Recording by Ruth Golding.
In the Alps by Leslie Stephen. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther. A bad 5 minutes in the Alps. It was time to return, and the demon who amuses himself by beguiling Alpine travellers suggested the memory of a certain short-cut which involved a bit of amusing scrambling. I was speedily occupied in fighting my way downwards through a steep ravine, cloven by a vicious little torrent from a lofty glacier, when, how it happened I know not, for all forms of earth and grassy slope were obliterated at a few yards by the descending showers, I suddenly found that I had left the right track, and was descending too sharply towards the stream. At the same time I saw, or thought I saw, that by crossing the face of the cliff for a few yards I should regain the ordinary route. The first step or two was easy. Then came a long stride, in which I had to throw out one hand by way of grappling iron to a jutted rock above. The rock was reeking with moisture, and as I threw my weight upon it, my hand slipped, and before I had time to look around, I was slithering downwards without a single point of support. Below me, as I well knew, at a depth of some 200 feet, was the torrent. One plunge through the air upon its rugged stones, and I should be a heap of mangled flesh and bones. Instinctively, I flung abroad arms and legs in search of strong supports. In another moment I was brought up with a jerk. My hand now rested on the narrow ledge where my feet had been a moment before, and one foot was propped by some insecure support whose nature I could not precisely determine. Desperately choking back the surging emotions that seemed to shake my limbs, I sought for some means of escape. By slowly moving my left hand, I managed to grasp a stem of rhododendron which grew upon the ledge of rock, and felt tolerably firm. Next, I tried to feel for some support with the toe of my left boot. The rock, however, against which it rested was not only hard, but exquisitely polished by the ancient glacier which had forced its way down the gorge. A geologist would have been delighted with this admirable specimen of the planing powers of nature. I felt, I must confess, rather inclined to curse geology and glaciers. Not a projecting edge, corner, or cranny could I discover. I might as well have been hanging against a pane of glass. With my right foot, however, I succeeded in obtaining a more satisfactory lodgment. Had it not been for this help, I could have supported myself so long as my arms would hold out, and I have read somewhere that the strongest man cannot hold on by his arms alone for more than 15 minutes. I am, unluckily, very weak in the arms, and was therefore quite unable to perform the gymnastic feat of raising myself until I could place a knee upon the ledge where my hands were straining. Here then I was, in an apparently hopeless predicament. I might cling to the rocks like a bat in a cave till exhaustion compelled me to let go. On a very liberal allowance that might last for some 20 minutes, or say half an hour. There was, of course, a remote chance that some traveller or tourist might pass through the glen. But the ordinary path lay some 100 yards above my head, on the other side of the rock pinnacle, and 100 yards was, for all practical purposes, the same thing as 100 miles. The ceaseless roar of the swollen torrent would drown my voice as effectively as a battery of artillery. But for a moment or two I considered the propriety of shouting for help. The problem was, whether I should diminish my strength more by the effort of shouting than the additional chance of attracting attention was worth. A puff of wind had driven aside the wreaths of mist, and high above me I could see towering into the gloomy skies a pinnacle of black rock. Sharp and needle-like it sprang from its cloud-hidden base, and scarcely a flake of snow clung to its terrible precipices. Only a day or two before I had been found lounging in the inn garden during a delusive sunset gleam of bright weather, and admiring its noble proportions. I had been discussing with my friends the best mode of assaulting its hitherto untrodden summit, on which we had facetiously conferred the name of Teufelsschorn. Lighted up by the alpine glow, it seemed to beckon us upward, and had fired all my mountaineering zeal. Now, though it was not a time for freaks of fancy, it looked like a grim fiend, calmly frowning upon my agony. I hated it, and yet had an unpleasant sense that my hatred could do it no harm. If I could have lightened and thundered, its rocks would have come down with a crash, but it stood immovable, scornful, and eternal. There is a poetry in the great mountains, but the poetry may be stern as well as benevolent. If, to the weary Londoner, they speak of fresh air and healthful exercise and exciting adventure, they can look tyrannous and forbidding enough to the peasant on whose fields they void their room, as Shakespeare pleasantly puts it, or to the luckless wretch who is clinging in useless supplication at their feet. Grim and fierce, like some primeval giant, that peak looked to me. And for a time the whole doctrine preached by the modern worshippers of sublime scenery seemed inexpressibly absurd and out of place. It was becoming tempting to throw up the cards and have done with it. Even the short, sharp pang of the crash on the rocks below seemed preferable to draining the last dregs of misery. I gathered myself up, crouching as low as I dared, and then, springing from the right foot, and aiding that spring with my left hand, I threw out my right at the little jutting point. The tips of my fingers just reached their aim, but only touched without anchoring themselves. As I fell back, my foot missed its former support, and my whole weight came heavily on the feeble left hand. The clutch was instantaneously torn apart, and I was falling through the air. All was over. The mountains sprang upward with a bound. But before the fall had well begun, before the air had begun to whistle past me, my movement was arrested. With a shock of surprise, I found myself lying on a broad bed of deep moss, as comfortably as in my bed at home. End of A Bad 5 Minutes in the Alps, by Leslie Stephen.
Inferno Canto V di Dante Alighieri. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in Italian by Algie Pug. Inferno Canto V. Canto V, nel quale mostra del secondo cerchio dell'inferno e tratta della pena del vizio, della lussuria nella persona di più famosi gentili uomini. Così discesi del cerchio primario giù nel secondo, che men loco cinghia e tanto più dolor che punge a guaio. Stavi minos orbilmente e ringhia, esamina le colpe nell'entrata, giudica e manda secondo c'avvinghia. Dico che quando l'anima malnata li vien dinanzi, tutta si confessa, e quel conoscitor delle peccate vede qual loco d'inferno è da essa. Cinesi con la coda tante volte, quantunque guardi vol che giù sia messa. sempre dinanzi a lui ne stanno molte, vanno a vicenda ciascuna al giudizio, dicono e odono e poi son giù volte. O tu che vieni al doloroso ospizio, disse Minos a me quando mi vide, lasciando l'atto di cotanto affizio, guarda com'entri e di cui tu ti fide, non t'inganni l'ampiezza dell'entrare. Il duca mio a lui, perché pur gride, non impedir lo suo fatale andare, volsi così colà dove si puote ciò che si vuole e più non dimandare. Or incomincian le dolenti note a farmisi sentire, or son venuto là dove molto pianto mi percuote. Io venni in loco d'ogni luce muto, che muggie come far mar per tempesta, se da contrari venti è combattuto. La buffra infernal, che mai non resta, mena gli spirti con la sua rapina, voltando e percotendo li molesta. Quando giungon davanti alla ruina, quivi le strida, il compianto, il lamento, bestemmian quivi la virtù divina. Intesi ch'ha così fatto tormento, innoddanati i peccator carnali, che la ragion sommettono al talento. E come li stornei ne portan l'ali, nel freddo tempo, a schiera larga e piena, così quel fiato gli spiriti mali, di qua, di là, di giù, di su li mena, nulla speranza li conforta mai, non che di posa, ma di minor pena. E come i gru van cantande lor lai, facendo in era di sé lunga riga, così vid'io venir traendo guai, ombre portate della detta briga, per chi dissi, maestro, chi son quelle genti che l'aura nera si gastiga? La prima di color di cui novelle tu vuol saper, mi disse quelli olotta, fu imperatrice di molte favelle. Il vizio di lussuria fu sì rotta, che libito fe licito in sua legge, per torre il biasmo in che era condotta. El è Semiramis, di cui si legge che succedette Nino e fu sua sposa, tenne la terra che il soldan corregge. L'altro è colei che s'anchisa amorosa e ruppe fede al cener di Sicheo, poi è Cleopatras l'usuriosa. Ella ne vedi per cui tanto reo tempo si volse, e vedi il grande Achille che con amore al fine combatteo. Vedi Paris, Tristano, e più di 1000 ombre mostrommi e nominommi a dito, ch'amor di nostra vita dipartille. Posce ch'io ebbi il mio dottore udito, nomar le donne antiche e cavalieri, pietà mi giunse e fui quasi smarrito. Il cominciai, poeta, volentieri parlerei a quei due che insiemi vanno, e paion sì al vento esser leggieri. Ed egli a me, vedrai quando saranno più presso a noi, e tu allor li priega per quello amor che i mena, ed ei verranno. Sì tosto come il vento a noi li piega, mossi la voce, o anima affannate, venite a noi parlar, s'altri nol niega. Quali colombe dal disio chiamate con l'ali alzate e ferme al dolce nido vegnon per l'era dal valer portate, cotali uscir della schiera ove dido, a noi venendo per l'era maligno, sì forte fu l'affettuoso grido. O animal grazioso e benigno, che visitando vai per l'era perso noi che teniemmo il mondo di sanguigno, si fosse amico del Re dell'universo, noi pregheremo lui della tua pace, poi che pietà del nostro mal perverso. Di quel che udire e che parlar vi piace, noi udiremo e parleremo a voi, mentre che il vento come fa ci tace. Siedi la terra dove nata fui, sulla marina dove il Po discende, per aver pace co seguaci sui. Amor, ch'al cor gentil ratto s'apprende, prese costui della bella persona che mi fu tolta, il modo ancor mi offende. Amor, ch'a nulla ho amato amar perdona, mi prese del costui piacer sì forte, che, come vedi, ancor non m'abbandona. Amor condusse noi ad una morte, ch'aina attenda chi a vita ci spense. Questa parola da lor ci fu forte. Quand'io intesi quell'anima offense, china il viso e tanto il tenni basso, fin che il poeta mi disse: «Che pense?» Quando rispuosi cominciai: «Oh lasso, quanti dolci pensier, quanto desio meno costoro al doloroso passo!» Poi mi rivolsi a loro e parlai io, e cominciai: «Francesca, i tuoi martiri a lagrimar mi fanno tristo e pio. Ma dimmi, al tempo di dolci sospiri, e che come concedete amore che conosceste i dubbiosi desiri?» E quella a me: «Nessun maggior dolore che ricordarsi del tempo felice nella miseria, e ciò s'al tuo dottore. Ma sa conoscer la prima radice del nostro amor, tu hai cotanto affetto. Dirò come colui che piange e dice: «Noi leggevamo un giorno per diletto di Lanciolotto, come amor lo strinse. Soli eravamo e senza alcun sospetto. Per più fiate gli occhi ci sospinse quella lettura, e scolorodci il viso, ma solo un punto fu quel che ci vinse. Quando leggemmo il disiato riso esser basciato da cotanto amante, questi che mai da me non fia diviso, la bocca mi basciò tutto tremante. Caliotto fu il libro, e chi lo scrisse, quel giorno più non vi leggemmo avante. Mentre che l'uno spirito questo disse, l'altro piangea, sicché di pietade io venni men così com io morisse, e caddi, come corpo morto cadde. End of Inferno, Canto V, by Dante Alighieri. By Lewis Beck. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. I had ridden all day through an endless vista of ghostly grey gums and iron barks when I came in sight of the long wavering line of vivid green foliage which showed me that I had reached my destination, a roughly built slab hut with a roof of corrugated iron. This place was to be my home for 6 months and stood on the bank of Five Head Creek, 25 miles from the rising city of Townsville in North Queensland. Riding up to the building, I got off my wearied, sweating horse, and removing the saddle and my blanket and other impediments, led him to the creek to drink, and then hobbled and turned him loose to feed on the soft, lush grass and reeds growing along the margin of the water. Then I entered the empty house, made a brief examination of it, and wondered how my mate would like living in such an apparently comfortless abode. I must mention that I had come from Townsville to take charge of Five Head Creek cattle run, which had suffered so severely from a terrible drought that it had been temporarily abandoned. We were to look after and repair the fencing, many miles length of which had been destroyed by fire or succumbed to white ants, to search for and collect the remnant of the cattle that had not perished in the drought, and to see after the place generally. My mate was to follow me out in a few days with a dray load of stores. I lit a fire, boiled a billy of tea, and ate some cold beef and damper. Then, as the sun dipped below a range of low hills to the westward, I filled my pipe and, walking down to the bank of the creek, surveyed my environs. What a God-forsaken looking country, I thought, as I gazed around me, and indeed the prospect was anything but inviting. On both sides of the creek the soil showed evidences of the severity of the past drought. Great gaping fissures, oozen cracks we called them, traversed and zigzagged the hot, parching ground on which not a blade of grass was to be seen. Here and there, amid the grey-barked ghostly gums, were oases of green, thickets of stunted sandalwood whose evergreen leaves defied alike the torrid summer heat and the black frost of winter months, but underneath them lay the shrivelled carcasses and the whitening bones of hundreds of cattle which had perished of starvation, too weak even to totter down to die, bogged in the banks of the creek. As I sat and smoked, a strong feeling of depression took possession of me. I already began to hate the place, and regretted I could not withdraw from my engagement. Yet, in less than a week, I began to like it, and when I left it, I did so with some regret, for I had made friends with sweet Mother Nature, whose loving kindness is with us always in wild places, though we may not know it at first, and take no heed of her many calls and silent beckonings to us to come and love and rest and dream and be content upon her tender, mighty bosom. My horse, cropping eagerly at the soft grass and salty pigweed, suddenly raised his head and pricked up his ears. He had heard something and was listening. And looking across to the opposite bank, I saw a sight that lifted me out of my sudden fit of depression and then filled me with delight. 2 stately emus were walking along in single file, the male bird leading, holding his head erect and marching like the drum major of a regiment of guards. On the margin of the bank they halted and looked at the horse, which now stood facing them. A minute's scrutiny satisfied both parties that there was nothing to fear from each other, and then the great birds walked down the bank to a broad dry patch of bright yellow sand, which stretched halfway across the bed of the creek. Here the male began to scratch, sending up a shower of coarse sand, and quickly swallowing such large pebbles as were revealed, while the female squatted beside him and watched his labours with an air of indifference. Her digestive apparatus was, I suppose, in good order, and she did not need 3 or 4 pounds weight of stones in a gizzard, but she did require a sand bath. For presently she too began to scrape and sway from side to side as she worked a deep hole beneath her body, just as a common hen scrapes and sways and ruffles her feathers in the dry dust of the farmyard. In less than 5 minutes the huge bird was encompassed in a cloud of flying sand, and working her long neck, great thick legs, and outspread toes exactly as an ordinary fowl. Then, having thoroughly covered herself with sand from beak to tail, she rose, shook herself violently, and stalked up the bank again, where her companion soon followed her. I lost sight of the pair as they strode through the thick green of the she-oak trees. As darkness fell, I built up a larger fire and spread my blanket beside it to sleep under the open sky instead of in the deserted house, for the night was soft, warm and windless. Overhead was a firmament of cloudless blue, with here and there a shining star beginning to show. But away to the southwest, a dark line of cloud was rising and spreading, and I felt cheered at the sight, for it was a sign of rain. As I watched it steadily increasing, the first voices of the night began to call. A possum squealed from the branches of a blue gum in the creek, and was answered by another somewhere near, and then the long, long, mournful wail of a curlew cried out from the sun-baked plain beyond. Ah, the unutterable sense of loneliness that at times the long-drawn, penetrating cry of the curlew, resounding through the silence of the night amid the solitude of vast Australian plains, causes the solitary bushman or traveller to feel. I well remember on one occasion camping on the banks of the lower Burdekin River and having my broken slumbers, for I was ill with fever, disturbed by a brace of curlews, which were uttering their depressing cries within a few hundred yards of me, and how I at last became so wrought up and almost frenzied by the persistency of their doleful notes that I followed them up with a Winchester rifle, mile after mile, wasting my cartridges and exhausting mind and body in the vain attempt to shoot them in the dark. There is, to my knowledge, nothing so mournful as the call of the curlew, unless it be the moaning cry of a penguin out upon the ocean, when the sea fog encompasses the ship that lies becalmed. There is something so intensely human about it, as if some lost soul were wailing for mercy and forgiveness. But on this night the cry of the curlew was pleasing to my ear, for as I lay and watched the rising bank of cloud, I heard others calling from the opposite bank of the creek, and then a parrot screamed shrilly, and I knew that rain was certain. I jumped up, carried my blanket, saddle and gun into the house, and then went out to collect firewood. My horse, as he heard my footsteps, bounded up, hobbled as he was, from the bed of the creek, and neighed to me in the darkness. He too smelt the coming rain, and was speaking to me out of his gladness of heart. I called back to him, and then set to work and soon collected a number of dry logs, which I carried into the hut and threw down on the hard earthen floor made of pulverised ant heaps, just as a welcome thunder muttered away off in the distance. I brought a burning brand from the fire, threw it inside, and then called to my horse. Taking off his hobbles, I slipped the bridle over his head and brought him in under shelter of the veranda, where he stood quietly, with a full stomach and contented mind, watching the coming storm. Half an hour later, the iron roof of the house was singing a sweet, delightful tune to the heavy downpouring rain, which, till long past midnight, fell in generous volume, the dry, thirsty soil drinking it in with gladness as it closed up the gaping fissures and gave hope and vigour and promise of life to the parched and perishing vegetation of the wide plains around. With supreme satisfaction I sat at the open door and smoked and watched, with my fire blazing merrily away. Then, before it was too late, I stripped off and went out, and let the rain wash off the dust and dirt of a day's journey under a fierce, baking sun. How cool, delightful, and invigorating it felt! I dried myself with a spare shirt, and then lay down on my blanket beside the fire to listen contentedly to the clamour of the rain upon the roof. About 2 in the morning, the downpour ceased, the sky cleared, and a fair half-moon of silvery brightness shone out above the tops of the white gum forest. 50 yards or so away, in front of the door, a shallow pool had formed in the depression of the hard, sun-baked soil, and as the soft light of the moon fell upon it, there came a whir of wings as a flock of night-roving, spur-winged plover lit upon its margin. I could have shot half a dozen of them from where I sat, but felt I could not lift gun to shoulder and slaughter when there was no need, and their shrill cries, as they ran to and fro, afforded me an infinite pleasure. I took off my horse's bridle, put his hobbles on again, rubbed my cheek against his warm, moist nose, and left him. An hour before daylight he stepped quietly outside and stood near the fire. The mosquitoes were annoying him, and he had come in to get the benefit of what little smoke was arising from the burning logs. At dawn, as I lay half awake, I heard a sound that made me jump to my gun, the soft quacking of wild duck in the creek. Standing cautiously down through the fringe of she-oaks, I came to a fine broad pool, in the centre of which was a small sandbank, whereon stood a black duck with a brood of 7 half-fledged ducklings around her, dabbling merrily amongst the weed and debris of the margin. Of course, no one who thinks, unless impelled by sheer hunger, would shoot either an incubating or just familied duck, and I laid down my gun with an exclamation of disappointment. But I was soon to be rewarded, for a minute or two later 5 beautiful black and white Burdekin ducks flashed down through the vista of she-oaks and settled on the water less than 30 yards away from me. They lit so closely together that my first barrel killed 2, and my second dropped one of the others as they rose. I waded in and brought them ashore. The name Burdekin has been given to these ducks because they are so common on the river of that name. Their wings are pure white and black. I wonder how many people know how to cook and eat wild duck as they should be cooked and eaten, when they are plentiful, and when the man who shoots them is, in his way, a gourmet, and is yet living away from civilization and restaurants. This is the way. Pluck the feathers off the breast and body, then cut the breast part out, sprinkle it with salt, impale it upon a stick, if you have a stick or branch of any kind, and hold it over a fire of glowing wood coals. If you have no skewer, then lay the red, luscious-looking flesh upon the coals themselves, and listen to it singing and fizzing, as if it were impatiently crying out to you to take it up and eat it. When I returned, the sun rays were piercing through the gum trees and dissipating a thin mist which hung about the green winding fringe of she-oaks bordering the creek. From the ground, which now felt soft, warm and springy to my naked foot, there came that sweet earthy smell that arises when the land has lain for long, long months under a sky of brass, and all green things have struggled hard to live. As I drew near the hut, I saw that the flock of spur-winged plover were still standing or running about the margin of the newly formed pool. They took not the slightest notice of my approach, and I was careful not to alarm them, knowing that as long as the water remained, they would continue to haunt the vicinity of the pool. Besides that, I already had 3 plump ducks, which would last me at least till the following morning. After breakfast, I set out to make a detailed examination of the creek for a distance of 3 or 4 miles towards its source. I was glad to find some very extensive water-holes at intervals of a few hundred yards. Then would come a stretch of sand from bank to bank, for owing to the want of rain the water had fallen very low, though it was still flowing by percolation through the sand. Yet, in time of flood, the whole of the flat country was submerged, and some of the large gum trees growing on the banks held in their forks 35 feet from the ground great piles of dead wood and tangled debris that had been deposited there in a great flood of 2 years before. I was not long in making a very pleasing discovery. All the pools contained fish, some of which were of good size, for the water was so clear that I could see them swimming about. And I remembered now with satisfaction that among the stores coming on in the dray was a bundle of fishing tackle which I had bought in Townsville. Bird life all along the creek was plentiful, but this was to be expected, as a long drought had naturally driven game of all sorts towards the water. I saw 2 or 3 small kangaroos, and everywhere along the margin were bandicoot holes, where the little pig-like creatures had been digging for roots. 2 miles from the hut, I came across a well-constructed native fish weir, and nearby found the site of a camp. Evidently a party of blacks had been enjoying themselves quite recently, fishing and cattle killing, for under some scrub I found the head and foreleg of a young steer. As I walked my horse slowly over the sand under the fringing oaks, I made the unpleasant discovery that snakes were very plentiful. Not only the harmless carpet snake, but the deadly brown and black-necked tiger variety, though against this were a corresponding number of iguanas, both of the tree-climbing and water-haunting species. The latter, to which I shall again allude, is a particularly shuddersome reptile. I had never before seen these repulsive creatures, and, indeed, had never heard of them. I returned to the hut at noon, and to my surprise found a party of 30 or more blacks camped under some leichhardt trees. They seemed a fairly healthy lot of savages, and were not alarmed when they saw I was carrying a gun. I rode quietly up to them, and shook hands with 2 or 3 of the bucks, who spoke a little English. They were, they told me, from the Ravenswood district, which they had left some weeks ago, and were now travelling towards the Burdekin, hunting as they went. Some of them came to the hut with me, and I saw at once that they had not taken anything of mine, though among other articles I had left on a wooden seat outside were several plugs of tobacco. I gave them a plug to divide, and then asked the most voluble of them how many cattle they had speared. "Ah, blackfella, spear him cattle," he answered. Literally, we blacks did not spear any cattle. "What about that young fella bullock you been eat long a creek?" I inquired. They assured me that they had not speared the animal, which they had found lying on the bottom of a deep gully with a broken leg. Then, knowing it could not live, they had killed and eaten it. I was pleased to hear this, and have no doubt the poor creatures told the truth. They remained with myself and mate for a month, and proved of great assistance to us in fencing and other work, and I learnt much valuable bushcraft from these wandering savages, especially of their methods of hunting and fishing. I shall now give the reader an account of some of the happy days my mate and myself spent in this lonely spot. 2. A few days later, my mate arrived with the dray, which we at once unloaded, and then turned the horses out to feed and have a spell before working them again. Every night since I'd arrived, a thunderstorm had occurred, much to my delight, and already the once cracked and baking flats were beginning to put on a carpet of grass. And indeed, in 3 weeks it was 18 inches high, and made a glorious sight, the few remaining cattle eating it so hungrily that when night fell the creatures were scarcely able to move, so distended were their stomachs. Having started our Aboriginal friends to cut down ironbark saplings to repair the fencing, we first of all paid a visit to our nearest neighbour, a settler named Dick Bullen, who lived 10 miles away. He received us most hospitably, like all good bushmen, and offered to assist us in looking for lost cattle. He was a splendid type of native-born Australian bushman, over 6 feet 2 in height, and simple and unaffected in his manner. I shall remember this man for one thing. He had two of the finest teams of working bullocks I have ever seen, and handled them in a way that commanded our admiration. Never once did he use his whip for any other purpose than to crack it occasionally, and it did one good to hear his cheery call to the 14 labouring beasts as they toiled up the steep side of a creek or gully with a heavy load of timber, straining every nerve in their great bodies, while the sweat poured off their coats in streams. He was like one of his own bullocks, patient, cheerful, and strong, and an exclamation of anger seldom passed his lips. An oath? Never. He took a great pride in the appearance of his teams, and especially the fact that no one of them showed the marks of a whip. We spent a pleasant hour with this man, and returned home by a different route, in the hope of getting a plain turkey, an altogether different bird from the scrub turkey. Hanson, my mate, was an excellent shot, especially with a rifle, and indeed when shooting turkeys preferred to use a 44 Winchester rifle. We managed to get one bird, a cock, but so old and poor that we gave it to the black contingent to eat. Nothing in the shape of food came amiss to these people, and their appetites were astounding. One day, Hanson and I were following down a creek which junctioned with the Reed River, when we saw smoke ascending from a dry gully. Riding up, we came across a very old and shrivelled gin, and a boy and girl of about 8 years of age. They were busily engaged in eating emu eggs, and out of 13 had already devoured 11, together with 400 or 500 of freshwater cockles. Such a meal would have satisfied half a dozen hungry white men. Their overloaded stomachs presented a disgusting appearance, and they were scarcely able to articulate. A week after our arrival, the blacks told us that there were indications that the rainy season would come on earlier than usual, and that game, except duck and spur-winged plover, would be very scarce. Also that if the creek came down in flood, it would carry away most of the fish. This was bad news for such ardent sportsmen as Hanson and myself, for we were looking forward to plenty of fishing and shooting, not alone for its pleasures, but also because we were charged heavily for anything but the ordinary salt beef, tea, sugar and flour. Sardines and tinned salmon were luxuries we could not afford, but fresh fish and game were better, and, even when salted, were preferable to a continuous diet of beef. We had among our stores a 250-pound bag of coarse salt. We had to kill our own meat and salt it down, and I proposed that we should at once set to work whilst the weather was fine, and spend a week shooting and fishing. Such game as plain turkeys, the bustard, scrub turkeys, cockatoos, ducks, etc., we could put in brine, whilst the fish could be dry salted and then put in the sun to dry. Hanson quite approved the idea, and we at once set to work. I was to be fisherman, and he the gunner, for, curiously enough, my mate was the most helpless creature with a fishing line or rod that I ever saw. In 5 minutes he would either have his line hopelessly tangled, his rod broken, or his hook caught in his hand, and yet he never lost his temper. Taking with me 2 sturdy black boys as porters, and also bringing my gun and ammunition in case of meeting duck, I set out on foot, Hanson riding off, accompanied by a blackfella, to a chain of shallow lagoons 5 miles away. Within a quarter of a mile from the house was a fine deep waterhole formed by the creek, being here confined between 2 high banks. At one end, however, an exposed bar of small, coarse, round pebbles ran almost across, and here I decided to begin, instead of from the bank, for not only were snakes difficult to see in the undergrowth, but plants of the dreaded stinging tree were also growing around and between the magnificent gums and the leichharts. These latter trees, named after the ill-fated Dr. Leichhardt, are, I think, the most strikingly handsome of all the large trees in the north of Queensland. They love to grow near or even in the water, and their broad, beautiful leaves give a welcome shade. But before I descended to the bank, I had to remain for some minutes to gaze on the beauty of the scene. The water at one end of the pool was of the deepest blue. Towards the pebbly bar it gradually shallowed, and for the next 8 or 10 feet from the margin was as clear as crystal. Close in under the banks, the broad leaves of blue flowering water lilies covered the surface with a carpet of many shades of green and pink. Hovering above the lily leaves were hundreds of small white butterflies, with here and there a black and yellow-banded dragonfly. Horse stingers, the Australian youth call them. Not a sound broke the silence, except now and then the rippling splash of a fish rising to the surface, or the peculiar click, click, made by a crayfish burrowing under a stone. I leant over the bank and looked down, and then gave a start of pleasure, for right beneath me were 3 fish floating motionless on the surface, fish that, until then, I never knew lived in fresh water. They were in shape, colour and appearance exactly like the toothed gar, so common on the sea coast. A long slender body with back of dark blue, sides of silvery white, and fins and tail of blue tipped with yellow. I was so excited that I was about to shoot them, but remembered that at so short a distance I should only have blown them to pieces, especially as they were directly beneath me. I motioned to the black boys to come and look. They did so, and I learned that these fish, when the creek was low, were sometimes plentiful and would take almost any floating bait, especially if it were alive. Eager to begin, I told the boys to collect some crayfish for bait, but they said it would take too long, that small fish were better, and running to some lily-covered pools about 2 feet in diameter and very shallow, they jumped in and stirred up the sand and muddy sediment at the bottom. In a few minutes, some scores of very pretty red and silvery-hued minnows were thrown out on the sand. I quickly baited my line and threw it, with a sinker attached, into the centre of the pool. Before it could sink, the bait was taken by a fine brim of 2 pounds, which I landed safely and tossed to the boys. It was the first freshwater brim I had caught in Queensland, and I felt elated. Finding that the pool was clear of snags, I bent on 3 extra hooks, baiting each one with the whole of a tiny fish. Again the baits were seized before they reached the bottom. I hauled in 2 more brim, and as they came struggling and splashing into the shallow water, I saw they were being followed by literally hundreds of the same species, and also by fish much more like an English grayling. The pool seemed to be alive. The presence of such large numbers in so circumscribed a space could, however, be easily accounted for by the absence of rain for so many months, the drying up of many minor pools and stretches, and the diminution of the water generally throughout the creek and its tributaries, driving the fish to congregate in the deeper and larger pools. By noon I had caught as many fish as the boys could carry. None, it is true, were very large, 2.5 pounds being the heaviest, but I was pleased to learn that there were places farther down the creek where the blacks frequently caught some very large catfish when the water was muddy from heavy rain. These catfish, or as some people call them, jewfish, are the heaviest and best of all the Queensland river fish I have ever tasted, except those which, for want of their true name, I called grayling, and Hansard asserted were trout. Sending the black boys off with the fish, I cut a rod from a she-oak and quickly rigged a line. For a float, I used a small piece of dead wood and baited with the largest minnow I could find. Then, clambering up the bank, I found a suitable open space to stand at the butt of a Leichhardt, from where I had a good view. I could not, however, see any of the gars, one at least of which I was so anxious to get, but made a cast into the centre, and almost instantly one darted out from under the lily leaves and hooked himself beautifully, but in swinging him out my line fouled a thorny bush, and for a minute I was in despair. There was the shining beauty suspended over the water, and almost making a circle of his body in his struggle to escape. At last, however, I cleared my line and swung my prize high up on the bank. Determined to get a better rod and return after dinner, I picked up gun and fish and followed the boys. By sunset, I had to catch a fish that fairly astonished Hanson when he returned at dusk with but half a dozen black duck, 2 or 3 teal, and 2 turkeys. All that evening we were employed in cleaning and salting the fish and birds, except some for immediate use. We had many such days. Fish were to be had all throughout the course of the creek, and had we possessed a net like those the blacks sometimes used, we could have taken a hogshead full in half an hour. Then, as the rainy season began, I ceased fishing and took to the gun, for now 3 or 4 kinds of duck made their appearance, and one moonlight night an immense number alighted in the creek just below the hut, and kept up an incessant gabble and quacking till sunrise. In less than 10 days we had enough salted game and dried and smoked fish to last us 3 months, even had we eaten nothing else. Our black friends, with the exception of one lad who desired to remain, left us one morning at sunrise, and we saw them no more. I am afraid they were deeply hurt by our poisoning half a dozen of their mangy dogs, which were, with the rest of the pack, a continual source of annoyance to us by their expert thieving. One dull, rainy day, as we sat indoors mending our clothes and yarning and smoking, we heard the scream of parrots, and, going to the door, saw some 20 or 30 of them, large, fine green and scarlet plumaged birds, hanging on to and crawling in and out among the branches of some low trees growing between the stockyard and the creek. These trees were a species of wattle, and were just opening out the yellow, sweet-smelling, downy flowers, which the beautiful birds were devouring eagerly. We did not disturb them, and they did not appear to be alarmed when we walked up to within a few yards of the trees, merely screaming defiance and flying up to the higher branches or to other trees nearby. These birds the local settlers called king parrots. They were larger than those of the same species in New South Wales, and later in the season we shot a few of them for soup. This particular flock visited us for many days in succession, forming a pretty picture as they hung on the branches, chattering loudly the while, and flashing their gaily coloured plumage in the bright sunshine. Like the spur-winged plover, they were very inquisitive birds. If one of their number was shot and fell wounded, the rest of the flock would fly round and round the poor creature, watching its movements and listening to its cries, not out of pity, but of sheer curiosity, and each could be shot in succession, or sometimes knocked down with a stick. I was told by a stockman on Fanning Down Station that on several occasions, when he had wounded birds of this variety of the parrot tribe, their companions descended upon them with fury, tore out their feathers, and bit and lacerated them savagely. Now and again, a few wandering emus would cross the grey gum plains around us, and then, as they caught sight of our figures, shamble quickly off again. In former years they had been plentiful in the district, and provided good food for the Aborigines when the latter organised their big hunting parties. But as the country was taken up for cattle runs, hundreds of the great birds were wantonly shot by white men for the mere pleasure of killing, and all the months we lived in the district we did not see more than 20. I have before spoken of the number of snakes that were everywhere to be seen in the vicinity of the water, particularly about pools with a reedy margin. Scarcely a week passed without our killing 3 or 4, and we were always careful in bathing to do so in very shallow water, where there was a clear sandy bottom. There were 3 kinds of water snakes, one of which was of a dull blue colour, and these the black said were badfella, that is, venomous. They seldom grew over 2 feet and a half in length, and on a bright day one might see several of these reptiles swimming across from one bank to the other. Of the common brown snake, the kind we most dreaded, and of the black-necked tiger snake, we killed numbers with our guns and with sticks, and one day, when crossing some red ironstone ridges on the Ravenswood Road, we dispatched 2 death adders, which were lying asleep on the bare, hot road. They are of a dull reddish colour, the same hue as the ground in the ironstone country, just as they are a yellowish brown in the sandstone region. One great pest to us when fishing were the number of mud turtles, greedy little creatures, which persistently swallowed our hooks, which could only be recovered by placing one's foot on their backs, drawing out their long snaky necks to the utmost tension and cutting off their heads. The other pests were the hideous, flabby water iguanas. I do not know their proper name, which, although they never interfered with our lines, sickened us even to look at them. They were always to be seen lying on a log or snag in the water. As you approached, they either crawled down like an octopus or dropped in a boneless, inert mass without a splash. Their slimy, scaleless skins were a muddy yellow, and in general they resembled an eel with legs. Even the blacks looked on them with disgust, though they are particularly fond of the ordinary iguana. The time passed somewhat wearily to us, when heavy rains and flooded country kept us indoors for days together. Then one night, after the weather had begun to get cooler and clearer, we heard, far, far overhead, the honk, honk of the wild geese flying southward to distant lagoons, and Hanson reminded me that in another week our term of service came to an end. "What made you think of it?" I asked. "The cry of the wild geese going south. For we too longed for the south again." End of Fivehead Creek by Lewis Beck. Read by Algie Pug.
"5-Cent Balloons" by Carl Sandburg. Read in celebration of the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, July 2010. 5-Cent Balloons. Pietro has 20 red and blue balloons on a string. They flutter and dance, pulling Pietro's arm. A nickel apiece is what they sell for. Wishing children tag Pietro's heels. He sells out and goes the streets alone. End of 5-Cent Balloons by Carl Sandburg. Towns on the B&O by Carl Sandburg. Read in celebration of the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, July 2010. 5 Towns on the B&O. By day, tireless smokestacks, hungry, smoky shanties hanging to the slopes, crooning, we get by, that's all. By night, all lit up, fire gold bars, fire gold flues, and the shanties shaking in clumsy shadows, almost the hills shaking, all crooning, "By God, we're going to find out or know why." End of Five Towns on the B&O, by Carl Sandburg. The Wedding 5 Times and Nobody Comes to It, by Carl Sandburg. Read in celebration of the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush in Marquette, Michigan, July 2010. Put off the wedding 5 times and nobody comes to it. Handbook for Quarreling Lovers. I thought of offering you apothegms. I might have said, "Dogs bark and the wind carries it away." I might have said, "He who would make a door of gold must knock a nail in every day." So easy it would have been to inaugurate a high impetuous moment for you to look on before the final farewells were spoken. You, who assumed the farewells in the manner of people buying newspapers and reading the headlines, and all peddlers of gossip who buttonhole each other and wag their heads, saying, "Yes, I heard all about it last Wednesday." I considered several apothegms. "There is no love but service," of course would only initiate a quarrel over who has served and how and when. "Love stands against fire and flood and much bitterness," would only initiate a second misunderstanding and bickerings with lapses of silence. What is there in the Bible to cover our case? Or Shakespeare? What poetry can help? Is there any left but Epictetus? Since you have already chosen to interpret silence for language, and silence for despair, and silence for contempt, and silence for all things but love, since you have already chosen to read ashes where God knows there was something else than ashes, since silence and ashes are two identical findings for your eyes, and there are no apothegms worth handing out, like a hung jury's verdict for a record in our own hearts, as well as the community at large, I can only remember a Russian peasant who told me his grandfather warned him, "If you ride too good a horse, you will not take the straight road to town." It will always come back to me in the blur of that haiku, "The heart of a woman of 30 is like the red ball of the sun seen through a mist." Or I will remember the witchery in the eyes of a girl at a barn dance one winter night in Illinois, saying, "Put off the wedding 5 times and nobody comes to it." End of Put Off the Wedding 5 Times and Nobody Comes to It, by Carl Sandburg.
Points by Edna Claire Brenner. This is recorded for the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of 5 Points by Edna Claire Brenner. Read by Don W. Jenkins. A life went on in the town of 5 Points. 5 Points the town was called because it was laid out in the form of a star with 5 points, and these points picked it out and circumscribed it. The life that was lived there was in this wise. Over the center of the town it hung thick and heavy, a great mass of tangled strands of all the colors that were ever seen, but stained and murky looking from something that oozed out no one could tell from which of the entangling cords. In 5 directions heavy strands came into the great knot in the center, and from it there floated out, now this way, now that, loose threads like tentacles seeking to fasten themselves on whatever came within their grasp. All over the town thin threads crisscrossed back and forth, in and out among the heavy strands, making little snarls wherever several souls lived or were gathered together. One could see, by looking intently, that the tangling, knotted strands and threads were woven into the rough pattern of a star. Life, trembling through the mass in the center, streamed back and forth over the incoming strands, irregularly and in ever-changing volume, pulling at the smaller knots here and there in constant disturbance. It swayed the loosely woven mass above the schoolhouse, shaking out glints of color from the thin bright cords, golden yellows and deep blues, vivid reds and greens. It twisted and untwisted the small black knot above the town hotel. It arose in murky vapor from the large knots above each of the churches. All over the town it quivered through the fine entangling threads, making the pattern change in color, loosening and tightening the weaving. In this fashion life came forth from the body which it inhabited. This is the way the town lay underneath it. From a large round of foot-tramped earth 5 wide streets radiated out in as many directions for a length of 8 or 10 houses and yards. Then the wide dirt street became a narrow road. The narrow board walks flanking it on either side stopped suddenly, and faintly worn paths carried out their line for a space of 3 minutes' walk, when all at once uprose the wall of the forest. The road plunged through and was immediately swallowed up. This is the way it was in all 5 directions from 5 points. Round about the town forests lay thick and dark, like the dark heavens around the cities of the sky, and held it off secure from every other life-containing place. The roads that pierced the wall of the forest led in deeper and deeper, cutting their way around shaggy foothills down to swift streams, and on and up again to heights, and in and out of obscure notches. They must finally have sprung out again through another wall of forest to other towns. But as far as 5 Points was concerned, they led simply to lumber mills sitting like chained, ravening creatures at safe distances from one another, eating slowly away at the thick woods as if trying to remove the screen that held the town off to itself. In the beginning there was no town at all, but miles and miles of virgin forest clothing the earth that humped itself into rough-bosomed hills and hummocks. Then the forest was its own. Birds nested in its dense leafage. Fish multiplied in the clear running streams. Wild creatures ranged its fastnesses in security. The trees, touched by no harsher hand than that which turns the rhythmically changing seasons, added year by year ring upon ring to their girths. Suddenly human masters appeared. They looked at the girth of the trees, appraised the wealth that lay hidden there, marked the plan of its taking out. They brought in workers, cleared a space for headquarters in the midst of their great tracts, cut roads out through the forest, and wherever swift streams crossed they set mills. The cleared space they laid out symmetrically in a tree-fringed center of common ground, encircled by a main street for stores and offices, with streets for houses leading out to the edge of the clearing. In the southeast corner of the town they set aside a large square of land against the forest for a schoolhouse. Thus 5 Points was made as nearly in the center of the great uncut region as it could well be and still be on the narrow-gauge railroad already passing through to make junction with larger roads. In short order there was a regular town with a station halfway down the street where the railroad cut through, and near it a town hotel with a bar, a post office, several stores, a candy shop, and a dentist's office fronting the round of earth in the center. 5 churches set each on its own street and as far from the center of town as possible, and a 6-room schoolhouse with a flagpole. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 and 6 miles distance in the forest, sawmills buzzed away, strangely noisy amid their silent, clumsy lumbermen and millfolk. One after another, all those diverse persons necessary for carrying on the work of a small community drifted in. They cut themselves loose from other communities and hastened hither to help make this new one, each moved by his own particular reason, each bringing to the making of a life the threads of his own deep desire. The threads interlaced with other threads, twisted into strands, knotted with other strands, and the life formed itself and hung trembling, thick and powerful over the town. The mill owners and managers came first, bringing strong warp threads for the life. They had to have the town to take out their products and bring in supplies. They wanted to make money as fast as possible. "Let the town go to hell," they said. They cared little how the life went, so that it did go. Most of them lived alternately as heads of families at home 200 miles away, and as bachelors at their mills and extract works. Mr. Stillman, owner of hundreds of acres of forest, was different. He wanted to be near at hand to watch his timber being taken out slowly and carefully, and meanwhile to bring up his 2 small sons, healthy and virtuous, far away from city influences. He made a small farm up in the high southwest segment of the town against the woods, with orchards and sheep pasture and beehives and a big white farmhouse solidly built. He became a deacon in the Presbyterian church and one of the cornerstones of the town. Mr. Goff, owner of mills 6 miles out, kept up a comfortable place in town to serve as a halfway house between his mills and his home in a city a couple of 100 miles distant. He believed that his appearance as a regular townsman had a steadying influence on his workmen, that it gave them faith in him. His placid middle-aged wife accompanied him back and forth on his weekly visits to the mills and interested herself in those of his workers who had families. Mill manager Henderson snapped at the chance to run the company store as well as to manage several mills. He saw in it something besides food and clothing for his large family of red-haired girls. Although he lived down at one of the mills, he was counted as a townsman. He was a pillar in the Methodist church, and his eldest daughter played the piano there. George Brainerd, pudgy chief clerk of the company store, was hand in glove with Henderson. He loved giving all his energies, undistracted by family or other ties, to the task of making the company's workers come out at the end of the season in the company's debt instead of having cleared a few $100s as they were made to believe on the day they were hired would be the case. The percentage he received for his cleverness was nothing to him in comparison with the satisfaction he felt in his ability to manipulate. Lanky Jim Dunn, the station agent, 33 and unmarried, satisfied his hunger for new places by coming to 5 Points. He hated old settled lines of conduct. As station agent he had a hand in everything and on every one that came in and went out of the town. He held a sort of gauge on the life of the town. He chaffed all the girls who came down to see the evening train come in and tipped off the young men as to what was doing at the town hotel. Dr. Smelter, thin-lipped and cold-eyed, elegant in manner and in dress, left his former practice without regret. He opened his office in 5 Points, hoping that in a new community obscure diseases did not flourish. He was certain that lack of skill would not be as apparent there as in a well-established village. Reverend Trotman had been lured hither by the anticipation of a virgin field for saving souls. Reverend Little, because he dared not let any of his own fold be exposed to the pitfalls of an opposing creed. Dave Fellows left off setting chain pumps in Gurnersville and renewed his teaching experience by coming to 5 Points to be principal of the school. Dick Shelton's wife dragged her large brood of little girls and her drunken husband along after Fellows in order to be sure of someone to bring Dick home from the saloon before he drank up the last penny. It made little difference to her where she earned the family living by washing. So they came, one after another, and filled up the town. Abe Cohen, the Jew clothing dealer, Barringer, the druggist, Dr. Barton, rival of Dr. Smelter, and a far more highly skilled practitioner, Jake O'Flaherty, the saloon keeper, Widow Stokes, rag carpet weaver and gossip, Jeremy Whitling, town carpenter, and his golden blonde daughter Lucy, schoolteacher, Dr. Somer, dentist. Every small community needs these various souls. No sooner is the earth scraped clean for a new village than they come, one by one, until the town is complete. So it happened in 5 Points, until there came to be somewhat fewer than 1,000 souls. There the town stood. Stores and offices completely took up the circle of Main Street and straggled a little down the residence streets. Under the fringe of trees business hummed where side by side flourished Grimes' meat shop, the drug store with the dentist's office above, Henderson's general store, as the company store was called, Brinker's grocery store, the clothing emporium, McGilroy's barber shop, Backus hardware, and the post office. The 5 Points Argus issued weekly its 2 pages from the dingy office behind the drugstore. Graham's livery did a big business down near the station. Each church had gathered its own rightful members within its round of Sunday and midweek services, its special observances on Christmas and Easter and Children's Day. In the spring of each year a one-ring circus encamped for a day on the common ground in the center of town and drew all the people in orderly array under its tent. On the 4th of July the whole town again came together in the center common, in fashion less orderly, irrespective of creed or money worth, celebrating the deeds of their ancestors by drinking lemonade and setting off firecrackers. After a while no one could remember when it had been any different. Those who came to town as little children grew into gawky youths, knowing no more about other parts of the world than their geography books told them. When anyone died, a strand in the life hanging above the town broke and flapped in the wind, growing more and more frayed with the passing of time, until after a year or so its tatters were noticeable only as a sort of roughness upon the pattern. When a child was born, a thin tentacle from the central mass of strands reached out and fastened itself upon him, dragging out its desire year by year until the strand was thick and strong and woven insecurely among the old scaly ones. The folk who lived at the mills had hardly anything to do with the life of 5 Points. They were merely the dynamo that kept the life alive. They were busy down in the woods making the money for the men who made the town. They came to town only on Saturday nights. They bought a flannel shirt and provisions at the company store, a bag of candy at Andy's for the hotel, and then went back to have their weekly orgy at their own familiar surroundings. They had little effect on the life of the town. That was contained almost entirely within the 5 Points where the road met the forest. The life of 5 Points had one fearful enemy. Its home was in the Black Forest. Without any warning it was likely to break out upon the town, its long red tongues leaping out, striving to lick everything into its red gullet. It was a thirsty animal. If one gave it enough water it went back into its lair. 5 Points had only drilled wells in backyards. The nearest big stream was a mile away. Twice during the existence of the life the enemy had started forth from its lair. The first time was not long after the town had started, and the pattern of life was hardly more than indicated in the loosely woven threads. Down in the forest the people saw a long red tongue leaping. With brooms and staves they ran to meet it far from their dwellings, beating it with fury. As they felt the heat of its breath in their faces, they thought of ministers' words in past sermons. Young desires and aspirations long dormant began to throb into being. They prayed for safety. They promised to give up their sins. They determined to be hard on themselves in the performance of daily duties. The life suspended above them untwisted its loosely gathered in strands. The strands shone with golden light and entwined again in soft forms. With death-dealing blows they laid the enemy black and broken about Grant's Mills, a mile away, and then went back to their homes, telling each other how brave they had been. Pride swelled up in their hearts. They boasted that they could take care of themselves. Old habits slipped back upon their aspirations and crushed them again into hidden corners. Life gathered up its loose-woven pattern of dull threads and hung trembling over the town. Worsting the enemy brought the people more closely together. Suddenly they seemed to know each other for the first time. They made changes, entered into bonds, drew lines and settled into their ways. Life grew quickly with its strands woven tightly together into a weaving that would be hard to unloose. The mill managers made money. They saw to it that their mills buzzed away continually. They visited their homes regularly. Mr. Stillman's farm flourished. His apple trees were bearing. The school children understood that they could always have apples for the asking. The Stillman boys did not go to school. They had a tutor. Their father whipped them soundly when they disobeyed by going to play in the streets of the town with the other children. Dave Fellows had finally persuaded Dick Shelton to take a cure. Dick Shelton, sober, it was discovered, was a man of culture and knew, into the bargain, all the points of the law, so he was made Justice of the Peace. His wife stopped taking in washing and spent her days trying to keep the children out of the front room where Dick tried his cases. Dave Fellows himself gave up the principalship of the school, finding its meager return insufficient to meet the needs of an increasing family. Yielding to the persuasion of Henderson, he became contractor for taking out timber at Trout Creek Mill. He counted on his 2 oldest sons to do men's work during the summer when school was not in session. Fellows moved his family into the very house in which Henderson had lived. Henderson explained that he had to live in town to be near a doctor for his ailing wife and sickly girls. The millmen told Dave Fellows that Henderson was afraid of them because they had threatened him if he kept on overcharging them at the company store. Abe Cohen did a thriving business in clothing. He had a long list of customers heavily in debt to him through the promise that they could pay whenever they got ready. He dunned them openly on the street so that they made a wide detour in order to avoid going past his store. Dr. Barton had established a reputation for kindness of heart as well as skill in practice that threatened his rival's goodwill. Helen Barton, the doctor's young daughter, perversely kept company with her father's rival. Everyone felt sorry for the father, but secretly admired Dr. Smelter's diabolic tactics. Long forgotten was the enemy when it came the second time. On a dark night when 5 Points lay heavy in its slumbers, it bore down upon the north side of the town. Some sensitive sleeper, troubled in his dreams, awoke to see the dreadful red tongues cutting across the darkness like crimson banners. His cries aroused the town. All the fathers rushed out against the enemy. The mothers dressed their children and packed best things in valises ready to flee when there was no longer any hope. For 3 days and 3 nights the enemy raged, leaping in to eat up one house, 2 houses, beaten back and back, creeping up in another place, beaten back again. The schoolboys took beaters and screamed at the enemy as they beat. The older ones remembered the first coming of the enemy. They said, "It was a warning." They prayed while fear shook their aching arms. The life of the town writhed, and gleams of color came out of its writhings, and a whiteness as if the red tongues were cleansing away impurities. The mill managers brought their men to fight the enemy. "We mustn't let it go," they said. Mr. Stillman had his 2 sons helping him. He talked to them while they fought the enemy together. He spoke of punishment for sin. His sons listened while the lust of fighting held their bodies. Helen Barton knelt at her father's feet where he was fighting the enemy and swore she would never see Dr. Smelter again. She knew he was a bad man and could never bring her happiness. Lida, eldest daughter in the Shelton family, gathered her little sisters about her, quieting their clamors, while her mother wrung her hands and said over and over again, "To happen when your papa was getting on so nicely." Lida resolved that she would put all thoughts of marrying out of her head. She would have to stop keeping company with Ned Backus, the hardware man's son. It was not fair to keep company with a man you did not intend to marry. She would stay forever with her mother and help care for the children, so that her father would have a peaceful home life and not be tempted. All about, wherever they were, people prayed. They prayed until there was nothing left in their hearts but prayer, as there was nothing left in their bodies but a great tiredness. Then a heavy rain came, and the red tongues drank greedily until they were slaked and became little short red flickers of light on a soaked black ground. The enemy was conquered. 1 street of the town was gone. People ran to the church and held Thanksgiving services. A stillness brooded over the town. Life hardly moved. The strands hung slack. Thanksgiving soon changed to revival. Services lasted a week. The ministers preached terrible sermons, burning with terrible words. "Repent before it is too late. Twice God has warned this town." People vowed vows and sang as they had never sung before, the hymns in their church songbooks. The strands of life leapt and contorted themselves, but they could not pull themselves apart. The revival ended. Building began. In a few months a street of houses sprung up defiant in yellow newness. In and out of a pattern little changed from its old accustomed aspect, life pulsated in great waves over the heavy strands. In and out, up and down, it rushed, drawing threads tightly together, knotting them in fantastic knots that only the Judgment Day could undo. Mr. Stillman's sons were now young men. The younger was dying of heart trouble in a hospital in the city. The father had locked the elder in his room for 2 weeks on bread and water until he found out exactly what had happened between his son and the Behringers' hired girl. Guy Stillman, full-blooded, dark and handsome, with high cheekbones like an Indian, declared vehemently that he would never marry the girl. Dave Fellows had taken his sons out of school to help him the year round in the woods. 16-year-old Lawrence had left home and gone to work in the town barber shop late afternoons and evenings in order to keep on at his work in the high school grades just established. He vowed he would never return home to be made into a lumberjack. Dave's wife was trying to persuade him to leave 5 Points and go to the city where her family lived. There the children could continue their schooling and Dave could get work more suited to his ability than lumbering seemed to be. Dave, too proud to admit that he had not the capacity for carrying on this work successfully, refused to entertain any thought of leaving the place. "If my family would stick by me, everything would come out all right," he always said. Lida Shelton still kept company with Ned Backus. When he begged her to marry him, she put him off another year until the children were a little better able to care for themselves. Her next youngest sister had married a dentist from another town and had not asked her mother to the wedding. Lida was trying to make it up to her mother in double devotion. Helen Barton met Dr. Smelter once too often, and her father made her marry him. She had a child born dead. Now she was holding clandestine meetings with Mr. Daly, a traveling salesman, home on one of his quarterly visits to his family. He had promised to take Helen away with him on his next trip and make a home for her in the city. It was a sweltering hot Saturday in the first part of June. Every now and then the wind blew in from the east, picking up the dust in eddies. Abe Cohen's store was closed. His children wandered up and down the street, celebrating their Sabbath in best clothes and chastened behavior. Jim Dunn was watching a large consignment of goods for the company store being unloaded. He was telling Earl Henderson, the manager's nephew, how much it would cost him to get in with the poker crowd. George Brainerd had finished fixing up the company's accounts. He whistled as he worked. Dave Fellows was in debt $300 to the company. That would keep him another year. He was a good workman, but a poor manager. Sam Kent was in debt $100. He would have to stay too. John Simpson had come out even. He could go if he wanted to. He was a troublemaker anyway. Helen Barton sat talking with Daly in the thick woods up back of the Presbyterian church. They were planning how to get away undetected on the evening train. "If she was good enough for you then, she's good enough now," Mr. Stillman was saying to his defiant son. "You're not fit for a better woman. You'll take care of her, and that's the end of it." Widow Stokes' half-witted son rode up from the extract works on an old bony horse. He brought word that the enemy was at the Kibbard Mill, 2 miles beyond the works. People were throwing their furniture into the mill pond, he said. Everyone laughed. Maudie Stokes was always telling big stories. The boy, puzzled, went round and round the town, stopping everyone he met, telling his tale. Sweat poured down his pale face. At last he rode down to Trout Creek Mill and told Dave Fellows. Dave got on the old gray mule and came up to town to find out further news. The townsfolk, loafing under the trees around Main Street and going about on little errands, shouted when they saw Dave come in on his mule beside Maudie on the bony horse. "Two of a kind," was passed around the circle of business and gossip, and sniggering went with it. Dave suggested that someone go down to see just what had happened. Jeers answered him. "Believe a fool? Not quite that cracked yet." Dave went about uneasily if he had business to attend to, keeping an eye searching out in the direction of the works. In an hour or so another rider came panting into town. Back of him straggled families from the mills and works with whatever belongings they could bring on their backs. Fear came into the hearts of the citizens of 5 Points. They shouted in anger to drive away their fear. "Why didn't you stay and fight it? What'd you come up here for?" "Too big! Too big!" cried the lumber folk, gesturing back over their shoulders. Far off a haze was gathering, and in the haze a redness appeared, growing slowly more and more distinct. The townsfolk stared in the direction of the works, unwilling to believe. Someone shouted, "Better be ready!" Shortly every pump in town had its hand, and everything that could hold water was being filled for the oncoming thirsty beast. Dave Fellows galloped down the long hills, round curves, across the bridge, up the mill, and up again to his home, told his family of the approach of the enemy, directed them to pack all the easily moved furniture, harness the 2 mules, and be ready to flee out through the forest past Goff's Mills to the next station 30 miles further down the railroad. No one could tell where the enemy would spread. He would come back the minute that all hope was lost. The boys must stay at home and take care of the place. "Bring Lawrence back with you," his wife called after him, and he turned and waved his hand. When he got back into town, thousands of red tongues were bearing down upon the station street. The enemy belched forth great hot breaths that swept the sky ahead of it like giant firecrackers, and falling upon the houses to the east of town, ran from one to another, eating its way up the station street toward the center of town. Family after family left their homes, carrying valuables, dragging their small children, and scattering to the north and south of the advancing enemy. The town hotel emptied itself quickly of its temporary family. Jim Dunn left the station carrying the cash box and a bundle of papers. From building to building the enemy leaped. Before it fled group after group of persons from stores and homes. Methodically it went round the circle of shops, the most rapacious customer the town had ever seen. Quarters of beeves in the meat shop, bottles of liquids and powders in the drugstore shelves, barrels and boxes of food in the grocery store, suits of clothing in Abe Cohen's, the leather whips and carriage robes in the hardware store, all went down its gullet with the most amazing ease. Swelled with its indiscriminate meal, it started hesitantly on its way up the street that led to the Presbyterian church. Now people lost their heads and ran hither and thither, screaming and praying incoherently, dragging their crying children about from one place to another, pumping water frantically to offer it, an impotent libation to an insatiable God. They knew that neither the beating of brooms nor the water from their wells could quench the enemy that was upon them. Red Judgment Day was at hand. Meanwhile, a peculiar thing happened. The life that was hanging above the town lifted itself up, high up, entire in its pattern, beyond the reach of red tongues, of gusts from hot gullets, and there it stayed while the enemy raged below. Dave Fellows harangued the men who were beating away vainly, pouring buckets of water on unquenchable tongues. He pointed to the forest up the street back of the Presbyterian church. He was telling them that the only thing to do was to call forth another enemy to come down and do battle with this one before it reached the church. "Yes, yes," they chorused eagerly. Craftily they edged around south of the enemy, scorching their faces against its streaming flank, and ran swiftly far up the line of forest past the church. There it was, even at that moment, that Helen Barton was begging Daly to remember his promise and take her with him on the evening train. The men scooped up leaves and small twigs, and bending over, invoked their champion to come forth and do battle with them. Presently it came forth, shooting out little eager red tongues that danced and leaped, glad to be coming forth, growing larger in leaps and bounds. Dave Fellows watched anxiously the direction in which the hissing tongues sprang. "The wind will take it," he said at last. Fitfully the breeze pressed up against the back of the newly born, pushing more and more strongly as the tongue sprang higher and higher, until finally it swept the full-grown monster down the track towards where the other monster was gorging. "For God's sake, Henry, take me with you this evening, as you promised," Helen was imploring Daly. "I can't stay here any longer. My father, I wish now I had listened to him in the first place, long ago." Daly did not hear her. He had risen to his feet, and holding his head back was drawing in great acrid breaths. His florid face went white. "What is that?" he said hoarsely. Through the thick forest red tongues broke out, sweeping towards them. Helen clutched Daly's arm, screaming. He shook her off and turned to flee out by the church. There too red tongues were leaping, curling back on themselves in long derisive snarls. Daly turned upon her. "You!" The two enemies met at the church, red tongue leaping against red tongue, crackling jaws breaking on crackling jaws, sizzling gullet straining against sizzling gullet, a great noise like the rending of 1,000 fibers, a clap of red thunder as the body of beast met the body of beast, and both lay crumpled upon the ground together, their long bodies writhing, bruised, red jaws snapping, red tongue eating red tongue. Upon them leaped the band of men, spreading out the whole length of bodies, and beat incessantly, desperately, tongue after tongue, hour after hour, beat. Lingeringly the enemy died, a hard death. 3 days it was dying, and it had watchers in plenty. Whenever a red tongue leaped into life, someone was there to lay it low. In the night time the men watched, and in the day the women and girls. The men talked. "We will build it up again in brick," they said. "That is safer, and it looks better, too." The women talked, too. "I hope Abe will get in some of those new lace curtains," they said. Meanwhile families gathered themselves together. Those whose homes were gone encamped picnic fashion in the schoolhouse, or were taken in by those whose houses were still standing. 2 persons were missing when the muster of the town was finally taken. They were Helen Barton and Mr. Daly. Jim Dunn said he wasn't sure, but he thought Daly left on the morning train. Daly's wife said he told her he was not going until evening. They searched for Helen far and wide. No trace of her was ever found. Her father stood in front of the Sunday school on the Sunday following the death of the enemy and made an eloquent appeal for better life in the town. "The wages of sin is death," he declared. "Death of the soul, always. Death of the body, sometimes." The people thought him inspired. Widow Stokes whispered to her neighbor, "It's his daughter he's thinking of." Dave Fellows was the only person who left the town. He went back to his wife when he saw that the town was saved and said, "We might as well move now that we're packed up. The town is cursed." 2 days later they took the train north from a pile of blackened timbers where the old station had stood. Lawrence went with them. The enemy had eaten up all the records in the company store and had tried to eat up George Brainerd while he was attempting to save them. The company had to accept the workers' own accounts. George was going about with his arm tied up, planning to keep a duplicate set of records in a place unassailable by the enemy. Abe Cohen wailed so about his losses and his little children that Mr. Stillman set him up a brand new stock of clothing. Abe was telling everyone, "Buy now, pay when you like," and customers came as of old. Guy Stillman married the Behringers' hired girl. His father established them in a little home out at the edge of town. The nearest neighbor reported that Guy beat his wife. Lida married Ned Backus. "Suppose you had died," she told Ned, "I would never have forgiven myself. You can work in Papa's new grocery store. He's going to start one as soon as we can get the building done. Mama will have a son to take care of her." Life, its strands blackened by the strong breath of the enemy, settled down once more over the town and hung there, secure in its pattern, thick and powerful. Under it brick stores and buildings rose up, and people stood about talking complacently, planning their days. "It won't come again for a long time," they said. End of The Life of 5 Points by Edna Claire Brenner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Story of How 5 Men Went Fishing by Stephen Leacock. Recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a plain account of a fishing party. It is not a story. There is no plot. Nothing happens in it, and nobody is hurt. The only point of this narrative is its peculiar truth. It not only tells what happened to us, the 5 people concerned in it, but what has happened and is happening to all the other fishing parties that at the season of the year, from Halifax to Idaho, go gliding out on the unruffled surface of our Canadian and American lakes in the still cool of early summer morning. We decided to go in the early morning because there is a popular belief that the early morning is the right time for bass fishing. The bass is said to bite in the early morning. Perhaps it does. In fact, the thing is almost capable of scientific proof. The bass does not bite between 8 and 12. It does not bite between 12 and 6 in the afternoon. Nor does it bite between 6 o'clock and midnight. All these things are known facts. The inference is that the bass bites furiously at about daybreak. At any rate, our party were unanimous about starting early. "Better make an early start," said the colonel, when the idea of the party was suggested. "Oh, yes," said George Popley, the bank manager. "We want to get right out on the shoal while the fish are biting." When he said this, all our eyes glistened. Everybody's do. There's a thrill in the words. To get right out on the shoal at daybreak when the fish are biting is an idea that goes to any man's brain. If you listen to the men talking in a Pullman car or a hotel corridor, or better still, at the little tables in a first-class bar, you will not listen long before you hear one say, "Well, we got out early, just after sunrise, right on the shoal." And presently, even if you can't hear him, you will see him reach out his 2 hands and hold them about 2 feet apart for the other man to admire. He is measuring the fish. No, not the fish they caught. This was the big one that they lost. But they had him right up to the top of the water. Oh yes, he was up to the top of the water all right. The number of huge fish that have been heaved up to the top of the water in our lakes is almost incredible. Or at least it used to be when we still had bar rooms and little tables for serving that vile stuff Scotch whiskey and such foul things as gin rickeys and John Collinses. It makes one sick to think of, doesn't it? But there was good fishing in the bars all the winter. But, as I say, we decided to go early in the morning. Charlie Jones, the railroad man, said that he remembered how, when he was a boy up in Wisconsin, they used to get out at 5 in the morning. Not get up at 5, but be on the shoal at 5. It appears that there is a shoal somewhere in Wisconsin where the bass lie in thousands. Kernan, the lawyer, said that when he was a boy, this was on Lake Rousseau, they used to get out at 4. It seems there is a shoal in Lake Rousseau where you can haul up the bass as fast as you can drop your line. The shoal is hard to find, very hard. Kernan can find it, but it is doubtful, so I gather, if any other living man can. The Wisconsin shoal, too, is very difficult to find. Once you find it, you are all right, but it's hard to find. Charlie Jones can find it. If you were in Wisconsin right now, he'd take you straight to it, but probably no other person now alive could reach that shoal. In the same way, Colonel Morse knows of a shoal in Lake Simcoe where he used to fish years and years ago, and which, I understand, he can still find. I have mentioned that Kernan is a lawyer, and Jones a railroad man, and Popley a banker. But I needn't have. Any reader would take it for granted. In any fishing party there is always a lawyer. You can tell him at sight. He is the one of the party that has a landing net and a steel rod in sections with a wheel that is used to wind the fish to the top of the water. And there is always a banker. You can tell him by his good clothes. Popley, in the bank, wears his banking suit. When he goes fishing, he wears his fishing suit. It is much the better of the two, because his banking suit has ink marks on it, and his fishing suit has no fish marks on it. As for the railroad man, quite so, the reader knows it as well as I do. You can tell him because he carries a pole that he cut in the bush himself, with a 10-cent line wrapped around the end of it. Jones says he can catch as many fish with this kind of line as Kernan can with his patent rod and wheel. So he can, too, just the same number. But Kernan says that with his patent apparatus, if you get a fish on, you can play him. Jones says to Hades with playing him, give him a fish on his line and he'll haul him in all right. Kernan says he'd lose him. But Jones says he wouldn't. In fact, he guarantees to haul the fish in. Kernan says that more than once, in Lake Rousseau, he has played a fish for over half an hour. I forget now why he stopped. I think the fish quit playing. I have heard Kernan and Jones argue this question of their 2 rods, as to which rod can best pull in the fish, for half an hour. Others may have heard the same question debated. I know no way by which it could be settled. Our arrangement to go fishing was made at the little golf club of our summer town, on the veranda where we sit in the evening. Oh, it's just a little place, nothing pretentious. The links are not much good for golf. In fact, we don't play much golf there, so far as golf goes. And of course, we don't serve meals at the club. It's not like that. And no, we've nothing to drink there, because of Prohibition. But we go and sit there. It is a good place to sit. And after all, what else can you do in the present state of the law? So it was there that we arranged the party. The thing somehow seemed to fall into the mood of each of us. Jones said he had been hoping that some of the boys would get up a fishing party. It was apparently the one kind of pleasure that he really cared for. For myself, I was delighted to get in with a crowd of regular fishermen like these 4, especially as I hadn't been out fishing for nearly 10 years, though fishing is a thing I am passionately fond of. I know no pleasure in life like the sensation of getting a 4-pound bass on the hook and hauling him up to the top of the water to weigh him. But, as I say, I hadn't been out for 10 years. Oh yes, I live right beside the water every summer, and yes, certainly, I am saying so. I am passionately fond of fishing. But still, somehow I hadn't been out. Every fisherman knows just how that happens. The years have a way of slipping by. Yet I must say I was surprised to find that so keen a sport as Jones hadn't been out, so it presently appeared, for 8 years. I had imagined he practically lived on the water. And Colonel Morse and Kernan, I was amazed to find, hadn't been out for 12 years, not since the day, so it came out in conversation, when they went out together in Lake Rousseau and Kernan landed a perfect monster, a regular corker, 5 pounds and a half, they said. Or, no, I don't think he landed him. No, I remember, he didn't land him. He caught him, and he could have landed him. He should have landed him, but he didn't land him. That was it. Yes, I remember Kernan and Morse had a slight discussion about it. Oh, perfectly amicable. As to whether Morse had fumbled with the net, or whether Kernan, the whole argument was perfectly friendly, had made an ass of himself by not striking soon enough. Of course the whole thing was so long ago that both of them could look back on it without any bitterness or ill nature. In fact, it amused them. Kernan said it was the most laughable thing he ever saw in his life to see poor old Jack, that's Morse's name, shoving away with the landing net wrong side up. And Morse said he'd never forget seeing poor old Kernan yanking his line first this way and then that, and not knowing where to try to haul it. It made him laugh to look back at it. They might have gone on laughing for quite a time, but Charlie Jones interrupted by saying that, in his opinion, a landing net is a piece of darned foolishness. Here Popley agrees with him. Kernan objects that if you don't use a net you'll lose your fish at the side of the boat. Jones says, no, give him a hook well through the fish and a stout line in his hand, and that fish has got to come in. Popley says so too. He says let him have his hook fast through the fish's head with a short stout line, and put him, Popley, at the other end of that line, and the fish will come in. It's got to. Otherwise Popley will know why. That's the alternative. Either the fish must come in, or Popley must know why. There's no escape from the logic of it. But perhaps some of my readers have heard the thing discussed before. So, as I say, we decided to go the next morning, and to make an early start. All of the boys were at one about that. When I say boys, I use the word, as it is used in fishing, to mean people from, say, 45 to 65. There is something about fishing that keeps men young. If a fellow gets out for a good morning's fishing, forgetting all business worries once in a while, say once in 10 years, it keeps him fresh. We agreed to go in a launch, a large launch, to be exact, the largest in the town. We could have gone in rowboats, but a rowboat is a poor thing to fish from. Kernan said that in a rowboat it is impossible properly to play your fish. The side of the boat is so low that the fish is apt to leap over the side into the boat, when half played. Popley said that there is no comfort in a rowboat. In a launch a man can reach out his feet and take it easy. Charlie Jones said that in a launch a man could rest his back against something, and Morse said that in a launch a man could rest his neck. Young, inexperienced boys, in the small sense of the word, never think of these things. So they go out, and after a few hours their necks get tired, whereas a group of expert fishers in a launch can rest their backs and necks, and even fall asleep during the pauses when the fish stop biting. Anyway, all the boys agreed that the great advantage of a launch would be that we could get a man to take us. By that means the man could see to getting the worms, and the man would be sure to have spare lines, and the man could come along to our different places, we were all beside the water, and pick us up. In fact, the more we thought about the advantage of having a man to take us, the better we liked it. As a boy gets old, he likes to have a man around to do the work. Anyway, Frank Rolls, the man we decided to get, not only has the biggest launch in town, but what is more, Frank knows the lake. We called him up at his boathouse over the phone and said we'd give him $5 to take us out first thing in the morning, provided that he knew the shoal. He said he knew it. I don't know, to be quite candid about it, who mentioned whiskey first. And these days everybody has to be a little careful. I imagine we had all been thinking whiskey for some time before anybody said it. But there is a sort of convention that when men go fishing they must have whiskey. Each man makes the pretense that one thing he needs at 6 o'clock in the morning is cold raw whiskey. It is spoken of in terms of affection. One man says the first thing you need if you're going fishing is a good snort of whiskey. Another says that a good snifter is the very thing. And the others agree that no man can fish properly without a horn, or a bracer, or an eye-opener. Each man really decides that he himself won't take any, but he feels that, in a collective sense, the boys need it. So it was with us. The colonel said he'd bring along a bottle of booze. Popley said, no, let him bring it. Kernan said, let him, and Charlie Jones said, no, he'd bring it. It turned out that the colonel had some very good Scotch at his house that he'd like to bring. Oddly enough, Popley had some good Scotch in his house, too. And queer though it is, each of the boys had Scotch in his house. When the discussion closed, we knew that each of the 5 of us was intending to bring a bottle of whiskey. Each of the 5 of us expected the other to drink 1 1/4 bottles in the course of the morning. I suppose we must have talked on that veranda till long after 1 in the morning. It was probably nearer 2 than 1 when we broke up, but we agreed that that made no difference. Popley said that for him 3 hours' sleep, the right kind of sleep, was far more refreshing than 10. Kernan said that a lawyer learns to snatch his sleep when he can, and Jones said that in railroad work a man pretty well cuts out sleep. So we had no alarms whatever about not being ready by 5. Our plan was simplicity itself. Men like ourselves in responsible positions learn to organize things easily. In fact, Popley says it is that faculty that has put us where we are. So the plan simply was that Frank Rolls should come along at 5 o'clock and blow his whistle in front of our places, and at that signal each man would come down to his wharf with his rod and kit, and so we'd be off to the shoal without a moment's delay. The weather we ruled out. It was decided that even if it rained, that made no difference. Kernan said that fish bite better in the rain. And everybody agreed that man with a couple of snorts in him need have no fear of a little rain water. So we parted, all keen on the enterprise. Nor do I think, even now, that there was anything faulty or imperfect in that party, as we planned it. I heard Frank Rolls blowing his infernal whistle opposite my summer cottage at some ghastly hour in the morning. Even without getting out of bed, I could see from the window that it was no day for fishing. No, not raining exactly, I don't mean that, but one of those peculiar days. I don't mean wind. There was no wind, but a sort of feeling in the air that showed anybody who understands bass fishing that it was a perfectly rotten day for going out. The fish, I seemed to know it, wouldn't bite. When I was still fretting over the annoyance of the disappointment, I heard Frank Rolls blowing his whistle in front of the other cottages. I counted 30 whistles altogether. Then I fell into a light doze, not exactly sleep, but a sort of doze. I can find no other word for it. It was clear to me that the other boys had thrown the thing over. There was no use in my trying to go out alone. I stayed where I was, my doze lasting till 10 o'clock. When I walked uptown later in the morning, I couldn't help being struck by the signs in the butchers' shops and the restaurants. Fish, fresh lake fish. Where in blazes do they get those fish anyway? End of The Old Story of How 5 Men Went Fishing by Stephen Leacock. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Five White Mice by Stephen Crane. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Freddie was mixing a cocktail. His hand with the long spoon was whirling swiftly, and the ice in the glass hummed and rattled like a cheap watch. Over by the window, a gambler, a millionaire, a railway conductor, and the agent of a vast American syndicate were playing 7-up. Freddie surveyed them with the ironical glance of a man who is mixing a cocktail. From time to time a swarthy Mexican waiter came with his tray from the rooms at the rear, and called his orders across the bar. The sounds of the indolent stir of the city awakening from its siesta floated over the screens which barred the sun and the inquisitive eye. From the faraway kitchen could be heard the roar of the old French chef, driving, herding, and abusing his Mexican helpers. A string of men came suddenly in from the street. They stormed up to the bar. There were impatient shouts. "Come now, Freddie, don't stand there like a portrait of yourself. Wiggle!" Drinks of many kinds and colors, amber, green, mahogany, strong and mild, began to swarm upon the bar, with all the attendants of lemon, sugar, mint, and ice. Freddie, with Mexican support, worked like a sailor in the provision of them, sometimes talking with that scorn for drink and admiration for those who drink, which is the attribute of a good barkeeper. At last a man was afflicted with a stroke of dice shaking. A Herculean discussion was waging, and he was deeply engaged in it, but at the same time he lazily flirted the dice. Occasionally he made great combinations. "Look at that, would you?" he cried proudly. The others paid little heed. Then violently the craving took them. It went along the line like an epidemic, and involved them all. In a moment they had arranged a carnival of dice shaking, with money penalties and liquid prizes. They clamorously made it a point of honor with Freddie that he too should play, and take his chance of sometimes providing this large group with free refreshment. With bent heads, like football players, they surged over the tinkling dice, jostling, cheering, and bitterly arguing. One of the quiet company playing 7-up at the corner table said profanely that the row reminded him of a bowling contest at a picnic. After the regular shower, many carriages rolled over the smooth calle and sent a musical thunder through the Casa Verde. The shop windows became aglow with light, and the walks were crowded with youths, callow and ogling, dressed vainly according to supposititious fashions. The policemen had muffled themselves in their gnome-like cloaks and placed their lanterns as obstacles for the carriages in the middle of the street. The City of Mexico gave forth the deep, mellow organ tones of its evening resurrection. But still the group at the bar of the Casa Verde were shaking dice. They had passed beyond shaking for drinks for the crowd, for Mexican dollars, for dinner, for the wine at dinner. They had even gone to the trouble of separating the cigars and cigarettes from the dinner's bill, and causing a distinct man to be responsible for them. Finally they were aghast. Nothing remained within sight of their minds which even remotely suggested further gambling. There was a pause for deep consideration. "Well, well," a man called out in the exuberance of creation. "I know! Let's stake for a box tonight at the circus! A box at the circus!" The group was profoundly edified. "That's it! That's it! Come on now! Box at the circus!" A dominating voice cried, "3 dashes! High man out!" An American, tall, and with a face of copper red from the rays that flash among the Sierra Madres and burn on the cactus deserts, took the little leathern cup and spun the dice out upon the polished wood. A fascinated assemblage hung upon the bar rail. 3 kings turned their pink faces upward. The tall man flourished the cup, burlesquing, and flung the other 2 dice. From them he ultimately extracted 1 more pink king. "There," he said. "Now let's see. 4 kings." He began to swagger in a sort of provisional way. The next man took the cup and blew softly on the top of it. Poising it in his hand, he then surveyed the company with a stony eye and paused. They knew perfectly well that he was applying the magic of deliberation and ostentatious indifference, but they could not wait in tranquillity during the performance of all these rites. They began to call out impatiently, "Come now, hurry up!" At last the man, with a gesture that was singularly impressive, threw the dice. The others set up a howl of joy. "Not a pair!" There was another solemn pause. The men moved restlessly. "Come now, go ahead." In the end, the man, induced and abused, achieved something that was nothing in the presence of 4 kings. The tall man climbed on the footrail and leaned hazardously forward. "4 kings, my 4 kings are good to go out," he bellowed into the middle of the mob, and, although in a moment he did pass into the radiant region of exemption, he continued to bawl advice and scorn. The mirrors and oiled woods of the Casa Verde were now dancing with blue flashes from a great buzzing electric lamp. A host of quiet members of the Anglo-Saxon colony had come in for their pre-dinner cocktails. An amiable person was exhibiting to some tourists this popular American saloon. It was a very sober and respectable time of day. Freddie reproved courageously the dice-shaking brawlers, and in return he received the choicest advice in a tumult of 7 combined vocabularies. He laughed. He had been compelled to retire from the game, but he was keeping an interested, if furtive, eye upon it. Down at the end of the line there was a youth at whom everybody railed for his flaming ill luck. At each disaster Freddie swore from behind the bar in a sort of affectionate contempt. "Why, this kid has had no luck for 2 days. Did you ever see such throwin'?" The contest narrowed eventually to the New York Kid and an individual who swung about placidly on legs that moved in nefarious circles. He had a grin that resembled a bit of carving. He was obliged to lean down and blink rapidly to ascertain the facts of his venture, but fate presented him with 5 queens. His smile did not change, but he puffed gently, like a man who has been running. The others having emerged scatheless from this part of the conflict, waxed hilarious with the Kid. They smote him on either shoulder. "We've got you stuck for it, Kid. You can't beat that game, 5 queens." Up to this time the Kid had displayed only the temper of the gambler, but the cheerful hoots of the players, supplemented now by a ring of guying non-combatants, caused him to feel profoundly that it would be fine to beat the 5 queens. He addressed a gambler's slogan to the interior of the cup. "Oh, 5 white mice of chance, shirts of wool and corduroy pants, gold and wine, women and sin, all for you if you let me come in, into the house of chance." Flashing the dice sardonically out upon the bar, he displayed 3 aces. From 2 dice in the next throw, he achieved 1 more ace. For his last throw, he rattled the single dice for a long time. He already had 4 aces. If he accomplished another one, the 5 queens were vanquished, and the box at the circus came from the drunken man's pocket. All of the Kid's movements were slow and elaborate. For his last throw, he planted the cup bottom up on the bar, with the 1 dice hidden under it. Then he turned and faced the crowd with the air of a conjurer or a cheat. "Oh, maybe it's an ace," he said in boastful calm. "Maybe it's an ace." Instantly he was presiding over a little drama in which every man was absorbed. The Kid leaned with his back against the bar rail and with his elbows upon it. "Maybe it's an ace," he repeated. A jeering voice in the background said, "Yes, maybe it is, Kid." The Kid's eyes searched for a moment among the men. "I'll bet $50 it's an ace," he said. Another voice asked, "American money?" "Yes," answered the Kid. "Oh." There was a general laugh at this discomfiture. However, no one came forward at the Kid's challenge, and presently he turned to the cup. "Now I'll show you." With the manner of a mayor unveiling a statue, he lifted the cup. There was revealed naught but a 10 spot. In the roar which arose could be heard each man ridiculing the cowardice of his neighbor, and above all the din rang the voice of Freddie berating everyone. "Why, there isn't 1 liver to every 5 men in the outfit. That was the greatest cold bluff I ever saw worked. He wouldn't know how to cheat with dice if he wanted to. Don't know the first thing about it. I could hardly keep from laughing when I seen him drillin' you around. Why, I'll tell you I had that $50 right in my pocket if I wanted to be a chump. You're an easy lot." Nevertheless, the group who had won in the circus box game did not relinquish their triumph. They burst like a storm about the head of the Kid, swinging at him with their fists. "5 white mice," they quoted, choking. "5 white mice." "Oh, they are not so bad," said the Kid. Afterward it often occurred that a man would suddenly jeer a finger at the Kid and derisively say, "5 white mice." On the route from the dinner to the circus, others of the party often asked the Kid if he had really intended to make his appeal to mice. They suggested other animals, rabbits, dogs, hedgehogs, snakes, opossums. To this banter the Kid replied with a serious expression of his belief in the fidelity and wisdom of the 5 white mice. He presented a most eloquent case, decorated with fine language and insults, in which he proved that, if one was going to believe in anything at all, one might as well choose the 5 white mice. His companions, however, at once and unanimously pointed out to him that his recent exploit did not place him in the light of a convincing advocate. The Kid discerned 2 figures in the street. They were making imperious signs at him. He waited for them to approach, for he recognized one as the other Kid, the 'Frisco Kid. There were 2 Kids. With the 'Frisco Kid was Benson. They arrived almost breathless. "Where you been?" cried the 'Frisco Kid. It was an arrangement that, upon meeting, the one that could first ask this question was entitled to use a tone of limitless injury. "What you been doing? Where you going? Come on with us. Benson and I have got a little scheme." The New York Kid pulled his arm from the grapple of the other. "I can't. I've got to take these sutlers to the circus. They stuck me for it, shaking dice at Freddy's. I can't, I tell you." The 2 did not at first attend to his remarks. "Come on, we've got a little scheme." "I can't. They've stuck me. I've got to take 'em to the circus." At this time it did not suit the men with the scheme to recognize these objections as important. "Oh, take 'em some other time." "Well, can't you take 'em some other time? Let 'em go. Damn the circus." "Get cold feet." "What did you get stuck for?" "Get cold feet." But despite their fighting, the New York Kid broke away from them. "I can't, I tell you. They stuck me." As he left them they yelled with rage. "Well, meet us now, do you hear? In the Casa Verde as soon as the circus quits. Hear?" They threw maledictions after him. In the City of Mexico a man goes to the circus without descending in any way to infant amusements, because the Circo Teatro Orin is one of the best in the world, and too easily surpasses anything of the kind in the United States, where it is merely a matter of a number of rings, if possible, and a great professional agreement to lie to the public. Moreover, the American clown who in the Mexican arena prances and gabbles is the clown to whom writers refer as the delight of their childhood and lament that he is dead. At this circus the Kid was not debased by the sight of mournful prisoner elephants and caged animals, forlorn and sickly. He sat in his box until late, and laughed, and swore, when past laughing, at the comic, foolish, wise clown. When he returned to the Casa Verde there was no display of the 'Frisco Kid and Benson. Freddy was leaning upon the bar, listening to 4 men terribly discuss a question that was not plain. There was a card game in the corner, of course. Sounds of revelry pealed from the rear rooms. When the Kid asked Freddy if he had seen his friend and Benson, Freddy looked bored. "Oh, yes, they were in here just a minute ago, but I don't know where they went. They've got their skates on. Where've they been? Came in here rolling across the floor like 2 little gilt gods. They wobbled around for a time, and then 'Frisco wanted me to send 6 bottles of wine around to Benson's rooms, but I didn't have anybody to send this time of night, and so they got mad and went out. Where did they get their loads?" In the first deep gloom of the street the Kid paused a moment, debating. But presently he heard quavering voices. "Oh, Kid, Kid, come here." Peering, he recognized 2 vague figures against the opposite wall. He crossed the street, and they said, "Hello, Kid." "Say, where did you get it?" he demanded sternly. "You Indians better go home. What did you want to get scragged for?" His face was luminous with virtue. As they swung to and fro they made angry denials. "We ain't load. We ain't load. Big chump. Come and get a drink." The sober youth turned then to his friend. "Hadn't you better go home, Kid? Come on, it's late. You'd better break away." The 'Frisco Kid wagged his head decisively. "Got take Benson home first. He'll be wallowing round in a minute. Don't mind me, I'm all right." "Certainly he's all right," said Benson, arousing from deep thought. "He's all right, but better take 'em home, though. That's right. He's low, but he's all right. No need go home any more'n you. But better take 'em home. He's lowed." He looked at his companion with compassion. "Kid, you're lowed." The sober Kid spoke abruptly to his friend from San Francisco. "Kid, pull yourself together now. Don't fool. We've got to brace this ass of a Benson all the way home. Get hold of his other arm." The 'Frisco Kid immediately obeyed his comrade without a word or a glower. He seized Benson and came to attention like a soldier. Later, indeed, he meekly ventured, "Can't we take cab?" But when the New York Kid snapped out that there were no convenient cabs, he subsided to an impassive silence. He seemed to be reflecting upon his state without astonishment, dismay, or any particular emotion. He submitted himself woodenly to the direction of his friend. Benson had protested when they had grasped his arms. "Whatcha doing?" he said, in a new and guttural voice. "Whatcha doing? I ain't lowed. Come and get a drink. "Oh, come along, you idiot," said the New York Kid. The 'Frisco Kid merely presented the mien of a stoic to the appeal of Benson, and in silence dragged away at one of his arms. Benson's feet came from that particular spot on the pavement with the reluctance of roots, and also with the ultimate suddenness of roots. The three of them lurched out into the street in the abandon of tumbling chimneys. Benson was meanwhile noisily challenging the others to produce any reasons for his being taken home. His toes clashed into the curb when they reached the other side of the calle, and for a moment the Kids hauled him along, with the points of his shoes scraping musically on the pavement. He balked formidably as they were about to pass the Casa Verde. "No, no, le's have another drink. One more." But the 'Frisco Kid obeyed the voice of his partner in a manner that was blind but absolute, and they scummed Benson on past the door. Locked together, the three swung into a dark street. The sober Kid's flank was continually careering ahead of the other wing. He harshly admonished the 'Frisco Kid, and the latter promptly improved in the same manner of unthinking, complete obedience. Benson began to recite the tale of a love affair, a tale that didn't even have a middle. Occasionally the New York Kid swore. They toppled on their way like three comedians playing at it on the stage. At midnight a little Mexican street burrowing among the walls of the city is as dark as a whale's throat at deep sea. Upon this occasion heavy clouds hung over the Capitol, and the sky was a pall. The projecting balconies could make no shadows. "Shay," said Benson, breaking away from his escort suddenly, "what want gome for? I ain't lowed. You got reg'lar school factory in your head. You and New York Kid there. This oth' kid, he's most proper sober. He's drunk, but he's sober." "Aw, shut up, Benson," said the New York Kid. "Come along now. We can't stay here all night." Benson refused to be corralled, but spread his legs and twirled like a dervish, meanwhile under the evident impression that he was conducting himself most handsomely. It was not long before he gained the opinion that he was laughing at the others. "8 purple dogs. 8 purple dogs. Tha's what Kid'll see in the morn. Look out for 'em. They—" As Benson, describing the canine phenomena, swung wildly across the sidewalk, it chanced that three other pedestrians were passing in shadowy rank. Benson's shoulder jostled one of them. A Mexican wheeled upon the instant. His hand flashed to his hip. There was a moment of silence, during which Benson's voice was not heard raised in apology. Then an indescribable comment, one burning word, came from between the Mexican's teeth. Benson, rolling about in a semi-detached manner, stared vacantly at the Mexican, who thrust his lean yellow face forward while his fingers played nervously at his hip. The New York Kid could not follow Spanish well, but he understood when the Mexican breathed softly, "Does the señor want fight?" Benson simply gazed in gentle surprise. The woman next to him at dinner had said something inventive, his tailor had presented his bill, something had occurred which was mildly out of the ordinary, and his surcharged brain refused to cope with it. He displayed only the agitation of a smoker temporarily without a light. The New York Kid had almost instantly grasped Benson's arm and was about to jerk him away when the other kid, who up to this time had been an automaton, suddenly projected himself forward, thrust the rubber Benson aside, and said, "Yes." There was no sound nor light in the world. The wall at the left happened to be of the common prison-like construction. No door, no window, no opening at all. Humanity was enclosed and asleep. Into the mouth of the sober Kid came a wretched, bitter taste, as if it had filled with blood. He was transfixed, as if he was already seeing the lightning ripples on the knife-blade. But the Mexican's hand did not move at that time. His face went still further forward, and he whispered, "So?" The sober Kid saw this face as if he and it were alone in space, a yellow mask, smiling in eager cruelty, in satisfaction, and above all, it was lit with sinister decision. As for the features, they were reminiscent of an unplaced, a forgotten type, which really resembled with precision those of a man who had shaved him 3 times in Boston in 1888. But the expression burned his mind as sealing wax burns the palm, and, fascinated, stupefied, he actually watched the progress of the man's thought toward the point where a knife would be wrenched from its sheath. The emotion, a sort of mechanical fury, a breeze made by electric fans, a rage made by vanity, smote the dark countenance in wave after wave. Then the New York Kid took a sudden step forward. His hand was also at his hip. He was gripping there a revolver of robust size. He recalled that upon its black handle was stamped a hunting scene in which a sportsman in fine leggings and peaked cap was taking aim at a stag less than 1/8 of an inch away. His pace forward caused instant movement of the Mexicans. One immediately took 2 steps to face him squarely. There was a general adjustment, pair and pair. The opponent of the New York Kid was a tall man and quite stout. His sombrero was drawn low over his eyes. His serape was flung on his left shoulder. His back was bent in the supposed manner of a Spanish grandee. This concave gentleman cut a fine and terrible figure. The lad, moved by the spirits of his modest and perpendicular ancestors, had time to feel his blood roar at the sight of the pose. He was aware that the third Mexican was over on the left, fronting Benson, and he was aware that Benson was leaning against the wall, sleepily and peacefully eyeing the convention. So it happened that these 6 men stood, side fronting side, 5 of them with their right hands at their hips, and with their bodies lifted nervously, while the central pair exchanged a crescendo of provocations. The meaning of their words rose and rose. They were traveling in a straight line toward collision. The New York Kid contemplated his Spanish grandee. He drew his revolver upward until the hammer was surely free of the holster. He waited, immovable and watchful, while the garrulous 'Frisco Kid expended 2½ lexicons on the middle Mexican. The Eastern lad suddenly decided that he was going to be killed. His mind leaped forward and studied the aftermath. The story would be a marvel of brevity when first it reached the far New York home, written in a careful hand on a bit of cheap paper, topped and footed and backed by the printed fortifications of the cable company. But they were often as stones flung into mirrors, these bits of paper upon which are laconically written all the most terrible chronicles of the times. He witnessed the uprising of his mother and sister, and the invincible calm of his hard-mouthed old father, who would probably shut himself in his library and smoke alone. Then his father would come, and they would bring him here and say, "This is the place." Then, very likely, each would remove his hat. They would stand quietly with their hats in their hands for a decent minute. He pitied his old financing father, unyielding and millioned, a man who commonly spoke 22 words a year to his beloved son. The kid understood it at this time. If his fate was not impregnable, he might have turned out to be a man and have been liked by his father. The other kid would mourn his death. He would be preternaturally correct for some weeks, and recite the tale without swearing, but it would not bore him. For the sake of his dead comrade, he would be glad to be preternaturally correct and to recite the tale without swearing. These views were perfectly stereopticon, flashing in and away from his thought with an inconceivable rapidity, until, after all, they were simply one quick, dismal impression. And now, here is the unreal real. Into this kid's nostrils, at the expected moment of slaughter, had come the scent of new-mown hay, a fragrance from a field of prostrate grass, a fragrance which contained the sunshine, the bees, the peace of meadows, and the wonder of a distant crooning stream. It had no right to be supreme, but it was supreme, and he breathed it as he waited for pain and a sight of the unknown. But in the same instant, it may be, his thought flew to the 'Frisco Kid, and it came upon him like a flicker of lightning that the 'Frisco Kid was not going to be there to perform, for instance, the extraordinary office of respectable mourner. The other kid's head was muddled, his hand was unsteady, his agility was gone. This other kid was facing the determined and most ferocious gentleman of the enemy. The New York Kid became convinced that his friend was lost. There was going to be a screaming murder. He was so certain of it that he wanted to shield his eyes from sight of the leaping arm and the knife. It was sickening, utterly sickening. The New York Kid might have been taking his first sea voyage. A combination of honorable manhood and inability prevented him from running away. He suddenly knew that it was possible to draw his own revolver and by a swift maneuver face down all 3 Mexicans. If he was quick enough, he would probably be victor. If any hitch occurred in the draw, he would undoubtedly be dead with his friends. It was a new game. He had never been obliged to face a situation of this kind in the Beacon Club in New York. In this test, the lungs of the kid still continued to perform their duty. Oh, 5 white mice of chance, shirts of wool and corduroy pants, gold and wine, women and sin, all for you if you let me come in, into the house of chance. He thought of the weight and size of his revolver, and dismay pierced him. He feared that in his hands it would be as unwieldy as a sewing machine for this quick work. He imagined, too, that some singular providence might cause him to lose his grip as he raised his weapon, or it might get fatally entangled in the tails of his coat. Some of the eels of despair lay wet and cold against his back. But at the supreme moment the revolver came forth as if it were greased, and it arose like a feather. This somnolent machine, after months of repose, was finally looking at the breasts of men. Perhaps in this one series of movements the kid had unconsciously used nervous force sufficient to raise a bale of hay. Before he comprehended it, he was standing behind his revolver, glaring over the barrel at the Mexicans, menacing first one and then another. His finger was tremoring on the trigger. The revolver gleamed in the darkness with a fine silver light. The fulsome grandee sprang backward with a low cry. The man who had been facing the 'Frisco Kid took a quick step away. The beautiful array of Mexicans was suddenly disorganized. The cry and the backward steps revealed something of great importance to the New York Kid. He had never dreamed that he did not have a complete monopoly of all possible trepidations. The cry of the grandee was that of a man who suddenly sees a poisonous snake. Thus the kid was able to understand swiftly that they were all human beings. They were unanimous in not wishing for too bloody a combat. There was a sudden expression of the equality. He had vaguely believed that they were not going to evince much consideration for his dramatic development as an active factor. They even might be exasperated into an onslaught by it. Instead, They had respected his movement with a respect as great even as an ejaculation of fear and backward steps. Upon the instant he pounced forward and began to swear, unreeling great English oaths as thick as ropes, and lashing the faces of the Mexicans with them. He was bursting with rage because these men had not previously confided to him that they were vulnerable. The whole thing had been an absurd imposition. He had been seduced into respectful alarm by the concave attitude of the grandee. And, after all, there had been an equality of emotion, an equality. He was furious. He wanted to take the serape of the grandee and swaddle him in it. The Mexicans slunk back, their eyes burning wistfully. The Kid took aim first at one and then at another. After they had achieved a certain distance, they paused and drew up in a rank. They then resumed some of their old splendor of manner. A voice hailed him in a tone of cynical bravado, as if it had come from between high lips of smiling mockery. "Well, señor, it is finished?" The Kid scowled into the darkness, his revolver drooping at his side. After a moment he answered, "I am willing." He found it strange that he should be able to speak after this silence of years. "Good night, señor." "Good night." When he turned to look at the 'Frisco Kid, he found him in his original position, his hand upon his hip. He was blinking in perplexity at the point where the Mexicans had vanished. "Well," said the sober Kid crossly, "are you ready to go home now?" The 'Frisco Kid said, "Where they gone?" His voice was undisturbed but inquisitive. Benson suddenly propelled himself from his dreamful position against the wall. "'Frisco Kid's all right. He's drunk's fool, and he's all right. But you, New York Kid, you're shober." He passed into a state of profound investigation. "Kid shober 'cause didn't go with us. Didn't go with us 'cause went to damn circus. Went to damn circus 'cause lose shakin' dice. Lose shakin' dice 'cause... What make lose shakin' dice, Kid?" The New York Kid eyed the senile youth. "I don't know. The 5 white mice, maybe." Benson puzzled so over this reply that he had to be held erect by his friends. Suddenly the 'Frisco Kid said, "Let's go home." Nothing had happened. End of The 5 White Mice by Stephen Crane. Read by Trisha G.